Nah, it'll be fine. Deal with yourselves. Oh, that was the short version. Well, to the classroom we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I did not know that was the short version of that song. That was a surprise for me. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello. I hope you're all doing good. Not your bedroom? Nah, we do Oshiete or Cú-Sensei in the classroom. So the BGM broke for a second. Nah, this is just the repeat version, so it ends a bit earlier and starts a bit later. I did not realize that, though, until it was too late, and then I was just sitting there in silence with the classroom burning around me like, this is fine. Hoi, Sensei. Hoi, Shino. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah. Sensei, was my part of your breakfast? Dude, I've been consistently eating my breakfast recently. I've gotten worse at other things, but I've gotten pretty good at finishing my breakfast in the morning and then finishing my lunch sometimes. No food today. No, you must forage for your own food. Go out into the wilderness and find me some berries, and then we'll figure out if they're poisonous or not. Together. Atsu-chen, thank you so much for the 5 gifted scholarships, and I hope you're having a lovely morning. Alba Shizuo, oh, happy birthday! Today's my birthday, but no cake. Instead, I ate my homework. Very dry, 0 out of 10, not recommended. That's not good for you. That's not good for any of us, since we're going to be going through the homework later. Jokes aside, thank you for being you. You're the wise sensei we need. Am I? Oh, the moments where you're a bit silly just make us appreciate you more. Okay, that much I will accept. We are very silly, quite a bit. Achievement, but happy birthday, Alvis as well. Thank you so much for donating the allowance, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Achievement unlocked, nourished self. Oh, hell yeah. We're both making progress. I can never stomach breakfast, but I stomached my yogurt today. Good. Stomaching yogurt is good. It's better than some of the other options you can do with yogurt. A lot of them are messy and involve additional stomachs. Happy birthday. While you can't eat cake, you can now admire senseis. I don't know about that. I don't think I've ever shown off my cake. You know it's there because you can see the wide... I almost said birthing hips. Let's not go with birthing hips. You can see the wide hips, so you know it's there. But will you ever see the cake? Not on stream. Only on the concept sheet, in which there is a massive cake. Yeah. We have a good cake. Sensei, they put me in the oven. Help, I'm burning. Takoyaki is served, everybody. Thank you so much, Jenny. Thank you for your sacrifice. It's going to be delicious. We're going to have a wonderful morning. Good job. Good job, everybody. We got one. I mean, I had healthy cereal with a lactose-free milk. The regular kind of milk will get me stuck in the bathroom for hours. See, that wouldn't be good. You could have hips, but no cake. I need to see proof. You need to go check my concept sheet then. It's in the reply to every schedule on Twitter, not on YouTube. On YouTube, I have too many scrapbook pages that get posted out. We had 7 this week. So we had 9 out of our 10 images that we can use on a YouTube community post all used. I just had the breakfast of champions, a brownie and a cold brew. Yo, I hope you're good at processing sugar, because that's going to be a lot of energy and a lot of caffeine, which means a lot of beats per minute on your heart. So good luck. Snacrifice? Wait, that's a cute way to put it. It's okay. You guys grow back anyway. It's just like when Widow bites you guys. It's fine. It's just a love bite. Sensei really wants to eat us. Run, guys. Maybe someday soon. Maybe sooner than you think. Nah, I'm kidding. Or am I? I might be kidding. Currently having coffee and some nice toast and burgers. It's pretty good. What did I have for breakfast today? Oh, this morning I actually woke up on a decent time, so I had good breakfast. I cooked my own eggs and I made some sausage patties. So I made like little burgers out of bacon, no, sausages and eggs. It was good. It was cheap and it was nice. Lots of food, lots of grease. Currently having pumpkin soup for lunch. Fall is finally here. Yo, too much pumpkin flavor. I'm really not a fan of pumpkin flavor, and it was everywhere in America. Like pretty much as soon as like August got like halfway through, you could get pumpkin spice flavored everything, and it was kind of a lot. Stay on your toes, guys. Nah, you'll be fine. Eat the dakimasu porridge with pears jam. Oh man, everybody talking about their delicious foods. Your own eggs? Feli's egg? No, we didn't do that. Sensei, even the sheet on Twitter doesn't show much cake. We could feed you some more. Excuse me? I'm offended. You know what? 1 second. We're going to prove this. I'm going to bring up the sheet on here. How dare? How dare? Do I really have to do a lesson? Do I have to point out my booty? I'll point out my booty. I'll do it. Where's that booty at? Only one of them has the side view. I'll get the giant one. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, this one's going to take... Yeah, exactly. It's that big. It's that big. Look at that. Excuse me, no booty? Excuse me? Oi. What do you call this right here? That is a big... round, juicy booty. That's with one leg forward. That's not like... That's like one leg forward, 1 foot down. Like, if I had both my feet planted properly there, that would be even more round and bootylicious. Look at it from the side. Like, where is it? There you go. Look at it from the side, too. You see that big roundness from the side? That's not just hips. That's booty. Booty, 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 booty. Rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere. Round where? Round right there. But not at the front. Because that would have been too... That would have been too much. That would have been too much. At the front, it might have been like too much for YouTube. So we got round at the back. We got round at the back and we got them hips. Now, since we've already got an image up on the screen and it is massive, let me just grab this too. We'll save that for later. But yeah, we'll be talking about banana cream pie later. I got a lesson for you on banana cream pie. That's the type of lessons we do around here. Where? Underwear. Under there. Luther, thank you for donating to the allowance. Schedule a BBL appointment for Sensei. I don't need one. I'm bootylicious. Look at all of this. Nobody can handle this. I can't even handle this. Actually, I can handle this. I handle this all the time. Cupcake. How dare... I do not have the biggest chesticles. But when it comes to booty, I have cake for days. My booty brings all of the boys to the yard. My booty goes clap, clap, clap. It makes its own pa-pa-pa. It does not need any assistance. It is cake for days, and it is a wonderful birthday present. Sensei, you got to be less predictable. I'm afraid the pupils know exactly how to rage bait you. Oh, that what that was? Okay, honey, you're right. I've been tricked. Thank you for donating the allowance. Is this how Sensei teaches shapes? Actually, I guess I could teach shapes just like this. I just... Woozoo, 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 woozoo. We've got a... Oh, it glowed. Perfect timing. We got a square, a triangle, and... I guess like a... Kind of a circle? It's like a circle with an extra circle inside of it. Not the crotch shot. Oh, do I have to like... Is this... There. No crotch shot. No crotch shot. No. No crotch shot. There we go. There you go. God. Pupils. Why are we like this? Of course you have cake. Now let's get you back to bed. Oi. I wish I could go back to bed. That would be my dream life, is just sleeping. Ria, thank you for donating for allowance. Sensei is in denial about his cupcake. Y'all are just jealous. Y'all are just jealous that it's so big and round and bootylicious. When people cosplay me in the future, they're going to need to have like inserts. They're going to need to have like little silicone inserts to make it bounce a little bit while they bounce up and down. And just, yeah, to thicken it up a little bit in the back. The cussy? Exactly. The cussy. Thank you. Nicole Navs gets it. Bowie did better. Yeah, but Bowie was also doing that in front of a 16-year-old girl, so... well, let's just say he was acting. It was Jareth. I mean, yeah, no, let's be honest. Papa pancakes? No, not pancakes. Do you need your copium? I've got enough. No, I'm fine. Sensei, I've cosplayed you and I have to Photoshop my ass to be smaller. Prove it. Proof where? There's a cosplay tag. I haven't seen anybody have to Photoshop their ass. Here are some funds for your BBL. If you do, though, congratulations. That is actually very impressive. Fine. Was that a black spider? That's not her name. This is the Spider-Man girl. Anyway, I scheduled... No! Wait, so you're going to turn it backwards? I scheduled a BBL appointment to match your chest. So you're going to remove my ass? I don't have a big chest. I have like an average chest. So yeah, if you're going to make that... Oh, God, you're going to take away my booty? What if we split the difference? What if we take like half the booty and add it to the chest? And then we're just kind of like a little bit bootylicious and a little bit chonky. Crotch cam next stream, please. Thank you. No. I jingle my keys. Oh, actually, let me get that. There we go. I jingle my keys. I don't jingle my other things. By other things, I meant belt charm. And now I'm realizing that sounded worse than I meant it. Anyway. Oh, it is Black Cat. Okay, that is her name. I was like, wait a minute. Comic book character. That will never appear in the movies for some reason, even though she's a really damn cool character. Sorry, Sensei, my cake is flat, but when I cosplay you, you'll have massive bazoomies. I hope that helps. Low-key if I ordered red boots over the weekend. I'm glad to hear that, Paradox Man. I hope the cosplay goes well. You don't have to, like, actually match anyway. I was just saying. I'm bootylicious. I don't know why everybody pretends. I can't even speak yet. What the hell? Good morning, Sensei. Hope you've been doing well. I have, actually. I'm kind of, like, in a much better mood than I was last week. Last week, it was like, I had so much work to do and I was overwhelmed by it. And now I'm just, like, I'm realizing, like, I'm in probably the happiest place I've been in my life. Like, I feel so much more free than I did in the past. I feel so much more chill. Things are going really well because, yeah, the Pupals have been supporting me so well. So I feel like everything's going to go good. In fact, I even have this. That's the wrong one. I made a message for you guys. Good day, everyone. This is actually the editable. Like, I can... What color? Oh, I made it green? That's not useful. But yeah, it's a good day for everyone. I hope you're all having a good day too. That's good. Yeah, I hope so. I hope it stays that way. You're on the top of my VTuber cosplay list, Sensei, and very well might be my first VTuber cosplay. Ooh. Hope it goes well. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, good luck. It is, depending on which mode you do, it can be a lot, or it can be very simple. But either way, I hope you have fun with it. Where's the Department of Education? There's a teacher harming the nation's young seedlings who keeps showing us... No, I do not. These streams are rated 18 plus. They're more like NC-17, but just the community in general is rated 18 plus for safety of everybody. Green chaff for the green board? Sounds like something Sensei would do. Oh, you meant chalk? Ha! Ha! See, now I get to laugh at someone. That's the prettiest your handwriting has looked on stream. Yeah, because I took several minutes to do it. I took my time. I didn't take several minutes, but I took like a 4 minute. You could see where I very clearly made that E and V very, very clear. And then it slowly gets worse as it goes on. It's the same for like the good. The G, the O, you could tell like I really wanted those O's to be round. And then with the D, I was like, I'm not bothered. But then you get to the everyone and it's like, that's a perfect E and a V. And then I'm like, I'll kind of try with the E. And then I was like, I just, I'm done. I don't gaff. Started to crochet your cardigan, Sensei. I have a question. Is it like a poncho or does it have sleeves? It has sleeves. It has sleeves. It has sleeves and they join to the back to form like a butterfly. In fact, that's on my sheet too. There's one thing on my sheet that we ended up not including, but yeah, 1 second. I'll bring up the other sheet. The Ku-chan sheet, not the Feli sheet. Boop. Yeah, that's what it should look like from the backwards, except for the ropes. We decided to take away the ropes because it felt like a lot, especially considering we already had like the butterfly, the dusk butterfly tail represented by the big long ribbons on the back. So we ended up not actually implementing the ropes on the model. But yeah, that's what it should look like when you spread your arms open. It looks like a butterfly wings. So yeah, that's the proper shape of it. And yeah, if you guys ever want to see my concept sheets, we upload them every week to Twitter, just to like make it more clear for anybody who does fan art, anybody who does art. Yeah. Can't really see the booty on this one, but that's because we don't have a side shot. But that's what it looks like. This is Rock's artwork. Such a good sweater design. Yeah, it's beautiful. Everything comes together. And there's even a shot with me with my glasses. The lack of... Oh, the back muscles. I thought somebody said the lack of muscles. I was about to have another lesson. We got so many biology lessons today. I was about to be like, huh? Delts, triceps, biceps, forearms, gluteus maximus. You know why it's called the gluteus maximus? Because it's so fucking maximum. The energy is off the damn charts. Anyway, I didn't have to say that. So it turned out there was no reason for me to go on that tangent. As there often isn't. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ooh, we actually got the size of that right. Awesome. I want to steal the Ku bootsies? No, my bootsies. I assumed it was a poncho. Glad to know it's more complicated. yeah, it's a tiny bit more complicated. It's like half and half. It's like a lot thicker than you actually need. It's a very comfy to wear kind of one. Oh, and actually, if you guys didn't see it, I don't think I retweeted it. I only liked it. But if you want a sneak peek of some of the things that are coming up for the future of what we're going to look like, feel free to follow Ria on Twitch. Ria, my rigger, is currently working on new secrets. I'm not even going to talk about them here, but if you follow Ria on Twitter, so you can follow her on Twitch, she is now streaming the rigging process on Twitch. So you can see some secrets, including the cardigan. We've talked about the cardigan. The cardigan is now being rigged and worked on, but there are other things being worked on that you can get like little sneak peeks of there. Sensei, I got to know what the knots in the dangly ropes have. I don't know, because there are no dangly ropes anymore. We decided to get rid of that. New outfit? Not new outfit, but new toggles. New toggles. Let's just say, this expression exists for a reason, and there are things that go with it. There are things that go with this, which hopefully will be ready by the time I do my first read-through. Which actually, I got a really good writing day yesterday, too. I wrote solidly from like 11 a.m. until 5 p.m. And I was like, this is awesome. And then I realized I still only got to the end of chapter 2, and I was like... So that was a fun moment. It's still only like 18 pages. So now, yeah, I've kind of realized with the fact that the full novel is going to be about 65 to 70 chapters. That's just book 1. But I've realized how many pages it is in the first 2 and how it took me like 4 weeks to write those. I'm like, oh, we're going to be writing this story for like 2.5 years just for book 1, and I kind of like it's okay. The first tier is going to be 6 chapters. It might actually be 7 or 8 because I'm like splitting the chapters up a bit more than I had in my original plan as well. But I'm doing my best. It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of like creative fulfillment kind of thing, even though I only get like 1 day a week to actually dive into it. Sensei, please don't overdo yourself. No worries. There is no worries of that. Like I said, even though it's been 4 weeks since we started, I've only gotten actually 2 good writing days since then, because I have been having to deal with like a lot of other work, including like taxes and business side of things, like preparing things. Like I have to now do all of my own tax stuff and business stuff, and it's been a lot more rough than I thought, which is just why I'm going to keep living this way until December. And then either things will slow down or I'll hire somebody to help me. But yeah, that's why the story is coming along a bit slower. But I'm hoping we might be able to do our first read through either next week, or if nothing else, the week after should be good. Because that's why I'm also doing 4 days a week for the next couple of weeks. I want to get through the first Arctura. And we're calling them Arctura for tiers. Each like Lost Soul. You guys have all seen the first Lost Soul. She's in the intro animation, as well as... during the debut, I showed like her image, Hannah Anderson. Essentially, yeah, that's each lost soul is going to be called an Actara, which is the Irish word for adventure, because it was also like the Irish word used for literature that involved humans being taken into spirit realms. Those were called Actaras. So yeah, each one is going to be called an Actara. It's kind of like an arc or like a split up. There's going to be 5 of those total in the first story. In the first book, I mean. So yeah, 5 lost souls, and the first one I'm definitely not going to be able to finish it by the end of October, but I think like, yeah, we'll be able to do 1 read through like in October, and if I can finish it in October, that would be great because it's all very spoopy. And then the next one takes place like more around, yeah, shortly after it, but it's still like very like winter themed, so it would be good. So it'll be good. Found a key necklace at a Ren fair. It's not a 1-for-1, but it's got a butterfly design and it's steampunk inspired. I'm excited to cry. I'm going to guess that was try making your cardigan. I'm excited to cry making your cardigan. Sounds so terrifying. Thank God the rest is easy. Maybe it was cry making the cardigan. Good luck, Paradox Mint. I hope everything goes well. And thank you so much for donating for allowance. I'm glad you found a key that works. Hannah Anderson. Yeah, Hannah Anderson. She's a 15-year-old baby. I have an idea. All pupils wear a gold star badge. It's subtle, but it shows all of them are good students. We can recognize each other very easily then. That works. You're going to call the chapter Actera? No, it's not spelled quite that way either. I think it's A-E-C-H-T-R-A. Correct me if I'm wrong, people who know Irish better than me. I have gotten it written down in my document, but that's funny. Rear rigging looks so hella good. Yeah, it does. Oh, wait, are you watching a stream? Because, I mean, yeah, it looks so hella good. It's so responsive and emotive and everything. And yet some of the things that she's been able to do, like, I know there are a bunch of people that have only, like, that didn't watch the debut and kind of showed up to things late. But, like, look, the blood pools around the inside of the eyes and it actually comes out of the eye before it drips down. Shit like that is so wild. And it's, well, maybe I shouldn't have done the bloody one, because I know some people don't like blood, but that does that with all of, like, the tears. It actually builds around the eyes in, like, the most realistic way. It's so cool. And there are also, like, a lot of things I rarely use. Like, I can look a lot more, like, shy and pensive and adorable. And, like, a little more confident. Like, I have a thing to make me just look a bit more like, but I just don't often use these. Did I see Pixie? Oh no, I missed it. Good morning, Pixie. Oh my, surprised. From the blood or from something else? But good morning, Pixie. I hope you're having a lovely day. Blood hater here, it's still amazing. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Sensei, is the translation of the novel / webtoon allowed? Yeah, feel free to. If you want to, like, add translations for other people, that's cool. I actually, it's not, I don't know if I call it official. It's technically official. I have a Chinese translation team that release things on Bilibili. So they actually have already released the motion comic, and they're going to be releasing the webtoon each time it releases on Bilibili. And I think they're also going to be working on the novel. I need to confirm that with them. But yeah, we have a team of people that release all of these things in Chinese on Bilibili. So there is an official translation for those things. When it comes to other languages, yeah, you can feel free to translate them as you like, host them on other websites. The only time I would ask you guys to take them down is if we ever did, like, someday finish it and then possibly get, like, a publishing deal. That's the only time that it would ever come down anywhere. And even then, I think I'd probably just leave the original English version up. So I'd probably leave the translations up. It just wouldn't have, like, all the official, like, artwork and everything else. The blood. Yeah, I love the blood. It's my favorite. And I was just mentioning to other people, I actually saw what Rio is working on today, and what Rio is working on today is tied to the blood. And still with makeup with all that blood. Mascara ad? Yeah, it only runs when I want it to. Lavi Leonides. Hi, Féileacan. I just wanted to declare that after 3 years, I made it to book 7 of TGCF, and I just got past the reveal of... Oh, yo. I'm glad to hear that. That is a fun reveal. That, for me, was pretty obvious, I think, by that point, but I think that was mainly because I had been watching the Donghua before I read the thing, so I saw them showing up a lot, and I was like, oh, I know exactly who this is, but that is a good reveal. Heaven Official's Blessing is wonderful, so I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. Also, the final book of Erha comes out, I think, in, like, February? It's sometime early 2026. But yeah, the final volume of Erha is coming out soon. That's been a really long journey too. No face, but really... Spoilers. Sensei, I'm taking attendance, but I'm going to disappear like poof later on. That's cool. Have a wonderful day. I hope you have a good one. Sensei dropped the mascara brand. I need to be crying dramatically in an event. Well, let's just say maybe I'm worth it. But I'm not sponsored by anyone, so I won't mention any names. Although, God, if I got a makeup sponsorship, that would feel so wrong. Like, I remember, like, the one time I used fancy skincare and just being like, wow, it feels amazing. And being told, like, yeah, no, this is just how it actually feels. And it's like, ah. Me with my 12-in-1 shampoo, conditioner, and bath gel, shower gel. And then just occasionally using hydration or summer block. Final book. Yeah, I think it's like volume 12 of Erha. Erha was very long as well. What's TGCF? I don't recognize the series acronym. It's Heaven Official's Blessing. TGCF is Tianguan Shifu, which is Heaven Official's Blessing in Chinese. So if you've heard of Heaven Official's Blessing, it's another one of the more Shangtongshu ones. The one with Shilian and... I wanted to say Moran. Holy shit, Hua Chang. Shelian and Hua-Chang. Wait, really? I'm still stuck on... Oh. Fair enough. Yeah, a lot happens in Urha. To be fair, Urha is kind of like a Greek tragedy kind of thing. A lot of people go to like underworlds and shit. It's pretty early on that they first go to the underworld to rescue a soul, so a lot of stuff goes on. Men being men. Hell yeah. Case I forgot, is Ku allowed to wear Faye's armor in short hair? I am. I don't do that combination too much, but we've had that. I forget which game we did that with, but we did that for one of the games. Yeah, I can do this. Pretty much everything I have is interchangeable between the two of us. So yeah, I can even hold his daughter. Something about that feels very wrong, though, especially... Nah, it don't feel right, man. It don't feel right. 12-in-1, shampoo, conditioner, soap, peanut butter, motor oil. Yeah. Someone... No, don't. I won't be... Like, you need to understand, I'm an indie, and which means if I get sponsored by something, I can actually have genuine fun with it. When... Am I allowed to talk about this? I think I could talk about this. I've had a lot of like interesting ideas for sponsorships in the past that I like floated to sponsors and the sponsor loved them, but I was not allowed to do them because of branding for other things. So the one, there was one where I was like, in the past, when I was a professional swimmer, when I got a sponsorship deal which involved a skincare brand, I came to the sponsors and I was like, okay, this is what I want to do. You remember like 10 years ago, every like big YouTuber had like their girlfriend to do their makeup for them. And then the guy who knew nothing about like makeup or skincare would be like trying to explain what was happening without knowing what the fuck was happening while it was going on. So that was my thing. My suggestion was like, okay, we have the one person who actually knows the thing, applying things, and then the other person sits there like, oh yes, and now they're putting this thing. Oh my god, it burns! Why does it burn? Shit like that. That was my plan. Oh, and now they're using a stabby little pencil to keep attacking my eye. And ooh, ee, ooh, 10 years ago feels unreal. I know. I'm also going to turn back into the other outfit. We're going to stick with this one today. This one's comfy. But yeah, we'll see what we get to do in the future. But yeah, I feel like it was like 10 years ago because I remember like especially the Ego Raptor and his girlfriend one, Mortimer. That was hilarious. He was crying like a baby the whole way through it. But I feel like there was always like the YouTube gamers who had like partners who were often like influencers of a different kind. And so, yeah, there was like this fun meeting up of men just having their makeup done and just sitting there like, do you know what this one's called? And it's like, the cat o' nine tails. He was traumatized by her poking his eyes. Yeah, but then he really liked the results. Creative way of doing ads though. Yeah. Gotta suffer to be bonita. See. Also, I will spoil this because this should actually come in within the next few days. So we'll be sharing it pretty quickly. I am going to have some like images of myself as a bebe, as a professional swimmer. I mean, like you can actually do that now with Ku being the makeup GF and Feli being the boyfriend. Yeah, exactly. Wait. If only I could double. How could I double? I do have a PNG. We'll be right back. I just realized I haven't even done the schedule for the week yet. We're supposed to do that. But since I just gave myself permission to just make this like a full yap session, we haven't even truly begun. Where is this PNG? Where are you, sexy man? Wait, where did I put my... Oh, right, I remember. I have everything in such smart folders that it confuses my brain. Everything is so well set up that I'm like, where is everything? There we go. That one will be good enough. This one's massive. How big is he? Oh, yep. That's a big felly. That's a big felly. So yeah, I'd just be here like, yes. And now we're going to apply the foundation. Wait, I have a pointer arm. And someday I will learn to put different items in this hand. Someday, not today. I'll just be like, here you go, Felly. We're going to make you so beautiful. The worst thing is he wouldn't even complain about it. He wouldn't say anything. He'd just be sitting there like, whatever you say, mortal. Just get it done. That's the problem. He's not even like a fun tsundere. Your BF is too big. Nah, there's no such thing as a BF too big. This is my size difference kink. This is exactly... No, that might be a bit big. I would genuinely have to climb him. That man would split me in half and not in the fun way. Okay, get out of here, Felly. You've had enough. How do I delete you? Remove. But yeah, I could do that. I could make like a short out of that. Titan's Bride. That was bigger than Titan's Bride, to be fair. Titan's Bride, the Titan is like 2.5 times size him. That was more like 4 times the size. That's a lot of climbing. That's a lot of climbing. No, he is here. Good day, Sensei. I hope you had a good day and a wonderful week ahead. I've had a wonderful day so far, and I'm looking forward to the week. Tomorrow, we finally... Oh, yeah, actually. Perfect segue. Thank you so much, Noe is here, and thank you for donating the allowance. Boom, baby! Perfect segue into the schedule. I knew it was going to happen eventually. It just comes naturally eventually. So yeah, this is our schedule for the week. We are only streaming 4 days this week because I'm kind of like catching up on some stuff. Also, I want the hair back. I like Felly's hair. Today we're doing Oshiete your Cú-Sensei. We are going to go through last week's homework, and we're probably going to find some sort of homework assignment for you guys this week, depending on like which topics we get into. If we get into absolutely no topics, like no serious topics, there is at least... Like, I have some news stories that I want to share, which is kind of interesting. Just some fun science things. Because I realized there are some things that came up on the channel that kind of fit into some of the news stories that came out over this last week, which is cool. Tuesday, tomorrow, we're finally diving into the house in Fata Morgana. So I hope you guys did that homework. I know that was a very long assignment to make sure you guys finished the full, like, main game. But yeah, House in Fata Morgana, we are finally starting it tomorrow, and I'm so excited. We're diving into Requiem for Innocence, which... Requiem for Innocence, I believe, is a prequel, which will focus on Morgana and the other characters' his first lives. So yeah. Wait, we had homework? Yeah. For the last 4 weeks since debut, I told everybody to finish the original, like, main game. Jacopo. Yeah, mainly Jacopo. It's mainly Morgana and Jacopo, so I'll be interested to see if Jacopo wins me over. Because it's always been a very funny thing for me that, like... having played the main game, I've always found it kind of weird that the fandom kind of loves Jacopo. And for me, I know him from Door 3, where he's a douchey husband who only cares about money. And from the little bit of the prequel, like the little bit of the original story you get from the main story, where it's like, he's even more of an asshole. He did horrible, horrible shit to Morgana. And apparently he loved her. And it's like, huh? What? So it'll be interesting to see a Requiem for Innocence where we will get to know like a lot more of his story and see if they actually managed to make him redeemable. Because yeah, from what I've seen, like the fan base actually like Jacopo. So it's like, huh, I guess we'll see. If anybody can make it happen, it's Hanada Keiko Sensei. He took like a sadistic, murderous piece of shit from Bestia, and he made me feel for Bestia. But he managed to do that in the main game, so... Fandom loves pricks. True. So that's a child. What's a child? Which one's a child? Wait, Morgana or somebody else? Jacopo, my beloved, begrudgingly. Also, thank you for donating the allowance. Jacopo, my beloved, begrudgingly is pretty funny. Jacopo was a jerk in Door 3, man. Guess we'll see in Requiem. Yeah, exactly. He was a piece of work, but I know Hanada Sensei will make it happen. Ah. Morgana? Morgana is kind of a child. I don't know how old she's actually supposed to be, but she is bebe-coded. Because even up to, like, the end of her actual life, she's still bebe. But yeah, no, she kind of, like, she still had romance continuously. Like, she had romance with age-appropriate people for the most of it anyway. She kind of had a thing going with Mel for a little bit, and then she kind of had a thing going with Jacopo. I don't know how much older Jacopo is, but I think only like 2 or 3 years. I always assumed Morgana was like 16, 17 when she died. But who knows? Oh, she died at 16. Fair enough. Age appropriate? Well, I mean, if she was like 15 or 14 when she was with Mel, Mel seems like he's like 14, 15 as well. He just acts like a 12-year-old sometimes. Sometimes he just acts like a 12-year-old. There was about 10 years between them. Really? Jacopo's that old? Jacopo's 26? Damn. I did not think that. But anyway, one of the main like plot points of the main story of Morgana is the fact that like throughout a lot of it, you think that Michelle is the white-haired girl. But then it turns out, and spoilers, but you guys have had long enough to complete your homework. I'm allowed to talk about the main story of, holy old man, 26 is not old. Hang the fuck on. Hang the fuck on right there. We'll come back to that in a second. But yeah, we're going to be spoiling the main story of Fata Morgana from now on. I've assumed you guys have like completed the homework or other things. But yeah, anyway, it turns out that she is the white-haired girl. So, like, throughout the whole story, she has been setting herself up with the men again, the men who, like, ruined her life tragically. And, you know, kind of trying, like, she basically been writing her own self-insert fiction. She basically been writing her own self-insert fiction and also torturing them, but still making herself the tragic heroine again. But, yeah. She had some feelings for a lot of them men's. Mr. I would have waited at least 4 No, don't put it that way. It was a different time. Remember the timeline that it's historical fiction. It was fine back then. Reprehensible nowadays, yes. But back then, that was like, she would have been married at like 13. He said it that way. Did he? Oh, no, wait. Okay, if he does, then I don't know the spoilers for that yet. And that is terrifying. Oh, God. A lot of Fata Morgana be like that, man. It is what it is. Sorry to ask, but I can't do digital art. Would traditional be alright? I have a Pupal LC, but I've been scared to post it. Yeah, no, of course. We've had some traditional art, like, uploaded, just taken with, like, a camera phone. It's wonderful when we see traditional art. We also, actually, this week when I posted the curator pages, the scrapbook pages, we had a lot of people. 3 different Pupals did nail art in this 1 week. So it was a cool week where I got to just be like, check out all these beautiful nails. So yeah, it can be anything. As long as it's like something I can screen cap and put into a scrapbook page. And yeah, with traditional art, feel free to share it on like the art hashtag. That's completely fine. He literally said it himself. Did he say it in the main game? Because if he said it in the main game, I do not remember that. And that's really funny. Was that in like Door 3 or was that like back in time? I feel physically crushed that chat thinks 26 is old. Totally not a 26-year-old boyo. Don't worry, Southside Fox. I'm 33. I literally turned 34 in a month and 8 days. A month and 8 days? A month and some number of days. 7 to 9 days. I don't remember how long this month is. I'm a primary school teacher. I don't need to know these things. I have a vague memory of Jacopo saying in the flashback on the main game, that he'd have married Morgana. So it was in the main game. Wow. I completely forgot about that. I honestly always thought Jacopo was about like 19. To me, that's what he felt like. I guess it makes sense since he was like married in 26 in like the 1920s kind of time. No, it was more like the 1890s kind of timeline with the Door 3, huh? But yeah, for some reason, like especially in the past timeline, I always thought he was about 19 and Morgana was about 16. Brah. Posted my Pupal persona and they're traditional. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Only the political marriage happened that early. Most people usually waited to be 20 years old. Yeah, but we're talking about political like marriages. We're also talking about like all over the world. It was different in different parts of the world. He acts like 19, to be fair. Also, the fact that Mel is like, what? Let me check the age that Mel was supposed to be, because Mel do be acting like a 12-year-old sometimes. Mel Fata Morgana. Mel Rhodes. Oh, get out of here. Date of birth 1586. Mel is 17. Okay, I even gave him too much credit. I thought he was like 50. I thought he was like 15 and acting like 12. My man was 17. We gave him credit. We gave him too much credit. Yeah, Mel was 17. Okay. I mean, he was a spoiled rich kid, so... That's fine. That's fine. The new generation already considers people who were born in 2000 old, and meanwhile, if you're born in 2000, I still think you're a baby. Even though it's, like, not even 10 years younger than me, it just feels wrong. He was 22 and Morgana 12 when the raid happened and they were separated. Okay. Okay. You're not old till you hit, like, maybe mid-50s to 60. I would say, like, in your 60s. I would say when you get to retirement age, that's when you can be called old. So, like, currently around 66. Although, by the time I hit 66, it'll probably be, like, 75. If that. They're just trying to, like, wean it off bit by bit so nobody gets a retirement, essentially. Because they realize, like, oh, paying for people to be comfortable in their old age? Nah, fuck that. That's early stage capitalism. Knew during the Ottoman ages in Greece, they married / fiancéed the kids as early as 10 years old. Boys and girls the same age, so that the girls wouldn't be married to older men. Oh, well, there you go. At least they weren't being married off to super old men anymore. Definitely when it came to, like, the Western world, as people said, like, through nobility, the girls would get wedded off, like, very early, like 12 to 13, but they'd get wedded off to men who were, like, full grown and already ready to start having children, which, a lot worse. As a 25-year-old who was born in 2000, I feel like a baby, but also an uncle at the same time. Yeah, your mid-20s do be like that. Your mid-20s, you're like, I'm not an adult yet, but at the same time, I'm definitely not a kid. Like, it's a weird age where you're like, I just got out of university and I haven't figured myself out in this world yet. But at the same time, anybody who is, like, still in university considers 25, like, older. Which is a strange time. It's not a great time. But it is what it is. You figure yourself out. And then I feel like 30s, you start to get more confident. And then you just get more and more unhinged from what I've seen from everybody else as you start to hit like 40s. God, I'm on my way to 40s. That's crazy. I'm about to be like mid-30s, not early mid-30s. Well, no, I guess 33 is already mid-30s. I've not been young 30s for a while. We often skip middle age in this convo. Yeah, and middle age is a whole giant chunk. You have like young age, and then you have middle age, and then you have old age. That's the funny thing that people forget quite a bit. People hear middle age and people think like, so like in your twilight years, and it's like, no, it's mid-age because it's midway through your life. That's like the main part of your lifetime. That's from like 25 to maybe like 65. No, not middle age. Well, you're still a young man. You're still a young woman until you're like probably like 40, I'd say 45. And then you hit middle age. I guess you have a lot more time as like a young adult. And then there's also childhood. Now I kind of want to like draw it on a thing. Middle age is a 3-step process. 33 is not mid-30s, Sensei. Please don't. I don't feel that old yet. I feel 22. I mean, 33 is not young 30s, to be fair. I'm sorry to tell you, like, 34 is definitely like mid-30s anyway, so I'm about to be there, but I feel like 33 is already the point where you're like solidly in your 30s. So people just think Grumpy Felly is just your midlife crisis based. Honestly, nothing wrong with a midlife crisis. As long as you don't do things to harm yourself or just get too embarrassing. You just start to realize, I feel like, you're just like, this is who I want to be, and I don't care who feels weird about it. A lot of people just spend too much money is the big thing, though. They end up getting, like, crazy cars and stuff. Kuchanch, I can't have a midlife crisis yet. I can't afford a midlife crisis yet, so I'm good. The older you get, the more you don't care about what people say about you, so agree, we just get more unhinged. That's what I'm thinking. I'm looking forward to it. Because right now I'm becoming more and more unhinged. I'm wondering how far it'll go before I just completely get removed from YouTube. We'll see. We'll see. To be fair, I look very young and do kind of jump scare people who ID me for energy drinks. You get ID... Wait. Okay. I haven't drank energy drinks since I was like 19 because of the whole like caffeine sensitivity thing. Even before I knew I had a caffeine sensitivity, they always made me feel kind of sick. What? Do you have to get ID'd for energy drinks nowadays? You can't... Really? They actually ID... Wow. That's amazing. Energy drink ID is so funny. That's amazing. They should really do that the world over, because that is a fuck ton of caffeine. Some of those energy drinks have like 2 to 4 cups of coffee worth of energy, which can explode your heart. You got to show ID to buy caffeine, as it should be. Honestly, kids should not be drinking that much caffeine. I've always found it weird that like in certain parts of the world, they let kids drink coffee from like age 12. It's like, when I was growing up, it was always like, nah, you have to be 16. It will stunt your growth. And now I need to Google it. Because I don't think it actually stunts your growth. I think it's just one of those things that they say just to keep kids from having it. But let me see. Does caffeine stunt your growth? No. Scientific evidence does not support the claim. Okay. But it is something that like in the past, adults used to say. I feel like a lot more kids do drink caffeine nowadays. Like, I think the first time I started actively drinking coffee, I was like 16. Because, yeah, it was like going into like college kind of stuff. I have ADHD. Coffee makes me sleepy. That's fair. Coffee makes me jittery and then crash like immediately. Like, I'll get jittery. I'll be like unable to stop like my legs twitching and stuff and my muscles twitching. And then I'll just like, I get incredibly tired and do fall asleep. It's not fun. 31, but I don't feel like I've entered middle age. I get so irritable that I feel like I must be in menopause. Menopause can start early depending on people. But yeah, no, 31 definitely isn't middle age. I was joking about like being middle age. I think you have to be at least 40. I think 40. I think 40. I think you're... Okay, let's do this. Let's... Oh, wait. I kind of need it. I should probably finish the schedule first, but we'll be right back, schedule. Let me get my rubber. God, why don't I just make this bigger? Why do I make life hard on myself? There we go. That'll make it much easier. Okay, this is about the right size. Let me grab my... Someday we'll finish our schedule. Someday. Hopefully by Tuesday when we play Fata Morgana. Because we've already advertised Fata Morgana, so it's fine, honestly. Can't handle caffeine or liquid sugar. Wait, what do you mean liquid sugar? That sounds terrifying just by description. I don't think I've ever heard somebody use the phrase liquid sugar. There we go. Yes, perfect. Okay. Okay, so let's say this is your full life. For some reason, it's a little bit curved, but that's okay. So childhood is legally until you're like 18. But I would say childhood actually goes until you're like 23 nowadays. I feel like you kind of have to... I feel like you kind of have to be able to complete like a master's to be able to consider yourself an adult. Depending on like what kind of course you take in your life, because obviously you don't have to. But I feel like you have to be out in the world to be able to consider yourself an adult. Also, I'll grab this and hold this for now. What do you guys think? 23 to be an adult? The brain stops growing at 25. Ooh, 25 works. Objection, teenage. This is just all adolescence. Like, adolescence. I don't really... I'm at the stage in my life where I don't really separate teenage and child. So it's all just adolescence to me. 25 was an... Okay, 25. People actually think 25 over 23. Let's go with it. I like it. Where's my rubber? For me, I'd say 23 is when you like get out into the world and can start like figuring out who you are. So yeah, 25 for like actually being an adult. Sounds good. My relative said it's 25 to 28. The frontal lobe gets fully formed at 25. There you go. So yeah, you're all babies for a long time. Actually, I was correct then about people born before 2000 still being babies. That's good to know. So yeah, I would say that's all adolescence. And then you're probably like a young adult until... God, I guess... here's the thing. Do we separate young adult and like adult, or do we separate just adult and then middle-aged? Is it young adult then middle-aged, or would you say it's young adult and then middle-aged? 18 to 25 is young adulthood. Yeah. Adolescence. YA. We'll call that YA, like it's the book recommendation. Adult and middle age. Okay, so yeah, we'll say like 25 until like 45 is adult. I think 45 is a good time to hit middle age. YA. Yeah. Bloop. 45. So I would say that is like adult. That is when you be adulting. That is when you be properly figuring yourself out in the world. As in like, but 18 to 25 is when you're legally adult. That's the young adult age. That's when you're figuring out just like what you want to start with. That's like you've either just left school or you've begun like working just a tiny bit and you're dipping your toes in things. You shouldn't really lock yourself down. 25 to 45 is when you should properly figure yourself out. Like between these ranges, I feel like you should try to figure out a career. Which sounds, that's the thing. In the past, people would be like, oh, you have to have a career by like age 25. You can't just be working anymore. You have to know what you're going to do with your future. But I think in this time, you can still like have a fun journey. You can just go nuts. And obviously you can do that after 45 as well. But I think by that point, you should know like what type of person you are. You probably end up like pretty set in your ways as well. So then 45 to like, I would say 65. So yeah, another 20 years. 45 to 65 roughly is the unfortunate locked in locked in middle age, where you can still change things around. You can still like do whatever you want with your life, but at the same time, oof, I just realized that's Lokin. Locked in. That's kind of like the point when, yeah, you kind of have to prepare for retirement if you're actually going to retire. Because for me personally, I'm already at the stage where looking towards the future, I'm like, there's not going to be any retirement for the millennials. Like millennials, we all know this, right? Especially like after millennials, Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, they aren't leaving any retirement for us. There might not be a fucking earth left for us at that point. So yeah, we all kind of have to decide on our own retirement. 60 is the retirement age, right? It depends on where you are. It depends on where you are and what career you're in. Technically, if you go into the military, you could retire by age 45. I have a lot of family who joined, like, yeah, different parts of the military. You only have to do 20 years in the military to get a military pension. So you can actually retire then, and it's actually a pretty decent pension. But obviously that means 20 years of military service, which is terrifying to me. But yeah, I actually know multiple people that have multiple pensions, because a lot of people, like, will start careers in the army when they're, like, 18. Will go the whole way through for 20 years, get a pension, and then move on and do a different job for like the rest of their life, and then get a second pension. So that's how they like end up earning more than a lot of people earn while full-time working without doing any work from the time they're like 65. I'm going to retire myself at 65 no matter what. That's funny to say considering they keep rising the age. Depending on where you are now, it could even be like 67 to actually get retirement. But yeah, it depends, like a lot of them, it depends like what sector you're working in as well. If you're working in like, if you worked for like a state job, you can sometimes get like a 20-year pension as well, sometimes 30-year. And it also goes up like the longer, the more years of service you have. But in general, I feel like 65 is kind of, yeah, we're already at 67. Yeah, we are. In my country, it's 67, but it's going up. Yeah, they put it up each year because they keep saying, oh, the value of is it value of life? Whatever they say. They basically say, like, you're living longer and you're healthier. So you can keep working to even later. And so, yeah, yeah. Also, just the fact that a lot of, like, pension schemes are just running out of fucking money. And also, like, a lot of young people, like me, because I'm a doomer, I don't fucking trust anything. I don't pay into that kind of shit when I don't have to, because I'm like, I don't think I'm going to get anything back from it. Like, I'm not going to lie. when I was younger, it was very much a case of like, I don't think I'm going to pay into this because I think I'll be dead by then. Whereas nowadays, it's like, I don't think there's a point in paying into this unless it's a private one because I think they're just going to steal it and everything's going to collapse. Hell, by the time I'm 65, let's see. I'm 30 now. That's what, 32 years from now? That'll be the year of 2057. Sea level could be way high by that point. Sea level could be way high. We could all be full of plastics. The ozone layer could be gone. Shit, man. They're pretending climate change doesn't exist anymore, so... yeah, I'm just like, we live our life while we live. We're in the fuck it, we ball stage. So anyway, that's the, like, locked-in middle age for now. Whereas for me, like, yeah, that's why I feel like the more the generations go forward, the more we're just like, yeah, no, there is no future, so you're just kind of always a kid. Anyway, 65 to... I would say... I'd say 65 to 90. I know... I'll explain why 90 is the end. Because a lot of people are like, 90? Huh? Like, Kuchan, people live longer than that. But yeah, this is like actually being old. This is like the golden years. It's supposed to be the golden years. These are supposed to be the years where you've worked for fucking 40 years of your life, you've saved up for a retirement, you've saved up for a pension, and then you just get to chill and relax and use your money in your own way. By that point, you would like have children and maybe even grandchildren and just be spending your time taking care of them and like raising a dog and trying to be healthy and go out on walks and stay active and yeah, trying to keep your mind active and actually getting to have fun again. And yeah, I mean, that's probably not going to exist by the time we get... Supposed? Yeah, supposed. But it is nice that, you know, right now, like, the boomers, the great old generation, they've actually had those years. That's nice. It's good for them. I'm glad that they get to, like, go back and enjoy their childhood again. I mean, it's amazing that when they were 18, they got to, like, get a mortgage for a house and pay it off with an entry-level job within 10 years. And nowadays, that takes, like, 40 years of, like, having to earn 100K a year. That's fine. That's fine. But anyway, yeah. If you live plus 90, 90 plus is just, like, good for you. Like, that's just... You are now what I will call a cultivator. You have created your golden core. If you make it past 90 plus, yeah, you're doing some level of magic. You're a cultivator. You've created your golden core. You've achieved immortality. It might not be the best level of healthiness of immortality, but good for you. If you're like Dick Van Dyke's like 83 or something and still dancing. My gran is 103. That's amazing. That's honestly amazing. Could please? First the midlife crisis, then you're bringing up the salt in the previous generations. My blood pressure is struggling. I'm sorry. We'll be less real. We'll be less real. Honestly, I take it in this kind of way, like, because that probably sounds incredibly pessimistic to everybody who hears that. Everybody who hears that is probably like, oh, Kuchan is like so broken down. He's so destroyed. I don't consider it being pessimistic. I consider it being realistic. And I just consider like everything is always just like guidelines. But the general idea for me in my mind is like, I don't think I'm going to have like a pension. I don't think we're going to have like a retirement properly. But at the same time, that just means that we get to enjoy all of this. It's no longer a thing of like, oh, you have this amount of time to be a child and this amount of time where you have to figure yourself out and this amount of time where you have to fucking grind for retirement. Instead, it's just like, I think with the younger generations, we are trying to find balance. And now I'm going to turn... Oh, I fucked it up immediately. I was going to turn it into DNA. And I immediately fucked that up. There we go. Why am... I'm so bad at autistic things. Anyway, that. I think, yeah, the younger generations is kind of just trying to find balance where we're no longer like, okay, I have to be set for life by the time I'm 60. We're just like, we're going to be doing this for our entire life. So I just need to find something where my mental health won't be completely destroyed throughout this bit so that I can enjoy that bit. Like instead, we're like, nah, I'm just going to enjoy myself. I'm going to earn enough money that I'm comfortable. And at the same time, I'm going to make sure that I spend time with the people I love and make memories while I'm here. Because, yeah, in our generation, and I mean, this is just millennials, so I assume even more so for Gen Z and Gen Alpha. And, oh God, what's the new one? There's something beyond Gen Alpha already, isn't there? But yeah, it's just the basic idea where we're like, we don't know if the world will be here. There's so much going on in the world. We're in like economic crises and all kinds of other crises, and housing markets are crashing all over the place. Gen Beta. Did they really call it Gen Beta? I guess that makes sense. We've gone through all like the English letters. Now we're going through the Latin, Greek ones. But yeah, that's funny that we now have a beta. They're going to be so pissed when they're in the right fandoms and get to be like 18. I'm the alpha. I'm the beta. Next, we're going to go Omega. Honestly, yeah, just skip it. Just be like Gen Omega. Probably be the last generation of humans on this planet anyway. Nah. But no, genuinely, I think like that's... I forget, what's the term? There's a term that they used in like a Kurzgesagt video, which I really liked. I think it's optimistic nihilism. Optimistic something. I think it's optimistic nihilism, where it's the general idea of like, there pretty much is no reason to life. It's kind of like absurdism, essentially. It's where you just like make your own like reason for living. And I think that's what like most of the generations nowadays are doing, because it's like, we might not be here in 5 years. We might not be here in 10 years. We are doing our best to get through each day, and the problem is, if you're constantly grinding and just trying to prepare for the future, it breaks you down and you don't enjoy it. And if in 5 years the world does go to shit and we're living by foraging rainwater that isn't nuclear reactive, we want to be able to look back on happy times and have a wonderful time. So yeah, I think we're all just struggling to find balance with like our mental health and take care of ourselves and just accept the fact that there are things we can't change in life and we can only do our best for the future. And eventually, the people who control things right now are going to die off. Like maybe we'll stop putting presidents in power that are over the age of 70. Okay, that is the one time I will say anything political. It's just like, hey, maybe we should have people who represent the people that are actually alive. Okay, goodbye CSP. Let's go back to my schedule for the week. Let's stop thinking about like decades from now and let's focus on boopy. Friday. That's as far ahead in the future as I can look, is to Saturday. So yeah, I've got 2 days off this week, and yeah, actually people haven't ever seen these before, but each day has a different thing. It's not just gone fishing and gone reaping. There's also gone teaching. There's secret ones behind these too. So as I slowly take like more holidays as time goes on, people will start to see like different things that are hidden behind the schedule. Fata Moru? Yeah, I'm so excited for Fata Morgana. We got so sidetracked. I can't believe that started off of Jacopo being, you know, a nonce. Like, I was trying to find a nice way to say it, and then I was like, nah. For nowadays timelines, for today's sensibilities, yeah, nonce. That came into a whole decision about talking about like ages and stuff. Jacopo's messy. Yeah, I'm very excited to find it. That's the thing though. We're reading historical fiction, which is why, yeah, I'm going to be like, don't worry about it, guys. It's all good. Jacopo, we're going to see him. It's a weird thing to say. Going off tangent is the norm here. Yeah, it is. But yeah, we're going to hopefully see like a redemption arc for Jacopo. And we are going to start with a Requiem for Innocence. We're probably going to take breaks between things. Like we'll probably do a Requiem for Innocence, which is supposed to be like 10 to 12 hours. Which means since it's me playing a visual novel, it'll probably be like 20 to 25 hours. Which means it will be like 4 to 5 streams. We're basically going to be playing a Requiem for Innocence through October and maybe a tiny bit of November. And then we're going to dive into, I think, probably Hungry Lamb. Because, yeah, I want to do, like, one visual novel, like, between those parts. Because then there's, like, Fata Morgana Reincarnation and some shorter stories. And then we're going to wrap that up and probably do, like, another short visual novel. And then we're going to lock into, oh, God, Umineko no Nakukura ni. Which is going to be forever and ever and ever and ever. Today's word of the day, nonce. Define nonce. Oh! Sorry. If you don't know what nonce is a British word that means... Look, man, there's no safe way to say this. It's kiddie fiddler. Nonce is, yeah, it's a British term that sounds a lot nicer than it is. Nonce sounds like more relaxed way to say things than, you know, actually using the P word. So yeah, Jacopo, bit of a nonce. But, you know, different timelines. Yeah, there you go, Melwitch. That's perfect. Silent Hill F. Part 2, we killed our past. Now what? Yeah, we're finally going back to Silent Hill F. I'm very excited because Silent Hill F so far has been brilliant. And I realized that we're not even like fully halfway through. Which is an interesting one for me. Because I genuinely thought, like, from the average length of a Silent Hill, they're normally about, like, 12 hours. And we played for about 8 hours. So I was like, oh, we must be, like, 3/4 the way through, 2/3. And then, yeah, finding out that I'm only, like, halfway through. Especially when we raided into Marie the other day. And I was like, yeah, she's played a few hours. Like, I'm sure she won't be too far ahead of us. And then I saw how torn up the clothes were. And that she wasn't even near the end. And I was like, oh, my God. That's a long game. So yeah, we'll probably have like 2 more parts of Silent Hill F to properly finish it. And she's already done a lot of crazy shit, man. Like just finding out about her friends and her childhood in middle school. It was like, and then I realized like, oh yeah, they start the whole game like really leaning into the whole like, well, something bad happened to the sister and there's a bad family life. And yeah, we've only dealt with the friends yet. So we haven't even gotten into the proper trauma yet. It's even longer when you realize New Game Plus is a thing. New Game Plus is always a thing in Silent Hill. Don't spoil me like how important the New Game Plus is. I hope it's not too important. Because they do that sometimes in Silent Hill where you get like part of the story and then you have to play it again. And it's like, normally you have like a few good endings to choose from in your first run where you can get still like an interesting ending and feel like you've gotten a full story. There are some games when it's okay where you have to do like multiple playthroughs. Like if you do like Nier Automata, that was a game where technically you have to do multiple playthroughs, but every playthrough is like vastly different. With some of the Silent Hills, it's not so much like that. With some of the Silent Hills, it's more like you finish the game once and you get like, that's the thing though. They give you a decent enough ending where you're like, oh, this is the complete story. And then there's like a true ending beyond that that's like even more wild and ties everything together in a better way. So I'm hoping for that. If we finish the full game and it gives us like an ending that feels lazy, I'm going to be very hurt. It's like the difference between what we got with Sophia in Exchange for Lies. We didn't get the true ending in Sophia in Exchange for Lies, but we got 2 very good endings where it was like, one of them's, yes, super sad and fucked up and I hate it. But the other one felt complete. It felt like it tied everything together and it was really good. And then I did play through more offline and get the 100% ending. Oh, I did take a picture for you guys, by the way. I was supposed to share this before, but I didn't. So fuck it. Let me share it right now. I took a picture. I did 100%. I did all the dialogue choices. So I'm not going to spoil the true ending because the true ending I am going to release eventually. But yeah, I recorded myself doing the true ending, but I got a picture of this for you guys. Because somebody did tell me you could give them bunny ears. And so, yeah, I eventually gave Sophia bunny ears and it was very adorable. It was adorbs. Cute? Yeah, I know. It's so cute. I gave my daughter bunny ears. How long did it take you to get 100%? Honestly, see, this was the thing. And this is something I need to learn, like, while we're doing streams in the future. I need to be more confident about just, like, chilling and locking in. It honestly took me, like, 45 minutes. It didn't take very long. I could have done that on stream. And the reason it took me 45 minutes is because I literally just skipped everything. I just held right click through everything and just got to the end. And just, yeah, made sure I unlocked every single dialogue choice. But I did record myself, like, reacting to that. So I'm doing these things in the future. I will spoil this now because we've already got, like, one made. They're going to be edited VODs. So we take, like, the entire, like, journey of a stream. We've got one made already for date everything. And it's not going to upload for a while because I'm going to be saving them for when I do take breaks in the future. But it's like a proper, like, old school Let's Play style video where it just takes the most important parts of a story and puts them together without, like, too much of the talking. Still, like, a lot of chat interaction and the funny parts. But yeah, it's mostly the story. So we, like, managed to condense everything we did in Date Everything down to 2 hours. So I've hired video editors for that, as well as the video editor that does my shorts. And those are going to be releasing like in the future, like if I take a holiday or if other things happen. But yeah, when it comes to like the Sophia in Exchange for Lies video, we're also going to have the true ending in that one. So there's going to be like extra bonus on the end of that one. And I might do like little intros or outros for them. I didn't for Date Everything, because for Date Everything, it was very much of like a silly time. It was a silly time. So I didn't really like properly embrace the story. We just got like a few characters to the end of their journey. So that one was fine. But yeah, with Sophia in Exchange for Lies, I might do like a proper intro and outro so it feels like a more tied together story. Plus, I really liked that one. So I had like a lot to say. But yeah, if you guys want to see the true ending and you didn't want to like do anything else with it, yeah, I will upload that eventually. The video editors are doing an amazing job. But yeah, there's our daughter with bunny ears. She looks so cute. Okay, let me put my schedule. I still haven't finished just talking about my damn schedule. Is this the right button? It is. Perfect. Also, let me read this super chat before we move on. I just realized I grabbed this one and I missed like 2 super chats before because I've just been holding this the whole time. Drinking coffee for me is a gamble. Sometimes I get tremors, sometimes I get sleepy, and sometimes it's a viable breakfast/lunch. See, I have times when coffee can be okay, but I never drink a full cup anymore because I've had too many bad experiences where drinking a full cup, like, yeah, makes me very shaky and very uncomfortable. We'll be getting new content when Sensei goes on break too. Nice. Yeah, I'm hoping to do that. Because I'm not hoping to take like too many long breaks, but I'm hoping to like every like couple of months just take like a week or 2 there just to like recharge, refocus, get some writing done, and maybe just avoid burnout essentially. Because if you do like 4 to 5 days a week of something so active like this, like I've got a lot of ideas that I want to work on right now, but I'm like, I need to finish like getting the story to a certain level. And like there are some games that I want to finish. Like I thought we would have finished Undertale before Spoopy month, but as you can see, perfect segue again, baby. Undertale part 4, and there's almost definitely going to be a part 5. Because I've heard Undertale part 4, I might end up finishing the main game, but apparently, like, to get the actual, like, true ending for the pacifist run, which so far we've been doing, you essentially have to beat the game once, and then reload, and then do, like, a couple of hours of extra content. So yeah, I'm not even sure if we'll be able to finish the main game on this week's one in part 4. But yeah, Undertale will continue for 1 more week so that we can finish that off. Undertale is kind of spoopy. Yeah, and I'm hoping it's like extra spoopy as we get like further towards the end. Hopefully, like whatever happens for like the actual true pacifist ending will be scary, but hopefully cute too. This is literally how the Monday streams end up 7+ hours. Yeah, but I'm a yapper. This is my favorite type of content, is just like, yeah, grabbing chat comments and being like, yeah, now let's talk about that for the next hour. I will palpitate and collapse if I drink sugary and caffeine-y drinks. Yeah, they can be rough. There's an option of a long bathroom break for some people. Not even caffeine, just coffee. Oh, coffee does always make me poop. I will say that. It doesn't normally make like a long bathroom break, but it is normally like, yeah, it'll... If I want to empty myself, just like a good 3 to 4 mouthfuls of coffee is a good way to get things going. Yeah, exactly. No, it is like physically like that. Not milk. No, milk is good by me. I'm not non-dairy whatsoever. I drink like at least a glass of milk a day without fail. Sometimes genuinely like 2 glasses a day if I'm like need some comfort. Milk is like my comfort food, honestly. Cú-Sensei, do you think you'd ever have your book be released physically, or would it be shared like PDFs and Pupals can make it physical? If I do manage to finish my book, I'm going to finish my book. I don't know why I always say that. I'm going to finish my book. When I finish my book, it may be like in a year, it may be in like 2.5 to 3 years. I will release it physically. And the first book may even have to be split into 2 books. But yeah, I will either get it like officially published if there is like any interest in that from somewhere in like a publishing house. But if I can't, then I will straight up like find a bookmaker that I trust so that I can make those and ship those to people. Because yeah, this is my passion project. The main reason that I am where I am is because I want to be able to properly like own the rights to all of this and yes, release it properly. And I don't really care if it like does get officially published or gets like official recognition, but I think releasing it physically and like, especially since I'm working with like so many amazing artists on so many things, like having that official artwork tied into it as well, Like, yeah, I'm all working towards that is like my main goal throughout everything. Like, the streams to me are mostly just fun, which is why they have been kind of lazy for the last few weeks. Like, I have a lot of cool ideas. I have like a game show I'm slowly putting together, and it's going to be like a very simple game show, but it's more just a thing of like finding the time to actually invite people and get out of my comfort zone, because I am very comfortable just like being by myself right now and just chilling. And yeah, I got a bit awkward when it came to like the Cobblemon stream, in case you couldn't tell. Like, yeah, my social anxiety went through the fucking roof of meeting new people. But yeah, I'll probably do like a proper collab in another like week or two. I just need to find time to actually invite the right group of people that I trust to just be like my first proper small group collab. But yeah, essentially the streams for me are fun, like playing video games, chatting with you guys, hanging out. That is my bread and butter. That is something that comes second nature to me, and it's incredibly easy. And then the writing the story is my actual passion project. And I wish I had more time for it. I wish I could release it like more completely. But as it is, that's why I'm dropping down to 4 streams a week for now. And what I'm actually going to try and do for next week, I think we're going to go back to 5 streams a week next week, but I'm going to make sure I limit myself to 3 hours to 5 hours of gameplay, but trying not to go over 5 hours. Because when we do like 7 to 9 hour streams, I will feel like the whole day is gone and I just literally can't do anything else. It takes away like a lot of my social battery and energy. So yeah, I just need to find some sort of balance. And I think like 5 streams, but shorter streams is probably the better option than 4 streams that are long. Once drank a caramel frappe with 4 shots of espresso first thing in the morning on an empty stomach to lock in for an exam. I did the exam, but I was shaking afterwards. That's rough. And being stuck in like an exam chair during all that time sucks too. The Scottish guy. The Scottish guy was great. And so was Papa Mutt. I saw so many people clipped the Papa Mutt thing. Papa Mutt like is awesome. And he seems like a lovely dude, just like offline as well. He's like inviting a bunch of people to a bunch of things just to get people to like break down barriers and have fun with each other. So he's a great guy, and that roleplay was fucking wild. It was also just nice running into like some other friends. Like, it was nice meeting a Teru and just being able to like throw her chicken and be like, eat it. Consume the bird meat, you bird. So yeah, no, there were some good ones. It's just like by the time we finally got to the gym, like I was so drained. There was like no interaction between me and the gym leader. The gym leader was going nuts and I was just like laughing. Why could I picture Cú-Sensei saying, "It's been a long day," before proceeding to pour himself a glass of milk like it's whiskey? I mean, I like alcohol too. Don't get me wrong. I'll drink alcohol here or there, but yeah, a milk is like a nice relaxing thing for me. It's like, I don't know. It's the thickness of it. It's the fact that it kind of fills my stomach like it's food, even though it's a liquid. It's got like a couple calories in it and quite a few carbs, but it's not like super heavy. And it's got some good protein in it. So it's just good. It's just good. It fills your tummy. It makes you feel... Look, man. It's a fact. It's a thick liquid that feels good, and when you drink it warm, even more so. Do you like whole milk? Yeah, I used to drink like skimmed milk, and then I realized, what the fuck is the point? Like, whole milk is great. It loses some of the protein when you take some of like the other stuff out of it anyway, and it keeps the carbs, and the carbs are the sugar. The carbs are the worst bit. So taking out some of the fat really doesn't help that much unless you actually have a problem with having too much fat in your diet. Okay. Look, man. Milk is definitely filling because of the protein, yeah. Might not be a solid food, but it's nutritious enough to keep you going for a while. Yeah, when we were a baby, we drank nothing but milk. Extra bleep, that's not what anybody said. Well, kind of. Anyway. You know what? That's our first topic of the day. Hit me, chat. What are you guys' comfort foods? In fact, yeah, I will hide the schedule for now, and I'll also bring up, because I now know what Feli's comfort food is. Is this on the right thing? Yeah, so we'll talk about this in a minute. We'll talk about banana cream pie. But what are you guys' comfort foods? Mine, I love me some shepherd's pie because it has like mashed potatoes and then like nice meaty, greasy meat mashed potatoes that soak it all up. Vegetables as well. Some decent spices that aren't like spicy, but that are like, you know, warming, enriching. Oh, so I like that. Ramen. Yeah, noodles. Noodles are a good one. Noodles are like, oh, I love noodles. That's the problem. When I say like I'm not a fan of rice, people think, oh, he's a rice hater. I like rice. Rice is pretty good. but can it compare to fucking noodles? Noodles just, they embrace every flavor in such a nice way. Rice doesn't really add something to a meal to me unless it's like sushi. It just like absorbs the flavor of things around it. Noodles absorb the flavor and then they also add like, so much to it. Like the kick of them, the slurping them up feels good. The way that you like take a small mouthful, but then you're like, and then you're stuck with like a giant mouthful that you have to chew for a while. I don't know, man. It's so good. Nudes, especially kavatapi noodles with tube and ridges. That I've never heard of. Kavatapi. Kavatapi. Let me Google this. Oh, yeah, I can get rid of this for now too. Sorry for the sound. That was my thing turning off. My tablet. Kavatapi. Oh, like spiral noodles. Got ya. Also known as spirali, is a macaroni formed in a helical tube shape. Got you. Yeah, because they can absorb a lot of the liquid as well. They get like extra one. They have the rounded thing. Pumpkin pie, but changed to banana cream pie was actually really good. Wait, you like made your own banana cream? Wait, but is that just a banana cream pie, or did you like? I need more explanation from that one, salmon pie. Like, I need to know if there's like a reason that you say pumpkin pie, but that way. Is it different from a normal banana cream pie? My comfort food is ice cream popsicle, especially if it's a milk flavored one. Ooh, and then siding that with my homebrew milk tea with lemon. Oh, that does sound good. That's a lot of dairy. Rice, don't listen to him. You're the best. That's the thing. I don't dislike rice. I like rice. It's just, if I'm gonna be eating like a lot of carbs like that, I want it to be like noodles, because noodles just feel better to me. It is just a preference thing. Counter argument, rice you can eat by itself. Noodles, you need to have something with it or else it tastes bland. Egg noodles. Egg noodles. Your opinion is invalid. Egg noodles taste good by themselves. Rice by itself, honestly, not that great. You add just a tiny bit of soy sauce, bang, it's banging. You add some furikake, it's amazing. But noodles can be just as good as rice by themselves. As long egg noodles are mid? How dare Kaya? Look at everyone else. Egg noodles, let's go. Egg noodles are so good. True. Egg noodles, Cú-Sensei says calmly. About as calmly as Dumbledore asked Harry, did you put your name in the goblet? Egg noodles, baby. See a lot of spicy lovers, and I'm so happy because something about spicy food just seems comfy and warm. Extra spicy. Yeah, like Bodak 2 times spice. Oh, that shit's banging. A nice vindaloo. I can like spicy. Spicy isn't normally my comfort food unless I'm sick. If you've got like an issue with having too much phlegm, having too much like snot for a little while, like you've got a cold, you've got a flu, you're feeling a bit clogged up in your like breathing space, then spicy food to me is like a full-on comfort because that shit burns everything else away. It's so good. You have something really spicy and you have like the tears running down your face. You have to like blow your nose a few times and you're like, oh my god, I can breathe again. I put Cajun on so much stuff. Yeah, I like Cajun spices as well. Cajun spices are pretty good. And like cumin. Cumin is like one of my go-to like main spices just to add to things. Yeah, it's pretty good. Did you put the egg in the noodle? Did you put your egg in the noodle? Like kimchi hot pot. I've not had... Ooh. What is the really, really spicy hot pot? Because that was actually too bad for me. Bodak times 2 is like a good level for me. That's like decent. What's your spice tolerance? Someday we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have like a let's see what Sensei's spice tolerance is. Bodak 2 times is one of those things where I could eat that whole pot or that whole pot of noodles like in one go, and I would feel like hot, warm. It was like, whew, that's spicy. So that's like the top level where I'd be like, this is okay, this is doable. Mala hot pot. Yeah, that shit fucking killed me. My first hot pot, I had the like split one in half where the other half, I forget what the other half was, but the one half was mala. I regretted that shit so bad. It was so tasty. My first bite, I got one of the fucking peppers. My first bite of the mala hot pot, they were like, yeah, no, it's good for like the flavor of the things you put in it, but you should try drinking some of the liquid. And I drank some of the liquid, and I did not realize this, but I got one of the peppers immediately, so I was fucking terrified of that shit for the rest of the time. And then I had some later, and I was like, oh, that's way better. What's going on? Have I just adapted to the spice? And the person who was with me was like, nah, I just fucked with you. I made sure that you got a pepper. Look, they aimed for the peppers when they put it in my bowl. So my first drink of like mala hot pot was like one of the peppers in my mouth swishing around as well. That was rough. That was genuinely like I was drinking water. I was drinking milk. I was like, oh, Jesus. For like the next 5 minutes. Then I was like, it's good though. It's good. Because then, yeah, you eat the things that are actually inside the hot pot. And the mala does flavor them so good. But yeah, if you get one of those peppers in the liquid, and that was my first taste of it, so I hadn't like built up any tolerance at that point, that was rough. People argue about rice and noodles, but what about potatoes? Potatoes are the fucking food of gods. Potatoes, you can have so many ways, and it's so different. Like, I could live off potatoes. 100%. And that's not even an Irish fucking joke. That is just... You ever watched that movie, The Martian, or read the book, The Martian? They literally point out that with potatoes, you can get pretty much everything you need for nutrients for long enough to, like, survive a good long time. You can, let's see, potatoes. So this is the difference between, like, potatoes and, like, either rice or noodles. You take a potato, you can bake that shit, add some things onto it, and it's good. Even just putting, like, a tiny bit of butter on top of, like, a baked potato, that's a good fucking meal right there. That's fine. You mash up a potato, you mix in some like dairy stuff with it as well. Suddenly it's creamy, it's light, it's airy. You add like some green onions and some cracked black pepper. Boom, it's got like a good amount of spice as well. Suddenly it's flavorful. You take those bad boys, you just slice them up, you throw them in a roasting tin, add garlic and rosemary. Ah, that shit's banging. That accompanies like any type of meat and suits it no matter what. You can do potatoes in so many ways. You can take them, slice them real thin, fry them, boom, you've got crisps. Take them, cut them a bit bigger, fry them, boom. Potato fries, chips, whatever you want to call them. Potato fries. Anyway. I do also... No, we won't talk about that. But yeah, no, potatoes are just so fucking versatile. You add them into anything and they do like a good deal. And they're nutritional. Like, you have to leave the skins on though. Potato fries, I know, it sounded so silly. Mashed them, fried them, baked them, boil them, fried them, put them in the stew. Wait, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Yeah, they're so good. They're so good. They take on like so many different flavors, and they take on so many different consistencies depending on how you handle them. Like, I genuinely think I could live off of just potatoes for the rest of my life if I had to. Would I want to? No. But I do think potatoes are one of the most versatile things with just like a tiny bit of extra ingredients into different directions. You can do them in so many different ways. I've always been fond of pasta, especially chicken scampi fettuccine alfredo. Wait. Chicken scampi, fettuccine alfredo, and regular spaghetti, all with garlic bread. See, that shit's good too. Love Cajun seasoning. I would not add Cajun seasoning to Alfredo or fettuccine or spaghetti though. Oh, though, wait, now I kind of want to try Cajun seasoning with spaghetti. That might actually work. I don't think I've ever had like a spicy spaghetti. I would like to. Anyway, yeah, no, those are all good. Italian food is really good comfort food as well. It's so heavy. The interesting thing about Italian food is how it can be either so heavy and so carb disgustingly heavy that it destroys you. If you have like a big pasta with a lot of noodles and then like a lot of like garlic bread and that shit will knock you out like it's a fucking Thanksgiving dinner for like the rest of the week. But then you can also have like the general light Mediterranean diet with like tomatoes, onions, like garlic. They use garlic so much and everything, and garlic is just such a good flavor by itself. The spices in Italian cooking can be so good. But yeah, Italian cooking is very good. It can be comfort food. It can be like super bad for you. It can be like super light and good for you. It balances in so many good ways. Breaking news, Sensei admits he's into potatoes. Oh, toes? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No. We're not starting the feet jokes. We're not even quite a full month in to my life as a streamer. Can we... Let's leave the foot jokes. Let's leave the toe jokes. That's like a 6-month kind of thing. I unfortunately don't like potatoes. Good news to anyone who dates me is that I will always share my chips and crisps. I encourage them to steal them. Okay, so this is my next one. We've had like some people bring up some of their like comfort foods. What is your favorite like snack food? And in fact, no, let's make it very specific early on. What is like the most interesting flavor of like crisps or chips if you're American that you've had in your past? Because I recently, like within the last year, tried cucumber flavored crisps and they're fucking amazing. I think they come from China. They definitely come from somewhere in Asia, but you can get cucumber flavored crisps and I was blown away by them because they had like, I don't associate that flavor with cucumber. It feels like cucumber that's been like salted, spiced a little bit, and then like dried in vinegar maybe. It's almost like a pickled cucumber kind of thing. They were delicious. They were amazing. Outside of that, I feel like prawn crackers. Come to think of it, I never found prawn crackers in America. I don't know if they exist elsewhere, but there's these things called prawn crackers in the UK that are like really lightly fried crackers, like crisps essentially. That are just like slightly, very lightly prawn flavored that you get in like every Chinese restaurant in the UK, and they're so good. I love shrimp chips. Yeah, shrimp chips. Prawn chips. They're so good. Tempeh chips? What are tempeh chips? That I've never heard of. Unless I was thinking tempura, but what is tempeh chips? Oh, tempeh food. Oh, tempeh is a traditional Indonesian food made from fermented soybeans. Made by a natural culturing and controlled fermentation process that binds soybeans into a cake form. A fungus, Rhizopus alligorius, or Rhizopus oryzae, is used in the fermentation process and is also known as tempeh starter. I have never heard of that. That sounds fascinating. I've never had Indonesian food, but we seem to have a lot of Indonesian pupals because this comes up a lot. Audi does steak and ale pie flavored crisps. I like rosemary crisps the most. Yes! They don't have those in America either, but they have like the garlic chicken and rosemary crisps that you get in the UK. Those are banging. What is the brand that do those? I can see the fucking packaging in my head right now. It's so fancy. It's like black and then it has like the images of like the chicken and rosemary and garlic. That shit's banging. I forget the name of them, but they're so good. Shrimp chips are delicious. Costco. Oh, they have them at Costco too? I've never had seaweed chips. But I do love just like plain nori by itself, so I imagine that would be freaking delicious. Also, just like basic flavors that exist like world round. Salt and vinegar are really good in my opinion. Ketchup flavored chips are actually surprisingly good, even though they sound silly. I also get them from the local Asian market. Okay, so you can get like prawn crackers elsewhere. We have them in Australia too. They have the They do. They do have the polystyrene texture. They don't feel like they should be edible, but they're delicious. Have you tried ketchup flavored crisps? Because I barely see them around. Yeah, I have. They're pretty nice. And in fact, I think they have them in... unless I'm incorrect. So tell me if I'm incorrect. But I'm pretty sure they have them in America now. They just come under a different name. I think they're called like All Dressed or something. I think they had them like shortly before I left America. And people were just like, wait, these are just ketchup chips. But they advertise them as if they're like a completely different thing. But apparently they're like the same flavor. But yeah, I never actually got to try the old dressed ones in America. But I have had like actual ketchup chips. And they're nice. They don't fully taste like ketchup. They just taste like a sweet, tomatoey kind of thing. Like lots of interesting flavors. Cloudines, no. Fuck, I had that on the screen for a while. Ketchup is tomato, right? Yeah, but ketchup, I don't know. It feels like very bland. Like even if you... There's different like levels of ketchup too. I feel like you get like a nice Heinz tomato ketchup and it's good. You get like some cheaper brands of ketchup and they often end up like watery and oily and you just kind of like, there's not much flavor to them. We have a brand named Lay's here, which has a gazillion flavors. Yeah, Lay's, they're actually a British brand, but that's the American name for them. They're made by Walkers. So in the UK, they're called Walkers Crisps. And they have like lots of flavors. They have like prawn cocktail, salt and vinegar, barbecue, all kinds of shit. But yeah, they're called Lay's in most of the rest of the world in like America and Asia. But yeah, they're called Walkers. Why are they walking? I don't know. You're lying. am I now? Okay, hold up. I'm going to find an image of walkers, and then you're going to see that they look exactly the same as Lay's, and you're going to be like, oh, wait a minute. Also now... Yeah, British snack food manufacturer. So yeah, they are British. It's just everybody in the rest of the world knows them as freaking... Oh, they have walkers combined with Dorito. These are so weird. Just give me the normal flavors, please. There we go. A fucking WebP! I don't want a WebP. Give me a JPG. Give me a fucking PNG. Give me anything normal. WebP is such an annoying file type. Can I grab this image? Yeah, that's the JPG. We'll go with that one. Fucking WebP needs to get out of here. My least favorite file type. So yeah, these are Walker's Crisps. And as soon as you see them, I bet you recognize them immediately. It's like, oh my god, that's Lay's. Yeah, they are actually British. And for some reason, they changed the name when they went international. But now international like Lay's are known world fucking wide. Sabritas? Wait, is Sabritas the same? Let me see this. Sabritas. Oh my god, yeah, they have it. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's interesting, because in Asia, they're still known as Lay's. They're still known as Lay's, like, in Asia. So I thought they were Lay's everywhere except the UK, and in the UK, they were known as Walkers. Walkers is a weird name for chips. It's just Walkers. I'm pretty sure it was made by a family. Yeah, there we go. They're called Walkers as they're named after the family. There you go. Zooms in on pickled onion. Dude, Worcestershire sauce? Fucking banging. Pickled onion? I don't think I've ever actually had pickled onion. I think the main flavors you see in the UK are salt and vinegar. Oh god, it moved that arm. Down here, cheese and onion, the blue ones. Ready salted, red. That was always very weird for me in like America as well. Like in America, they don't call ready salted things ready salted. They call them just original flavor. So it was like original flavored potato chips. But then you'd get like Doritos original flavor, and Doritos original flavor is cheese. So it was like, what am I getting when I asked for original flavor? Worcestershire sauce is one of my favorites. That is such a nice flavor. Smoky bacon. I don't think I've had those either. Tomato ketchup's good, and prawn cocktail is amazing. Prawn cocktail you cannot get as like a flavor in America, which is a problem. Roast chicken is good as well. These are a lot of good fucking potato chips, to be fair. They're good. They're good. That's how you pronounce it? What, Worcestershire sauce? Yeah, it's Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Sensei can read Worcestershire. Are you an eldritch being? Maybe. What was that from? Was that a date? Was that a date to die for? I forget what it was, where it was like, oh, you can pronounce Worcestershire. The only people who can do that are eldritch horrors. So it is blue in Australia and barbecue is orange. Yeah, they do that as well, like around the world. They change the colors for some reason, which is weird to me. Like salt and vinegar is green in the UK, whereas in America, the salt and vinegar flavor was always blue. Red is ready salted. In America, that's yellow. They don't have Worcestershire sauce. They don't have tomato ketchup. Cheese and onion. I forget which color. Wait, did they even... They don't have cheese and onion in America either, now that I think about it. They had sour cream and onion instead. So yeah, not cheese and onion. Cheese and onion's better. Cheese and onion has more of like a kick to it. Sour cream and onion ain't bad though. Don't get me wrong. It's just cheese and onion has a bit more of like a sharpness, a spike to it. Sweet and spicy Doritos are honestly my favorite chips ever. See, this is going to be fun as well. Now I'm going to introduce you to how fucked up Doritos are in the UK. Are Doritos American? Yeah, okay. Doritos are American. So this is a fun thing that happens in the UK as well, where we have the same flavor of Doritos, but in different names and colors. Let's see. Wait, I'm trying to find them. They're all just showing the... Wait. They're all just showing the American ones. Doritos UK flavors. With a U in it so they know. Yeah, I think these are the main ones. There we go. Okay. soon as I saw Chili Heatwave, I was like, yeah, that's the one. BMP file. How old is this? Holy fuck. Yeah, these are the flavors. These are the ones that I know in the UK anyway. Because they have a bunch of flavors apparently. I only know like these 3. So yeah, it's a tangy cheese. That was what in America. This is like original flavor Doritos. Which that's the even more funny thing. Like, the blue ones that you'd think they're called Cool Original, so you'd think those would be Doritos original flavor in America. No. No. These are the original flavor Doritos. And these are the ranch flavor Doritos. And then we have Chili Heatwave instead of whatever the purple ones. What are the purple ones called in America? Something? I don't know. But yeah, they just switch them. They just switch. Cool Original was ranch in the US. Yeah, I know. How fucking funny is that? They're like, this is the cool original flavor. And it's like, but they're literally, there's a flavor that's called original in America that isn't that. So funny. Cool Ranch is called original. Yeah. Cool Original. Britain explain. I think it's just because, I think it's probably because the UK ones are like, I don't know. The UK ones, like, they were expecting you to know what, like, a cheese flavor was. So when they probably released Doritos in the UK, they probably just started with the ranch flavored ones. They were like, here you go. This is the original flavor. Like, buy Doritos. It's something unique. It's not just a cheese flavored crisp. This is the original flavor of Dorito. My brain hurts. Yeah, I know. My brain ain't broining. Purple ones are sweet chili. There we go. Yeah. Sweet chili basically tastes the same as the red ones in the UK. So in the UK, they're called Chili Heatwave. And in America, they're called Spicy Chili and they're purple. Yeah. In Latin America, we have cheese flavor with red package as the only option. Oof. Do you like Taki-Sensei? They're okay. Takis are a fun one because Takis are a thing that, honestly, they have quite a kick. And this might be the Caucasian in me. This might be the Caucasity. But yeah, no. Takis to me have enough of a kick where I will only eat like 5 or 6 of them at a time. And then I'll take a break for a little while. Like, other crisps, I can like jam a whole bag in my mouth and not have a problem. But yeah, when it comes to like Takis, they do hit me hard enough that I'm like, I'll have like 5 or 6 of those like curled up ones. And I'll be like, that's spicy. I need to let my like mouth cool down for a bit. Because I could keep eating them, but it's like, About Tajin? I don't think I've ever had Tajin. I found Takis to be super sour. I've not had the blue ones, to be fair. I don't know what the blue ones taste like. I've had like the spicy ones that are like curled up into like little... What do you call that shape? Tubes. Like little tubes. Like they're normal tortilla chips, but then they're like wrapped up into the little tubes. Takis don't feel that spicy to me. See, it's weird. I can handle like Szechuan spices. I can handle like Indian spices. I don't know what they put in Takis, but Takis fuck me up. Takis fuck me up. The main option is the red cheese one in Brazil, though we've been getting some new options recently. It's still the main one on the shelves. Nice. Did Kuchan ever get to try Girl Scouts cookies in the US? I did. Should we do a Girl Scouts cookies tier list? Fuck it, yeah. This is the kind of day we're having. We're just going to do tier lists. Let me look up the Girl Scout cookie flavors. There are probably a lot of them that I didn't actually have. Girl Scout cookie flavors. Okay, perfect. 8 of them. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. This whole episode's going to end up just being food, huh? God damn it. Okay, yeah, we're in the right kind of thing. So, start off with Thin Mints. Oh! What the fuck is going on? Okay, that was terrifying. My computer was talking in Morse code to me. Did you guys hear that, or was that just me? Okay, you guys heard that too. Sticky keys? It wasn't even sticky keys. That's what was confusing. I think It's because when I turn on my tablet, it like, it doesn't load things for a little while. So I think it just exploded every single button at the same time that I had accidentally pressed. Seeing so much Thin Mint in chat and getting confused, seeing part of my name. There you go, Paradox Mint. It's a tiny version of you. Thin Mint. Little baby Mint. Little baby Paradox. Thin Mint. If I'm doing a tier list, we're going to do this in the most basic way possible, actually. Let me erase this. Okay, so we're going to have like S rank, A rank, B rank, C rank, and then D rank. D I wouldn't even give to a dog. Okay, so Thin Mints. They're pretty good. They're okay. I'm gonna put them like here. Thin Mints. I like Choco Mint. The problem with Thin Mints to me, not enough chocolate. Thin Mints, like Girl Scout cookies, they need like more of a chocolate layer. The biscuit kind of does a lot of the work. You get a bit of the mint, but you need a bit more chocolate and a bit more like thickness. So you get like less of a crunch, less of a snap. I prefer to have like more of a chocolate and mint kind of combination. This is Thin Mint slander. It probably is. It probably is. If I want Choco Mint, I want mint flavored chocolate. I don't want mainly a cookie with a thin layer of chocolate mint on it. Like that's my problem with Thin Mints. So they're B rank. They're not bad. They're just not great. They're just not great. Girl Scout cookies are real. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah. Straight up, like in America, you'll have like little Girl Scouts going around to strangers' houses, knocking on the doors and being like, "Hello, would you like to buy some Girl Scout cookies?" Nowadays, they don't do that much anymore. They instead like sit outside of grocery stores. They'll sit outside of grocery stores and they'll just be there with like, their boxes of cookies. And they'll be like, "Hi, would you like to sponsor us and buy some cookies?" They don't do that anymore. It's not safe. Yeah, thankfully. It's just like barely anyone does actual like Halloween, like trick-or-treating anymore. Instead, they have like a list of houses in their school districts that agree for people to come visit. Thought it was fiction. No. They're real. They're real. They have all kinds of flavors. The Girl Scouts actually save them. They actually bake them. And you can get them, or you can just buy them in stores nowadays as well. They do also sell them at stores. With no adult supervising them. They used to do that without any adult supervising them. Nowadays, they act like a lemonade stand, essentially. They sit outside of grocery stores. I imagine they probably have an adult nearby. But yeah, for like the marketing purposes, they'll normally just have like two little Girl Scouts sitting there and selling the cookies. Should I have robbed Girl Scouts while I was in America? I think that would have been hilarious. I could have literally stolen candy from children. Would have been interesting just to see if there were like Girl Scouts, like counselors around waiting to attack people. Sensei, no. But it made me curious because now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think they did have adult supervision. And that worries me. As a teacher, I feel like I should teach them a lesson. As a teacher. Like, this is a lesson for the children. It's not just that I want all those absolutely fucking delicious caramel is it caramel? I thought it was coconut delights. Anyway, caramel delights are motherfucking S rank. Caramel delights. That's my jam right there. That shit tastes like it has like shredded coconut and caramel and cookie. It's got like a nice soft crunch to it. They're S rank. They're good. Slash samosas. Samosas. Are those the ones I like? Where are the samosas? Everything on... Did they get rid of the name samosa? Yeah, okay, caramel delights. They used to be called samosas. That's interesting. I saw them written down as caramel delights here, and I was like, I think this is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, samosas. They are the caramel ones. They changed it? Interesting. I wonder why. Anyway, they're S rank. They're fucking amazing. So let's stop the thoughts. But look, listen to me. I have a reason. If you do that once to the Girl Scouts, then they will never get robbed again. They can be packing heat in America. In fact, I love that idea. I love the idea of like you try to rob some Girl Scouts and then they have guns. Just little baby 7-year-old girls. Would you like to buy some Girl Scout cookies? Somebody tries to take them and is like, yeah, no, but I'm not paying. They just lift a gun up slowly. You're gonna pay, mister. Either through cash or through blood. Yeah, this is the world I want to live in. Girl Scouts do not play. As they shouldn't. It's the most American thing I've ever heard. It's fun American, though. It's not scary American like so much of the other American stuff is. Why would you rob the Girl Scouts? To teach a lesson. I'm a teacher. You got to teach a lesson sometimes. Sometimes you got to remind kids there are scary people out there. And how do you do that? By being the scary people. And then they tell their mommies and daddies, and their mommies and daddies take them to a martial arts class. And then the next time someone tries to rob them, they throw them over their shoulder, fucking Aikido style. It's great. Average Texan Girl Scout, I can verify. I fucking love that. Oh my god. Saint Sophia Sensei. Sensei, do not give kids firearms. I mean, remember, the people were telling us in chat. I didn't even know this in chat, despite the fact that I lived in America for like almost a decade. Which is terrifying to me, that apparently Sophia at the age of 17 could have legally owned a firearm in some states. And that blew my fucking mind. She did have an illegal one, but I thought it was like 18 like states wide. I didn't know there were some states you could get them from age 16, and that was just like, huh? Why? Like, okay. Bother the Boy Scouts. Little girls suffer enough, please. Actually, Girl Scouts, even though they're called Girl Scouts, they are gender neutral nowadays. You can join Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts no matter what. I think they have like a different name for it as well. Because the boys used to be the Cub Scouts and the girls used to be the Girl Scouts, and they were two different things. But then they both let each other join. So now, yeah, both are gender neutral. How is America a real country? I don't know, dog. I don't know. It don't matter. America's a fun place. Let's put it that way. Okay, peanut butter patties. See, if there's one thing I will say for America, they do good combinations of peanut butter and chocolate. Peanut butter patties, I'm going to put them on an S. Peanut butter patties, those bitches are good. Peanut, that's, they kind of, the A and the N look the same. That's fine. Peanut butter patties. They're S rank. However, peanut butter sandwiches, they drop down to a B. Because again, it's the same thing with the Thin Mints. You guys don't make good cookies, Girl Scouts. I'm telling you this right now. I know they're called Girl Scouts cookies. It's all about the chocolate. It's all about the flavors. So yeah, no. Peanut butter sandwiches, they're a problem. Because that is just mainly cookie with a little bit of like that sweet peanut butter that they have in America in between it. It's like a Oreo, but with peanut butter. Tagalongs are good. Tagalongs are good. I'll give you that one. Tagalongs, they're an A rank. Tagalongs. This is a problem because I've already like given my like most interesting thoughts. Like I've given my 2 S ranks. There is nothing better than those 2 S ranks. Chocolate and peanut butter is a good combination. It is. It is. Especially the ways that Americans do it, because they don't actually use peanut butter. They use like a little bit of peanuts and then a fuck ton of like sugar and caramel and high fructose corn syrup that they call peanut butter mixed with chocolate. Aren't Tagalogs the same as peanut butter patties? Wait, are they? Wait. I'll find the one that said samosas too. Are they? Oh shit, they are. Oh fuck. Well, there you go. That's me being dumb. They're the same thing. For some reason, I remember Tagalongs being less peanut buttery. Is it just because of the fucking name? Well, now I feel dumb. Okay, I guess they're A rank. Legitimately, I had Tagalongs and I was like, they're pretty good. And then I had peanut butter patties and I was like, oh, these are the jam. So, a name? It's not always that a rose of any other name will smell just as sweet. Sometimes the name does help. You name it a peanut butter patty and I feel the peanut butter. Fun fact about Fata Morgana. Maria is canonically a Girl Scout, did you know? As a young girl, she too... Bro! Bro. Bro, you can't say that. I was like so interested in what direction this was going to go. For one thing, I wasn't actually thinking about Maria at first. I was thinking about Paula. Even though you said Maria, I was imagining Paula, and I was like, oh yeah, I could see her like out in the woods identifying berries and stuff. And then I read the full sentence and I was like, oh, you can't say that. You're not wrong, but you're so not fucking right. No way, bro. Poor Maria. It's okay. Then she got firepower. She's a true American girl. Italian American. The most wild type of American. Sicilian, even more. Straight up Godfather shit. Crazy blonde, also a scout. Oh yeah. And packing heat. Couldn't aim very well though. I'll say that. Did you mean Pauline? Yeah, I meant Pauline. Pauline, Paula. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Yeah, but I was imagining Pauline when they said Maria, so I was like, oh yeah, she seems quite adorable. I could see her like out in the woods, like identifying berries and knowing like which plants are edible and which plants are murderous. And then I read what it actually was and I was like, oh no. Brother did not call Sicilian and Italian them's fighting words. I did not. I called a Sicilian American an Italian American. Which will probably also get me attacked, but if you talk to Sicilian Americans, I've heard Sicilian Americans refer to themselves as just Italian Americans and then more specifically call themselves Sicilian. So up to you, but I think it's the same way that like, you know, you get like the British and look, fight me. You talk to people about like the mafia. They don't talk about the Sicilian mafia. They talk about like the mafia being Italian American. Maria's a good villain. Yeah, she is. Those are fighting words. Sorry, Sensei. Put them up. Come at me. You guys didn't live in America. You didn't deal with it. We really went from medieval to mafioso villainess revenge story with Maria, and honestly, I love that for her. Yeah, and the childhood was so fucking cute. I love how a lot of this is just talking more about that. Sir, I am from America. Maybe I just know different Sicilian Americans from you guys. Some of us didn't leave. Oh, okay. I have Italian American family, guys. Like, this is what I'll say. This is my defense. Like, my American roots come from Italian American and German American. So I didn't know if I really wanted to admit that, but yeah, I don't know. We didn't come from Sicily, but I know Sicilians that refer to themselves as Italian American too. Wait, pause. Yeah. German American, Dutch American, and Italian American. Those are the three for my American side. But like generations and generations ago, like 5 or 6 generations ago. The Irish ones just all stayed in Ireland and then went to Italy. They were Italian Irish and then they were Irish for like 14 generations or some shit. My parents did genealogy shit. But anyway, yeah. Dutch American, Italian American, and German American. This is the first I've heard of this. I mean, yeah. Mr. Worldwide. See, it's funny thing calling me that because it's like Mr. Worldwide. Also, just all of the fucking white places. You're coming from the royalty? No, I'm coming from all of the immigrants. I'm coming from all of the white immigrants that went all over the world. Literally, the genes are not, yeah, no, the genes are literally just like the white people who traveled. That's what I am made out of. Mr. Worldwide is fucking wild, and 2 people said that at the same time. Oh shit, 3 people. Holy fuck. I've never heard that before. That's actually hilarious. How many shades of you are shade of white, bro? I have, apparently, and obviously this is why I never talk about this because there's no point of talking about it, but there is Native American blood in me from like 5 or 6 generations ago. And that's it. Everything else is white as fucking Miracle Whip. And I said Miracle Whip rather than mayonnaise to make it even more fucking white. Hair as white as your family line. Yeah. That's amazing. Native from like, yeah, that's generations and generations ago. It was 1 member. So yeah, I'm not like, well, what was the name of that one? Not to get into political or anything. The one politician who got called out for like applying as a Native American and it was like their great-great-grandmother or something. Anyway, love my emotional support white boy. My favorite saying. Long as it helps. That's what matters. White bender. Yo. Long ago. Once, all the nations, all the whites lived in harmony? I don't even know how you make that into a bender. Get out of here. Caucasian. Yeah, Caucasian. I was trying to make a joke and I was like, the further I go in that, I feel like the more it turns into like a bad thing to say on the internet if taken out of context. He's called... Exactly. Let's go, white boy. Hey, white boy can dance. Where's my thingy thing? Do the white boy dance. Do the white boy dance. Go, white boy, go. Anyway, Girl Scout cookies. What do we have left? I honestly don't care about... Wait, which one's the lemon one? Lemonades? Those are pretty good. You know what? I'll put them on A, too. Lemonades. I think it's spelled this way. Yeah, those are good. Those are an A. Those are solid A. The rest of them, Thin Mints. Mango creams? I never had a mango cream. Thanks a lot, I did not like. And shortbread is shortbread. Get the shortbread the fuck out of here. That's down at C. That's not like dog food yet, but that's close. Shortbread is meh. Thanks a lot? I don't remember thanks a lot, but I remember I tried them and I didn't like them. They have a new flavor for next year. Ooh. Wait, what do they have for 2025? They have a special cookie? Oh, yeah, new. This image is too low quality, so I can't see its name. Oh, 2025 lineup. Adventureful? Adventureful. I've never heard of that. Looks interesting. Someone shipped Cú-Sensei, the new cookie. True. Oh, there's something called a Toffee-tastic as well. I never heard of that either. Wow, they got some interesting cookies in the 2025 lineup. Caramel chocolate chip. Okay. Why I like shortbread? Here's the thing about shortbread. Shortbread can be a solid A if it's actual shortbread. If you get some good shortbread, especially like shortbread with jam, but this is not actual shortbread. This is a Girl Scouts cookie tier list. Girl Scouts cookie shortbread, that shit is a C. That shit, you need a whole fucking cup of tea to dip that bitch into to not feel like you're eating the Sahara fucking desert. You take one bite of a Girl Scout shortbread cookie and you're like... You know that scene in Indiana Jones where they choose wrong on the Ark of the Covenant chalice and then they just like instantly turn into a skeleton? That's what happens if you eat a Girl Scout shortbread cookie without like a glass of milk or a cup of tea to dip it into. You're just like... There you go. It reduced my hair to nothing. M&S custard creams are banging. They are. The UK does a lot of good sandwich cookies. Custard creams are amazing. Jammy Dodgers are the fucking shit. Jammy Dodgers are amazing. If you don't know what Jammy Dodgers is, they're basically like a shortbread cookie with a nice little heart-shaped dollop of jam in the middle. It's good. It's good shit. Anyway, that's my tier list. We should probably get into last week's homework before I start rambling about some other dumb shit again. The rest of them don't matter. It can't be that dry. Come on. Chat, back me up. Back me up. That shit is as dry as a Popeyes biscuit. And I hate Popeyes biscuits. I hate biscuits in general. Because they're not biscuits. Biscuit's just the British word for cookie. At the same time, they're not fucking... Biscuits just, they took on the form of a nice scone. And then they took out all the fruit and the flavor. And they left it dry and nasty. Oh, somebody even said, is it worse than a Popeyes biscuit? Yes, same level. Yes. Shortbread cookie from the Girl Scouts, very similar to a Popeyes biscuit. You bite that shit, it hurts. And I don't like gravy. So don't hit me with the whole like, nah, Kutan, you don't get it. In the South, you're supposed to have like gravy and biscuits. You're supposed to dip. Fuck that shit. If you need an accoutrement to accompany a meal, the meal is a piece of shit. Just saying. The food item does not work. Ill gravy. Honestly, there can be some good gravies. You get like some sage and onion gravy. It can be pretty good. But just in general, like plain gravy is like, it's okay. It's okay. I would rather have HP brown sauce. I would rather have ketchup. I would rather have like a nice teriyaki or barbecue. Like gravy is just like, it's there. It exists. Gravy on biscuits. Isn't that how they do it down south? Well, that's a different type of biscuits. It depends. If you talk about biscuits in the UK, you're basically talking about cookies. But if you're talking about like biscuits in America, they're these horrible spawn of Satan things that look like they should be scones, which are delicious little mini dry cakes. But instead they take out all the fruit and all the flavor and they don't mix them with jam and clotted cream. And it's just horrible. And I don't know why they do it. I had to Google Popeye biscuits. What are those? So imagine bread, but dry. That's Popeye's biscuit. They're a thing from like Southern America. I honestly don't know why they exist. Because I've never heard somebody genuinely say just like, I love biscuits and not be like, I love biscuits like when I dip it into X, Y, or Z. Nobody fucking eats biscuits by themselves. Which begs the question, why do they exist? They're empty carbs. They're not good. They have zero protein. They have zero nutrients. It is just like, it's a lesser version of bread. You can have so many better bread options. Oh, Manny love, no. Beans on toast, man, pack it up. There's nothing wrong with beans on toast, and I will fight you. Beans on toast with a nice little, like, shredded cheese on top. That shit's banging. Aren't they just bland muffins? Yeah, basically. It's delicious with honey. Okay, that's another thing I've heard people say. That is another one. I've heard people say either gravy or honey. Manny Love is the first person I've ever heard who's straight up tries to say I would eat biscuits alone. No. No. Why? It's spelled scone, but you pronounce it scone. It depends. Some people say scone, some people say scone. I sometimes say scone, I sometimes say scone. I think it just depends on which part of the UK you're from. Scones are amazing, though. Scones are great. Okay, anyone in America who doesn't know what a scone is, this is going to be a fun time for you. I'll show you what a scone is. And I'll show you how similar they look to biscuits. Which is why it fucking blew my mind. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Ooh, this is one without fucking... Oh, this is even better. I found one without raisins in it. That's diabolical. This shit looks exactly like a biscuit. We know what scones are. Are you sure? Are you sure? If you know what scones are, you should not appreciate biscuits. So this is a scone. Normally they have raisins in them and other dried fruits. But don't that shit look exactly like a biscuit? That's why I was so confused when I went to America and heard about biscuits and I like grabbed one thinking, oh, nice. A nice little after dinner dessert treat. See, that's a biscuit. See? Kaya gets it. Could be drier. I kid, maybe. It could be drier. You could just like put an entire fucking salt rock in your mouth. You could just put a salt lick in your mouth and feel your entire brain dry out. That's a Cracker Barrel biscuit. Right? You would think so, wouldn't you? That's a fucking scone. That's a scone. I usually see triangular scones. I normally see the circular ones. Because in fact, here, let me grab an image of one of them with like, yes! Clotted cream and jam. This is my jam. It's a WebP file. I'm so angry. I'm so angry that WebP exists. Okay, JPEG. Much better. There we go. So this is what it looks like when you have them for high tea. It's delicious. You get them with some clotted cream. You put the clotted cream on, and then you get some nice strawberry or blackberry or even grape jam. And you put that shit on top of the clotted cream on top of the scone. And then that shit is banging. Then you're basically having like a Victoria sponge cake. It's amazing. What is clotted cream? It's like butter that they've done some weird shit to. It's like a thicker version of butter. It's butter, but it's like spreadable. But it's hard to explain. It's clotted cream anyway. It's delicious. It tastes like butter. Let's put it that way. It tastes like butter, but it's like more liquid. It's more spreadable. I don't know what exactly they actually do to it. whipped. It's kind of like whipped butter. But I don't think... Let me Google it. Let me stop spreading misinformation. I literally have the internet at my fingertips. Clotted cream. Watch it just actually be whipped butter. Is a thick cream made by heating full cream cow's milk using steam or a water bath, and then leaving it in shallow pans to cool slowly. During this time, the cream content rises to the surface and forms clots or clouts, hence the name. Okay, so it's not actually just whipped. They actually do like a very special process of like, yeah, making all the clots rise to the top, and then it's the clotted cream is the they skim off the top. There you go. It's nice anyway. It's very soft. It's animal fat. Like, all butter is just animal fat. Butter before it turns into butter. It's like butter before the butter before the butter. Thought it's like fermented or something. Nah. I guess it's the same as like blood pudding being coagulated blood. What about toasted crumpets? Oh, that's good. Are crumpets the same as English muffins? Because I've had crumpets and I've had English muffins and they always taste the same. Is crumpets just the name for English muffins? Crumpet versus English muffin. Oh, somebody's asked. Crumpets are spongy, chewy, flat round breads made from yeasted batter cooked on a griddle, blah, 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 blah. The key difference lies in their batter versus dough preparation. Resulting in a crumpet's soft, chewy, hold-filled interior, and then English muffin's dense bread-like texture. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, you're right. Because, like, a crumpet is a bit softer, and it does have those big holes. English muffins are a bit more like an American biscuit, almost. Yeah. Boiled butter is hurting my brain. Pre-butter? The pre-butter. The butter before the pre. The pre-butter. Pre-butter sounds way too dirty in my mind now. What's a crumpet? It's just like... If you think of like an English muffin full of holes and soft, it's that. It flakes really well, and because it has all the holes, like it holds things like jam and butter like way better on it, and the jam and butter will like soak into it way better. Phrasing sensei. I didn't think about it until I thought about the word pre-butter, and then I was like, yeah, somebody's got to hear that and be like, ah, yes, the butter that comes out early. The pre-butter. Lala, thank you so much for the donation to the Feileacan. I hope you're having a lovely day with whatever the heck we're doing today. You're making me hungry. Yeah, no, this has been the whole day so far. It's just like, we talked about snacks. We talked about American and English food. Ah, it is what it is. Clotted cream and Devon cream is yum. I've never actually had Devon cream. What's Devon cream, Lunar Harmony? Looks like a Japanese pancake, but harder. Yeah, actually, Japanese pancakes, the ones that are really like thick and big. Yeah, they look like that a lot, actually. But crumpets are a bit like more hard than that, and they're like flaky. The bread kind of like flakes off. Now I'm curious, have you ever heard of Rekaiho or Pao de Queijo? No, I have not. I just ate and you make me want to eat again. It's making me want to eat again. I haven't had dinner yet. Lala, thank you for the second donation in a row. Thank you so much. And I hope you're having a lovely day. It's a bit hard to imagine. Yeah, I'd say Google it. It's really not worth bringing an image of. It's okay, though. Okay, let's do our homework from last session. Finally, 2.5 hours in. You would think a session where I didn't have anything planned would be more structured on the things that we do have, but apparently not. Okay. So once again, these are completely random. As you can see by the fact that the first one's from 6 days ago, the second one's from 2 hours ago, 13 hours, 6 days, 6 days. So yeah, they're going to be all over the place. It's just by YouTube's weird algorithm so that I'm not like specifically aiming for early or late or anything like that. It's just whatever YouTube throws at me. Sasuga professional yapper. Yeah, and we'll be back. We'll be back for more yapping. Wait, why did it get small? Like, hold on a second. I had you perfectly sized. Oh, I know why it's small. It's because that isn't actually, that's CSP. Yeah, that's Clip Studio Paint. My bad. My bad. I had it perfect and then I fucked it up. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, homework number 3. I don't like horror. Oh my god. Hell yeah. I don't like horror at all. I'm a literal baby when it comes to this stuff. You could say I fear horror itself. I had to go in and out of the live stream today because even talking about things like that give me the creeps. I said, I find people who enjoy horror amazing in the way that they can consume media like that without feeling any pain or anguish from them like I do. Existential horror is the worst for me. I don't know if it's even called that way, but it's a common occurrence for me to get haunted by the fact that I'm me. I'm just a living creature like many, but why am I seeing my own first-person POV now? And somewhere along the lines of fearing death and all that. Yeah, that is existential dread. I love that. That's my favorite. That's why I talked so much about like existential stuff and cosmic horror last time. Because cosmic dread, cosmic horror feeds a lot into like cosmic dread and existentialism and like the idea that we're tiny and insignificant in the universe, but at the same time, everything that matters to us completely is all that we will ever know. We'll never be able to experience what anybody else experiences, and when we die, we're just gone, as far as we know. Obviously, there's, you know, different religions, different beliefs about what happens, but yeah, that can be very terrifying. Dude, I love this. This is starting great. Because yeah, this is my type of favorite horror as well. However, the past 2 years, I've been putting myself out there and trying to face my fears. My sibling with their huge interest in horror has influenced me to try it and see for myself. I started getting into the Resident Evil series, but I could only watch playthroughs for now. I'd watched a couple more horror gameplays after that, including Madison, the Mortuary Assistant, and FNAF. I love Madison, and the Mortuary Assistant was pretty fun, but very short. FNAF, I haven't actually played before. I know it's just mostly jump scares, but then some really interesting lore on top of it. My partner also is a horror enthusiast and made me watch a lot of those scary SCP videos. Oh, I love those, and creepypastas. It was okay. I totally did not cry in fear watching it. Yep. Some weird sort of art of seduction, I guess. See, you joke, but we did talk about that last time on the stream. The fact that horror gets your heart rate spiking and then your body releases the same chemicals that do make you fall in love. So that's why horror works really well as a date idea. I learned a lot on today's stream and I'm inspired to consume more horror media in the future. Thank you for that, Sensei. This coming month, I hope to continue my journey to get over my fear of horror. I'll be here for Silent Hill F this week. I'll be here for Spoopy Month. I will try not to cry. Wish me luck, Ikuzo. Bleep that seeks. That's amazing. That was a really well detailed answer. I freaking love that. And I love the fact that, yeah, you did like dive into exactly what is the type of horror that actually gets me as well. But then basically said, yeah, you know, that actually terrifies me and I don't want to experience it. See, I like experiencing that in fictional settings because I feel like it's preparing me more for like the real thing in the future. The suspension bridge effect. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I feel like when you experience something in horror, it can be terrifying. It makes you feel uncomfortable, but it also possibly helps you with anxiety in the future because it makes you think like, okay, that was terrifying and possibly one of the most scary things I've ever experienced. But at the same time, now I feel like more attuned to it. I feel like more natural about it. Same with like gore for me, I think. It scratches like a little itch on my brain where it's like, ugh, that felt weird. That felt uncomfortable. And now I feel more relaxed about it in the future. Existential horror makes me think. Yeah. Existential horror makes me think. And I feel like if I never like experienced it through fictional settings, I'd still be like terrified of death. I'd still have like a mindset of like, oh God, the infinite unknown. That's terrifying. Whereas nowadays I'm like, well, I've experienced a good life. I've had a wonderful time and I didn't know anything that happened before life. So everything after life is going to be the same thing. It doesn't really matter so much as what matters is right now. What matters is right here, right now, and what you actually make of your day. So yeah, I like that. It's also, yeah, I'm a real big fan of like different, reading like different philosophical takes. So things like absurdism and existentialism and nihilism and like the different ways that people deal with the general idea of like life coming to an end and existence and having a meaning or having no meaning versus like the people that rely on like religion and have faith in things. And then there's the fact that you can just like have faith that like everything's going to be fine even without it necessarily becoming a religious doctrine. It can just be like, hey, universe is a crazy place, but it's all we've ever known. So might as well just embrace it, have a good time while we're here, and then see what happens afterwards. It doesn't help the fact that, like, scientists are more and more thinking that we're inside a black hole right now. Like, simulation theory was a big thing for a long time in, like, the last 20 years, where it was like, maybe this is all just a simulation by some much more advanced species. But then we also got to the point of, like, the genuinely, like, scientists are starting to think we're inside a black hole. And that's why, like, pretty much nothing is around us at a certain point. And then we're also heading into a black hole at the center of the Milky Way. But yeah, we don't know what's beyond the universe. We don't know, like, what exists between the spaces in the universe. There are so many things that we look out into space and we're just like, what the hell is that shit? Which is always very fascinating. I love learning about that shit and being like, huh, So at any moment we could die. The universe already feels basically infinite compared to our tiny little selves, and even that is probably just like a firework going off in some other like grand scheme of everything. So it's just beautiful that we're conscious enough to think about these things and be able to like look around the world and look at ourselves and be like, this is me. This is my life. Here's where I am. There are people who like think, oh, it's a curse and it's a mistake and it shouldn't have happened, but probably is an evolutionary mistake. But at the same time, it's fascinating that we get to do that we're able to think so much and investigate and try to control the elements and try to, yeah, challenge the fact that we were born on this rock and get into space and stuff. Yeah. Ignorant bliss sometimes is a blessing. Yeah, ignorant bliss can be a blessing. Like you think about like, oh, puppies are just so happy. As long as they have a house, as long as they have some pettings and some foods, puppies is happy. They don't worry about like who they are or what they should do with their life. They just live and have fun. But at the same time, I think it's wonderful that we can have that kind of thought. That we can look out into the stars and be like, God, I wonder what's out there. I wonder what happens after we're dead. I wonder, like, if we can go beyond this dimension. The fact that we're starting to work out that, like, time is just something that exists because of consciousness. And that really, yeah, it is just another dimension the same way the three-dimensional dimensions are. We can hardly imagine what it would be like to be a two-dimensional creature. And yeah, we can't even begin to fathom what a fourth-dimensional object would look like, let alone a fourth-dimensional being, or being outside of time and being able to experience all of it at once. It's fascinating. It's fascinating to just like do thought experiments based on that and be like, oh, cool. And then to take that to a fictional setting and be able to like create universes based on that, or like science fiction where it's like, this is how it could work, even though it probably isn't. And just like, yeah, learn those rules is so fascinating too. I think Sensei has 2 Japanese pancakes in the back of the pants. You know what? Japanese pancakes are quite thick. I'll take it. I'll take it. If my booty is as big as Japanese pancakes, I've seen some ones that are like fucking 6 inches long. 6 inches of like booty thickness. That's good enough. You give that a slap. Ah, that's perfect. That's why Interstellar is one of my favorite movies, not gonna lie. It fits the extraterrestrial and existential part. Yeah, I do love that one too. Especially the whole like love is a quantifiable figure is so cool. And like the fourth dimensional beings trying to help us survive in the future. I really like that one, and I really like Arrival. Arrival is one of my favorite like alien stories because they just like show up and like question us and communicate with us. It's so good. This is why I love the Hollow Earth theory. Which part of the Hollow Earth theory? Because the Hollow Earth theory I'm thinking about is the one where the Earth can be like essentially inside out and you can run around like on the inside with gravity in that way too. And that there's like a whole like subspecies of like things living underneath and like lizard people and shit. So some Hollow Earth theories go really, really off the deep end. So I'm very interested in which part of the Hollow Earth theory you actually ascribe to. In the end, the choices are still ours to make. We can still experience life and all the pain and joy that lights it up and choose how we live. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Yeah. Basically, yeah. You make your own reason for existence. You choose what you want to do with your life. And the fact that we all have different personalities, we all have different passions. Like some of us get spawned into this world and we don't know what we're going to be. And then we find out, oh, I really love art. I really love like creating something that other people resonate with. For other people, they just like spending time with people. For other people, they really like challenging themselves and becoming like an amazing like athlete. So yeah, you make your own reason for life. You make your own reason for existence. And it's amazing that we get to do that. We aren't just animals that are just fighting to survive, collecting resources as much as we can and hoarding them and having a bigger stick than the other person. We get to actually think about why we're doing things and overcome those like genetic, like biological impulses and be like, well, this is what actually makes me feel good, like in my soul, beyond just having a good meal and having a good like place to sleep. How dare sheepishly? For one thing, that would be a very round Earth. That would not be flat. This is why I love Hoseki no Kuni so much. Its concepts made me fall in love with existential horror. Hoseki no Kuni has existential horror in it. It looks like such a cute little baby show. Just people made out of gems, and I know they shatter and stuff, but I thought that was adorable. Essentially that, yeah. I like the concept of an entirely different civilization under the crust and being potentially upside down. Like, can you imagine the world building? Yeah, it'd be fascinating. It's interesting that there hasn't really been a movie that captures that very well. I know there's been lots of books. There's been all kinds of books that deal with that kind of thing, but I think the closest we've come to a movie is maybe the Hollow Earth parts of like the King Kong stories. And even then, it's just like, yeah, it's another world inside our world. And they don't really deal with it too much. It's just like, oh, by the way, now there's a whole race of the Kong species. And there was a king at one point. And it's like, okay, that's fascinating. Can we like, I like the giant monsters punching each other. But man, you went way too deep on this. Now I need a whole like sub-genre of the movies that just focuses on the humans exploring this world and all the different creatures down there. It was like an alien movie. Oh, you mean Padma Inverted? Yeah, Padma Inverted was fun. That was a cute one, where there was like, yeah, the upside. Although the science didn't make any sense on that one. But if you don't know what Padma Inverted is, Padma Inverted was a cool anime movie where there was like a Hollow Earth kind of thing and like the people, well, was that Hollow Earth? I think it was just like a weird group. But yeah, they basically, gravity was reversed for them. And so they had to live underground. And if they came out from the underground, they just like flew off into the atmosphere. Which is really fascinating. So you had like the two people, the person that's living on the flat surface of the earth, like being able to like hold them down and keep them. It was fascinating anyway. But again, yeah, they just had like one secret society from what I remember of the people that lived like upside down. That was cool. That was cool. Yeah, what was that all about? Oh, the big apes. I know. And all the other like interesting creatures that existed in the Hollow Earth. They were very interesting. Oseki no Kuni destroyed and healed something in me. You would love the manga. There's so much to feel in there. Ooh. Does the TV series actually tell the full manga, or does the manga just like keep going? Because yeah, I remember the anime being like animated really well by Studio Orange. That was like one of the first 3D anime that even like anime fans were like, oh, it's cool. No. Ah, shit. That's unfortunate. But the manga did actually at least the manga actually finished. Yeah, that's another problem when they have like mangas that just never finish. Anyway, sorry, we've only done one. We'll keep going. Prisoner's Dilemma. Cú-Sensei. Finally getting a homework in? Let's see. Horror is an entire genre. In fact, why am I playing this music? I'm still playing the cutesy music and we should be in cosmic dread music. There we go. Had this commissioned for a reason. Let's see. Horror as an entire genre has always been a favorite of mine. I think ever since I watched an Annabelle film all alone as a wee child. You watched Annabelle as a child? I'm not going to say anything, but that's I was like, I'm pretty sure I was in university when Annabelle came. No, maybe even later. But sorry. Before that, I used to be scared, but after, I became so much more interested in it. My favorite horror has to be psychological horror. The human psyche in general fascinates me so much, and psychological horror dives right into those aspects and expands them so amazingly and horrifyingly too. The things people can do, why they do it, the way their brains can be different from usual, how something can drive them insane, or something horrific could provide them comfort. Everything, all of it has always been interesting to me. To the writer part of me, writing psychological horror is one of the most fun things to write. Maybe it's just because of the cliches that loves to torture my OCs, but putting characters in certain situations and thinking of how they'll act, react, and respond is always sort of fun. Hehe. Monsters and ghosts are fun, but not always interesting to me. So I like to think that humans and their minds can be pretty damn scary themselves. They can be, and it's also the fact that, like, I like the way you said that. Yeah, the human psyche in general fascinates me so much, dives into it and expands them. The things people do, why they do it, the way the brains can be different from usual. That's the type of story that I like, where they do often turn them into like monsters and ghosts and ghouls, but it's all based around fears that happened for humans. Like, it all starts in the psychological horror aspect, whether it is like, I don't know, the loss of a child. I mean, we talked about this last time, so I won't go deep into it, but like all horror, all ghost stories, a lot of the gods, a lot of the like ghouls and legends that are terrifying started from the general idea of like, we don't know what happened to this person. We don't know what causes this thing. This scary thing happened, and let's try to find a way to explain it. But yeah, psychological horror, oh god. I love it, especially when they do take it into like a more fantastical direction from there. Like, I talked about it a lot, but Silent Hill, where every monster always has something to do with the person that's actually witnessing the monster. It's all created in their own mind. It's how they visualize things and what is torturing them psychologically. It just comes to life and spins off into its own things. Now, for what actually manages to scare me, I'd say uncanny valley things or things that unsettle you. Make you feel the fear-filled sort of uncomfortable. Like, you can't just look at what's in front of you and be okay with it. That sort of scary is scary. Yeah, that's another thing Silent Hill does really well, where it's a lot of, like, body horror and, yeah, slightly off things. Mannequins that move and faces that are all, like, corrupted and growing fungus or, like, caved in, and just giant teeth and, like, centipede faces growing out of human bodies. And I'm also personally an enjoyer of analog horror and found footage horror. Some are good, some are overdone, but they're always interesting somehow. Yeah, they go in really like, analog horror has a lot of good storylines, especially since it, like, plays onto some of our nostalgia as well. Analog horror very much, like, plays into, like, the early 90s. Like, the internet couldn't answer everything. You couldn't always just record something on your phone. So if somebody had, like, a VHS that they said they recorded in the woods, you wouldn't be like, oh, you staged this with, like, a fancy costume and did video editing. Like, you'd be like, no, shit, is that real? That's terrifying. Body horror is also a treat. I also enjoy the art aspect of it. Eventually, I aim to be able to draw body horror of at least some sort of visual horror too. I'm pretty imaginative. A little too imaginative. Whatever I read or hear automatically visualizes in my head. Putting those imaginations to paper or tablet seems amazing. I think the visual horror in Silent Hill F is a good example too. This turned out to be pretty long, so my apologies. A homework about horror was just too good not to go into some level of detail about. So excited for the spooky month. This time I want to check out more horror media, movies, series, books that I usually do. So I'll be collecting all the suggestions I see from Pupals. Okay. That sounds fucking awesome. And that was a good one. I'm glad that you mentioned Silent Hill F a lot. And yeah, analog horror, psychological horror, all good things. God, I feel like there was something I wanted to dive into. Visualizes in my head. Silent Hill F. Oh, I actually wanted to connect it into something that kind of spun off in a very different way. Because a lot of people, I feel like, were still confused about the idea of, like, how horror and romance interact. Romance can actually be one of the scariest things that there is. I saw a video essay that basically talked about how true love is basically a type of cosmic horror, because it's something that makes you feel so wholly obsolete. When you truly absolutely fall in love with someone to the point that you would do anything for them, when they become your reason for living. And love is one of the few things that can go in that direction, where you can feel like you want to share yourself with someone. You can actually expose every one of your secrets because you trust someone well enough. That is something that feels like it's all-consuming in the same way that we quite often deal with, like, cosmic horror completely dominating your soul and losing yourself in it, losing your mind. You have to have some level of balance, especially if you do deal with, like, attachment issues. Because obviously I've talked quite a bit about, like, my avoidant attachment style. But the inverse of that is, like, an anxious attachment style, and somebody who is, like, overly committed to their partner and just thinks, like, if they're happy and I'm with them, I'm happy too. Like, that can be their everything. That can be something that completely consumes their life. Which, yeah, is like a cosmic horror take on romance. Like, in psychology, it can be a thing, but at the same time, you can take that and turn that into such an interesting cosmic horror monster. And I'm actually... Let's say there's got to be an interesting tier in the future, which I am very interested in spinning that off into. But anybody who's ever been, like, addicted to any kind of substance as well, it's a similar kind of thing, is feeling like you just completely get attached to something. You want it to consume you. You want to give into it. But at the same time, to truly fully give yourself into something like that is also letting it consume your life, giving up on life and ending it. So yeah, there are so many see, now I haven't watched the Summer Hikaru died yet, but I am so sure that they play off of it in that way too. Because quite often they do take the cosmic horror aspect and create, like, a love story where it's like you've fallen in love with something that isn't of this dimension. Technically, you could also say that, funnily enough, since we brought it up last week on this show, Saya no Uta, the Song of Saya, is technically a cosmic horror that is also, like, tied into love. Because the character sees the human realm, the earthly realm, as being, like, this disgusting bloated mess, and this actual horrible, horrific, disgusting monster as like, oh, but I love her. She can consume me. She can have my everything. I'll give my everything to her and the entire world kind of thing. It is a cosmic horror thing. But yeah, with the Summer Hikaru Died, I haven't watched that yet, but just seeing some of the clips. But yeah, it feels like the boy realizes, oh, this thing is a monster. This thing will consume me. This thing is outside of my level of understanding. But I love it. And I want to believe that if I give myself to it, it'll be able to give some of itself back to me and want me to be alive and like healthy as well. And maybe even if I'm not healthy, maybe just like giving myself to it will be my happiness. So yeah, I'm very interested to see how they do that in the Summer Hikaru Died. It's a really interesting interpretation of it and something that I really love experimenting in my own stories, especially with my non-human characters. Yeah. Like that is why I love like so many like monster stories where they don't do the bullshit of like, oh, he's a monster, but at the same time, I can make him better. It's like, no, don't fucking make him better. Make him worse. Be like, oh, you're going to take my fucking soul and consume me and make me a part of you? Oh, damn. You want me that bad, huh? I'm going to be part of the amalgamation for all eternity. Okay. You have to work for it, though. You have to give me a whole bunch of, like, earthly pleasure and, like, to play with my, like, human desires to get me ready to fully give myself over to you. Cannibalism is very amazing when it's written in that way as a metaphor for love. Love is its own genre of horror. Yeah, it is, because love is all-consuming. Love, if you don't, like, properly temper it, can take over your entire life. So yeah, cannibalism as a metaphor for love, I always do really enjoy. Because if you talk to people that, like, enjoy the cannibal genre, and especially the cannibal romance genre, it normally is a thing of, like, oh, I love you so much. I want you to be part of me. You look so delicious. If I consume you, then we'll always be together. And you can play with that with just like the human cannibal, which can be, you know, fun, spicy, interesting. Or you can play that with a monster character that straight up like wants to devour you, end you. You're just a part of their meal. I'd seen that show on my recommended list, but wasn't curious about. Now I really want to look after it. I really want to look at it too, the summer after Hikaru died. I think cannibalism is interesting, not only as a symbol of love, but also as one of power. I love Hannibal. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. Yeah. Yes, I'm talking about Hannibal. Nothing wrong with it. And that's the thing. People just need to understand that it is a fantasy. Because people do so often get locked into the whole like, ew, you can't find that like romantic and cute. It's like disgusting. There are actual cannibals in real life. And it's like, yes. And that's fine. Like they you know, need fucking help. But at the same time, if I want to enjoy cannibalism in my fiction, if I want to think about like somebody consuming me, ooh, Bones and All, I think I've heard of as well. Let me Google this because I'm pretty sure I watched that and I'm trying to remember what it was. Bones and All, 2022 film. Oh yeah, I do remember this one. Yeah. I see. I thought this was going to be like a vampire story when I started it, but yeah, it's like a romance story. And yeah, he likes to eat it. Yeah, okay. Timothy Chalamet. I do remember watching this one. That one was fascinating. Basically, it's a romance story. She's like a runaway. And together they're like young people running away from home. And then it turns out that maybe one of them wants to cannibalize the other. And then maybe the one starts to understand the whole idea about like, oh, cannibalism. Actually, maybe not as bad. Maybe I can understand like the romance in that. The romance of keeping someone with you forever. It's fiction. We can do anything we want. Yeah, exactly. My favorite thing is inflicting a non-human character with an aspect of humanity and then turn a human character into something more monstrous with a dash of cannibalism in between. It's just so good. Yeah, that can make some of the most sexy characters. I like a character who wants to devour me in one way or another. It's fun. Okay. Kushami, thank you, Sensei, for today's stream. Everyone was so creative, and there were several descriptions I couldn't even guess. Sensei has so many works. How do you even manage to guess them? I rarely watch horror stories, but I don't know why, but every time I do, they give me nightmares. However, I really enjoy playing horror games and even find joy in them. See, I find joy even in nightmares, because you wake up terrified, but then you're like, oh, that was cool. What part of my psychology was that paying around? And sometimes it's like really boring. You have like the most mundane nightmares ever where it's just like, oh no, somebody hacked my bank account and now I have no money. I'm going to lose my house and be out on the streets. And then sometimes it's like, oh my God, there is an alien trying to probe me. Sometimes it's fun. You like nightmares? I love nightmares. I love nightmares where you wake up for them and you're like, oh my God. Oh, thank God that wasn't real. And then you're like, and now I kind of want to go back to bed and continue that. Now that I know it wasn't real, it's like, I kind of want to see how it ends. Like, that's the one problem with nightmares, is that you always like, actually, no, that is a good thing. I was just going to say, I wish like you could actually experience death in nightmares. And then I realized, no, because then you would really lose track of reality. You would get to the point where you'd be like, am I really alive or am I actually dead? Am I a butterfly dreaming of being a man, or am I a man dreaming of being a butterfly? So yeah. Maybe it's better that the conscious mind can't actually envision themselves dying properly. Does it qualify as a nightmare if you like it? Yeah, because you're scared at the time, but then you wake up from it and you're like, oh, that was exciting. For bones and all, they're both called eaters. So humans who have urges to eat other humans. Both the main characters are runaways and find each other and realize they aren't alone. Yeah, and then they find some other ones. And it's always a question of like, can I trust these other people? Or are they trying to eat me too? That had really good horror aspects in it as well. I really liked it. And I liked that they didn't go like full vampire, or like they didn't make them immortal or anything either. They were just like a kind of interesting monster creature. The mundane horrors scare me the most in the dream. Other nightmares, I have to wake up to realize that was a horror story. And that's also... Sorry, I'm going to jump back into that as well. Because thanks to you reminding me of that, I did remember that the girl was an eater as well. And why she, like, figured out that she was an eater. Like, one of the things that's really interesting when you come to, like, monster character stories in horror is a lot of the time it comes up to, like, a human realizing that they have some monstrous aspects. And then being essentially told, like, that's okay. We can work through it. And either, like, full acceptance of, like, yes, you're a monster, embrace your urges and go nuts. Or, like, yes, you're a monster, but we can find ways to channel that. We can find ways to work through it. So it can actually be a very good metaphor just for people that have, like, urges, that have, like, urges or, like, other psychological issues that they deal with in real life that they have to manage. So, yeah, they can be, like, very interesting that way and exploring it through fiction. Because obviously, you know, there are real cannibals. But then there are also a lot of people that have, like, cannibalistic urges but never, ever fucking want to act on them. But maybe sometimes want to roleplay about them a little bit. And that's completely fine. I find that roleplay is one of the more interesting ways that humans can, like, let go of their urges, have a fun time, and still, you know, do some fun things. Sirens are a metaphor for queerness. Everything can be a metaphor for queerness. Pretty much any monster that, like, tries to lure you away can be a metaphor for queerness, can be a trans allegory. It can be, like I said, it can be, like, anything that you feel a desire for, but you're not sure if you actually want to embrace. Thankfully, like, yeah, trans issues and queerness issues are thankfully something where it can be just like, hey, this is completely healthy and is not a problem whatsoever and is completely natural. Go nuts for it. And be more confident in yourself. You are not a monster. The people who call you a monster just aren't actually, like, exploring it. Whereas there are other things that are actually, like, dangerous and seriously, like, problematic, illegal, and a problem for everyone else that, you know, people still have to manage. But yes, no. You can be scared of a nightmare and still fucking love it. Sirens, vampires, zombies, shapeshifters, mimics. Yeah, and a lot of people that have, like, issues with identity and issues with reality can fit into all of those as well. Anybody who feels like they don't quite fit in with society. Cannibalism is a metaphor. Thank you for breaking, like, the seriousness, Tiny Potato Fox. It's like, maybe I just want to eat. Like, maybe I'm just fucking hungry. Maybe I just, you know, I'm just fucking hungry and I'm like, I want a snack, and I mean, there happens to be a very delectable looking person over there. The whole horror genre is inherently queer. I don't think it's inherently queer. I think the whole horror genre is inherently human. I think that's the most important thing we can learn from the horror genre. So often we cast ourselves as monsters. We cast the parts of ourselves. And this is what, like, a lot of psychology and shadow work has to do with, where it's the parts of yourself that you don't want to admit that we then describe as, like, different monsters and different horror allegories. It's like, oh, I have urges to completely dominate someone. And it's like, yeah, go for it. Be a fucking sadist. That's okay. You get a safe word. You get a partner you can trust. and you learn to deal with things. No, but you don't get it. I really like genuinely want to do harm and damage. Some people genuinely want to be harmed and damaged. Like some people want to like role play on levels that others aren't like ready to deal with. Like you can do role play on so many levels. Jungian, my beloved. Yeah. You just start to realize that humans can be royally fucked up. And sometimes it is something that has like traumatized us as a child, and sometimes it's just something you're absolutely born with. And yeah, it's just like a case of like, okay, I have this thing. It's always going to be an urge for me. As long as I don't like act it out in the real world in a way that harms other people, and I only take out my urges with other consenting adults in a role-playing environment, or even just in my own fantasies as well. Sometimes you just realize, I don't know if I'm ever going to find someone who will match my freak. So I'll match my own freak. Match each other's freaks safely and consensually. Yeah, exactly. Just like what Odie said, then I'll become the monster. And you know what? He became way fucking sexier when he became the monster. Before that, it was like, oh, he's the cute little male wife who's just always talking. Like, have I told you this story about my wife? I love my wife. Man, I just want to get home to meet my wife. And it's like, oh, I love him. And then he's like, no, you don't get it. I will get the fuck home to my wife. I will torture a god so much that he will let me go. I will end everybody in my way. I will kill every person who tried to do harm to them. And I'm like, yeah, that's my man right there. That's my man. When does a man become sexy? And yeah, that famous quote, which is just something that I basically live my life by nowadays, where it's like, the hero will sacrifice you to save the world. The villain will sacrifice the entire world just to save you. I'm more into villains. Villains are hotter. Villains are more fun. Villains have more interesting, like, reasons to become villains. And sometimes the reason just is, like, I'm just fucked up. Like, I just want to hurt people. I just want to end the world. There's no deep reason for it. I wasn't abused in my childhood. I just, like, I came into this world. I didn't ask to come into this world. And I kind of fucking hate it. And you could still be like, oh, that's fucking awesome too. It doesn't always have to be like some deep thing of like, man, I'm just really desperate for somebody to like match my freak and be like, I accept you for who you are. And then maybe I could control my urges. Sometimes it's like, oh, you can't control your urges. Nice. Anyway, however, I got so distracted for so long. I end up playing horror games and enjoying them. Even though the scary visuals or sudden jump scares make my heart race, the fact that I can control the gameplay always makes it fun for me. Funnily enough, when I was a kid, I actually didn't dare to play these at all. Yeah, no, I remember like playing Silent Hill 1 on like the PlayStation 1 when I was like bebe and being terrified of it. I remember literally playing one session and then putting it away for like 2 weeks. And then playing it for like a second session and then being like, I don't think I can play this anymore. Like, I was just done with Silent Hill then. I was definitely in single-digit years of age. So Silent Hill was not a game I should have been playing at that age anyway. But I was fine with things like Resident Evil and other shit that was like, oh, it's too adult. Like Grand Theft Auto, I was like, nah, man, I'll run over these people and take their money. I'm fine. But yeah, Silent Hill, like, scared the shit out of me. So I got to the point where I was like, I think I'm done. And then I came back to it in my teenage years and I was like, okay, now I get it. Now I get it. It makes me scared. It makes me like kind of terrified to go to sleep at night because it's proper psychological horror. It's like, yeah. Where were your parents? They were busy doing parent shit. When it comes to horror, I prefer the kind that focuses on psychological or spiritual aspects. Exploring human nature and the darker side of the mind is the type I love the most. Body horror, on the other hand, I can't really handle. See, I like the dark parts as well. And I think it's the dark parts of psychology that can royally fuck people up. Because I've seen people, like when it comes to some of the games that I've enjoyed, like diving into. Like there are people that enjoy... And I think that's the bit that really confuses me. Where there are people that will like stories like mouthwashing, but won't be able to properly handle the characters in a mature way. They'll be like, oh yeah, I love mouthwashing. I love mouthwashing so much. But at the same time, oh no, like... You have a mascot image of like Curly and it's like, yeah, he's fucked up. I love it. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, you can enjoy like people doing bad things and being sick, fucked up idiots. horrible, disgusting people. And like, I don't get the people that like stories like that and then are like, oh, but you can't make jokes about X, you can't make jokes about Y, you can't make jokes about Z, you can't like enjoy this aspect. You have to like go out of your way to be like, oh, I love this story, but at the same time, oh, it's so disgusting and you have to do this and this and that to enjoy it. You have to like, it feels so performative where people get to the level of like, oh yeah, I like this story, but I'm not a freak, I swear. It's not like I like the darkness. It's not like I'm being taken in by the darkness. It's like, no, it's fiction. You're allowed to enjoy the fucked up aspects of it and be creeped out by it. And you don't have to explain to people every time like, no, just enjoy it. Embrace it and then be like, yeah, no, it's cool. That used to be what Gothic horror was all about. And nowadays, Gothic horror has to be so sanitized, otherwise you get casted as like a villain just for enjoying shit. And that's the weird thing, because you'll have people, you have kids that enjoy mouthwashing, and it's like, okay, that's fine. Just at the same time, don't attack the adults who can separate fiction from fact. And things that freak you out might not freak other people out. Like, yeah, body horror is an interesting one, because body horror does get me. Body horror can make me like twitch and feel nasty and disgusting, but that's the point of it. That's the point of body horror. Especially if you've dealt with like any kind of like physical disability, body horror can be a good outlet for a creator for that. Cyberpunk is a big like creative outlet for people that have had to like have surgeries, that have had to have like implants, that know there are things inside them that aren't naturally human, that have had body parts break down. That's why I love like the what is it, psycho syndrome in like Cyberpunk the anime. Because it's technically in Cyberpunk 2077 as well, but it's more so in Edge Runners, where you have like the idea of like Davis starting off as like this cute kid who just wants to make money for his mother, and then everything fucking goes wrong in his life and he becomes a bit like crazy about things and just getting more parts and like slowly goes insane because of it, because it corrupts him. That's so good. But yeah, in cyberpsychosis, thank you, that's the word. But yeah, in general, like the whole cyberpunk thing of like slowly replacing your body bit by bit works so well for people who have had to like go through similar things, who have had to have surgeries, who have had to like lose limbs or lose organs and have to like live with the fact that they're using something artificial to keep them alive. Sometimes things that go really out of the way, where you have like things that you have to change, pumps that regulate your body and injections that you need continuously. Like that's a fictional way to explore some of those aspects and like dive into them and be like, okay, this is part of what makes me me. And it kind of like, at least in cyberpunk stories, they normally also give you like superpowers rather than just being able to keep you alive. Body horror, my beloved. Something is off, but sometimes you can't tell until it breaks out of the human shell. Yeah. Just as long as you remember the original intent. I remember the mouthwashing craze has people who see Jimmy a little too differently after a while. See, that's that thing. I'm fine with people having like fanon things. Like, it's not canon, but it's fanon. Like, that happens a lot in a lot of series, and it's like, I'm fine with that happening. It just annoys me when people go out of their way to attack people who read things in a different way and who experience the story in a different way. And they're like, oh no, this is what you have to believe, and this is what you have to say. If you don't, and you don't get it, and you're wrong, and you can't enjoy it, you just have to be like mildly fascinated by it and like the good characters and hate the bad characters. And it's so long. Just enjoy the shit that you enjoy. You can be fascinated by dark and fucked up shit and realize it's fiction, so I can enjoy it, and it's not going to happen in real life. And if it did happen in real life, lock those fuckers up. The moral grandstanding. Yeah, exactly. It's like, ew, you like this aspect? It's like, you experienced the story. Like, you enjoyed the story. So you going out of your way to be like, oh, but I don't like this thing. This thing makes me feel uncomfortable. It's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable. That is the point. As for my most recent scary experience, it was probably dreaming that Sensei forbade us from being lewd. God knows I almost cried when I woke up from that nightmare. I would never do that to you guys, because I could never do that to myself. I could never be like a good boy and try to have like a not R-rated stream. Like a U-rated stream, I couldn't do it. I've been swearing less though. I've been saying frick a lot instead of the actual F word, so that's something. As long as you can separate fiction from reality, yeah, exactly. And as long as when you realize, because there is I always talk about being able to separate fact from fiction, but at the same time, there have been times in my life where I felt a bit disconnected from myself and from reality. And at that point, I did need to avoid certain things. And that's the thing. That's when trigger warnings become important. That's when it does become a thing where you have to be like, for me, I can't handle this right now. I need to step out. And that's fine, but that is something that each individual person has to deal with. That's why I do think artistic expression, you should be able to create just about anything you want as long as you're not actually hurting someone. And if you don't like it, you're just like, oh, I'm not a fan of it. Please keep it away from me. You block it, you mute it, you move on with your life. You don't go out of your way to be like, oh, I don't like this. It makes me uncomfortable. And therefore the person who created it is an evil, disgusting monster. And I need to end their life and tell everybody what a bad person they are. Got to know what your limits are too. Yeah, exactly. You got to hit that point where, yeah, because I know my own limits. I get like really fucked up when it comes to like real life stuff. Because even though I've seen quite a bit of real life stuff when I was younger, nowadays I see that stuff and I'm like, oh God, that person had a family. That person was somebody's son, somebody's daughter, possibly had like wife, child, people that loved them and cared about them. And it's like, ugh, I don't like seeing it when it's real. And then in fiction, you can be like, oh, that's fascinating. Wow, the body can do that. Like interesting torture methods are always very interesting to me as well. Like one of the most interesting ones, the whole thing where you take like a rat, put it in a bucket, put that bucket on top of someone's stomach, and then put a fire on top of the bucket. And so the rat can feel the bucket getting hotter, so the rat has to try and dig its way out. And the only way it can dig its way out is by digging through the human body. And so a nice little disgusting torture method where the rat will carve its way through a human slowly. One of the other like most interesting torture methods I heard very recently was called putting them in the boats, where essentially you took a person, you tied them down in a boat, and then you covered them in honey and milk. And basically you would like put them in a boat, tie them down, cover them in honey and milk, and then put like another boat on top of them upside down. So they were trapped in the boat. They had their like legs and arms outside of it. But then you would have like the bugs, and not just the bugs, but then also slowly the bigger animals coming in, attracted by the honey, attracted by the milk. It became a disgusting sloppy mess, which would also then start to rot the body. And then bugs would start to like lay bugs. Like that's the thing. It would start with like the bigger animals coming and taking like chunks here or there. But then you'd have the bugs coming in and taking like little pieces and eating parts of the human body as well. And then what bugs do is they also lay their eggs wherever they are eating their food. So yeah, you had a human slowly get consumed, and it could take like multiple months for them to die. Where it would just be like them getting like bugs laid in them and slowly eating apart from the inside while their body also just naturally rotted. And they were also force-fed the mixture of milk and honey as well. So that it was inside their bodies, so that the bugs wanted to get inside their bodies, and their organs were essentially liquefying because that's just too much fat for like a liver. You can stop? Sorry, yeah, I'm done. That was the most interesting like torture method I've ever heard before. Like, Jesus Christ, you just spend months watching somebody getting eaten alive slowly. Like the forethought that has to go through that. Yeah, the human creativity. You do that kind of shit to someone and you have thought like, I want them to suffer for months. And you spend months watching them suffer. Like that takes a huge amount of like animosity of like, this person has to wish to die and not be able to die. That's horror. That's horror, baby. That is horror. And that was a thing that they actively did. I think it was in the Persian Empire. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, it was called like giving people the boats. Morbid curiosity and creativity, indeed. But I mean, then there are things that are like more modern that happen that are very similar. Like if you read into the shit that like the Japanese soldiers did to war prisoners during World War II, like they did so many scientific experiments that were just torture. Horrific torture, where it was just like, huh, I wonder how frostbite affects the human body. Let's find out by giving someone frostbite. I wonder how many amputations someone can survive. Let's just start amputating them and trying to keep them alive. Yeah, Unit 731. Yeah, exactly. Linguini. Yeah, we're done. We're moving on. We're moving on from like the real life cases. But that's what I mean. Like actually seeing those kinds of things horrifies me. Reading about those kinds of things, I'm like, oh my God, a human can actually survive that shit? Oh, people did this shit? Oh, it's like, wow. I thought I was creative in some of like the horrible angsty situations I create. And meanwhile, we ain't got nothing on human history. So yeah, we're moving on. But yeah, that kind of shit is wild. Sometimes things sit too close to home and I want to sit with that feeling and explore it. Yeah. But sometimes for my own health, I have to avoid it. It depends, but it's a personal responsibility to do that. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes fiction can be a very useful resource for being like, this thing disgusts me. Why does this disgust me? What is it about me and my psychology that like resonates with this so well? And you want to like connect with that. You want to be like, why does this character make me feel so icky? And a lot of the times it does come back to like, for me at least, for the Jungian psychology. The Jungian psychology where you're like, oh, this character is disgusting. I hate them. Why do I hate them so much? Because they have some of my flaws, but amplified to like an 11. If you take like one of your flaws that you hate the most, one of the things that you have genuinely worked on to fix about yourself, but know that you can sometimes slide back into, and you build a character out of that, out of like one of like the most horrific parts of your human psychology, then you suddenly start to hate that character, you despise that character, you take it to an extreme and turn it into a horror story. It becomes a very interesting character story. And yeah, I find that a lot of the times the things that creep me out the most are the things where I'm like, ugh. I would hate if I was like that. I would hate if I didn't like notice some parts of myself in that and learn how to like actually deal with them and work through them. And yeah, then there are some times where it's like completely not that, and it's like something that you've been traumatized with, or it is something that's like buried deep down in your psychology, and you're just like, I hate this. I don't know why I hate this. I can't deal with this right now. I'm stepping away. And yeah, that's a personal responsibility thing. But the fact that, yeah, fiction can help you like work through things like that and discover new things about yourself and just like enjoy things and explore things in your own way and be like, huh, this enriches my life. And sometimes it is just fascinating. Like all the creepy things I just talked about, where it's like none of that was like, man, I'd love to do that to someone. But it's just like, huh, really? Several months you can survive that? That's fucked up. Jesus Christ, that must have been hell on earth. Anyway, thank you for donating the allowance. Laughing at witches trying to cook me in a soup pot. Joke's on them. I did all the potatoes before I died. Screw you, no potatoes for you. I know, right? Be like Hansel and Gretel. It's like I'm dying, but I'm dying with a sugar rush and probably a sugar coma. Hit me with a sugar coma, I won't even know that she's cutting me up and eating me. Patiently waiting for the ick to leave so I can get back to eating my fried rice. Ah, take your time, Paradox, man. It'd be like that sometimes. Some flaws in evil characters in movies I've seen just encourage me to try to be better as a person. Exactly. Their flaws reflect on you too closely. Who said Rinko? Yes! Sheep, is that why I hate Rinko the pick-me girl? I think that's part of it. Because I think that's a lot of what we've dealt with in Silent Hill F so far. A lot of what we've dealt with in Silent Hill F so far is character flaws that you get while you're a child. They are things that pretty much everyone deals with in some way. And it's just like, oh God, I remember like having moments like that. Moments of being like jealous of another person romantically and being like, they suck. I hate them. We should all hate them. And it's like, I don't hate them. I'm just kind of jealous of them. They're kind of fucking awesome. You know what would be a fun one if it turned out Rinko was a lesbian? Rinko, that's the redemption arc for Rinko right there. It turns out Rinko is a lesbian. She was actually in love with the main girl the whole time. And she's like just pretending to like the man because she's supposed to be the goody girl who gets married to a man and that's what her life is told. But she sees this like strong girl who plays like the boys and is like doing all the sports things. And she's like, oh, she's so sexy. But my man plays with her. And even though they're not an item, she's like, no, but I must like the man. That must be why I hate her so much. It's not that I want her. It's that I want her dead and out of my way. And that is unfortunately something that happens so much in like LGBT stories where it's normally, and I mean, that's because it happens so much in real life, where if there's somebody closeted, they take it out on the people that are actually out around them because they're like, wait, you're happy with the fact that you like the same gender? You're not like scared of that fact? You're not scared of like society judging you and attacking you? Wait, you get to like wear pretty dresses and do your nails different colors? All internalized homophobia? Yeah. And it's kind of been overdone at this point. Like, some series do it in a very poor way as well, where it's just like, eh. And it also becomes a bit of a fetish thing sometimes as well. A lot of people are into the whole, like, oh, they bullied me, but now they also want to fuck me. And also, like, damn it, I said the F word. I've been trying not to do that. They bullied me, but they also want to frick me. And, like, oh, I'm kind of into that. They can be, like, all derogatory while they do it. And it kind of, like, plays into some of my kinks. And, yeah. I just really hope the Shu story gets fleshed out. That felt a bit lackluster. It did. Like, either Shu was, like, royally messed up and they didn't, like, go far enough into it to explain it, or Shu just really had some, like, bad moments and, like, he really didn't deserve what he got. Like, it's interesting. If you're not mine, you're not anyone's. Oh, hell yeah. 1 coin for the swear jar. Yeah. I really need to put my clown wig in. Somebody made me a nice clown wig asset, but I haven't put that in yet. I'm gonna play with a lot of those on my 2 days off this week. Because I want to add, like, a head pat one as well. And there's, like, a couple, like, Uno reverse and other things. Says frick, but also kinks in the same sentence. There's nothing wrong with kinks. And there's nothing wrong with saying the F word. It's just, like, I'm just trying to say it less. This reminds me of the time I read Scum's Wish. Oh, I love Scum's Wish. I'm not even gonna lie. That shit is trash, but that shit is good trash. And it's hot at points. The kid who's in love with his teacher. The girl who's in love with the other teacher. And they're smashing each other just to take out some of their sexual frustrations. And then there's the doomed Yuri subplot that gets into it. And the teacher that plays into it, which is so fucked up. It's good shit, man. It's good shit. It's fucked up shit, but it's like... Ah, man. These kids are crazy. Love some good trash sometimes? Yeah. Sometimes you just want PWP. She was basically the tuxedo mask on either perspective of Shoujo Kakume Utena or Princess Tutu of Silent Hill. I do not know those well enough, unfortunately. Utena? I know Utena involves like a lot of like graphic, yeah, displays of things that are non-consensual. But they do it in like an artistic way, but yeah, they play into it. What is this media? Oh, it's an anime called Scum's Wish. Also, I think a manga. The anime was actually animated really beautifully and artistically too, and had a lovely opening song. But yeah, it's just... Shut up, Windows. It's just about like 2 high school students who fall in love with 2 separate teachers, and then they're just basically like longing for them, pining for them, but because they can't have them, they end up like having fun with each other on the way. And then it turns out like there's another girl who's into the girl, and all kinds of crazy shit happens. It's there. My job is done here, but you didn't do anything. Swish's cape, Shu and Hinako. More of like, I'm gonna murder you for what you did, but I didn't do anything. Hangs person. Ganymede. Enjoyed the meandering discussion today. Oh, we are even more meandering today, baby. Really got into horror during college because my favorite film professor liked the genre. I was scared, but I pushed myself because I liked how horror could be a vehicle for societal issues, and because I wanted to know how these films were made. Learning about the genre made it less scary in general, though I still weirdly find ghost stories and possession freaky. That's an interesting thing to dive into for your psychology. But also, yeah, the ghost stories and the possessions and alien abductions are really fun. Interesting, because yeah, you said ghost stories and possessions. For some reason, I connected that in my mind to like alien abductions as well. I feel like all of those have a similar thing of like you having your agency taken away from you. I enjoy psychological and well-crafted contemporary horror, Get Out, etc., but also have a soft spot for the classics, Christopher Lee Dracula, and even the schlocky 1970s, 1980s stuff, Blood Rage and other slashers. I love that the genre is so diverse today, yeah. And that's why I love like Cabin in the Woods as well, which just plays off of all of it. It plays off of like all of those things. It takes them in silly directions and in very interesting directions. It has like the slasher horror, then it has the more like psychological aspects, and it turns out it's all just one big ritual connected to everything. It's so good. Comedy horror is also a thing, right? It is. Yeah, you can play off the tropes. Things like Scary Movie, like Cabin in the Woods. There are lots of things like that where it's just like, isn't horror so silly? And now we can make fun of it. Like, I remember that was actually the way... Remember I told you guys that the first time I got like truly scared of anything was like the English version of The Ring when I was like a kid. The first way that I finally like stopped caring about Sadako as a scary monster was thanks to Scary Movie 2. Because there's that scene where Sadako shows up and she has a chainsaw. And she's like revving the chainsaw up in the air, and then she accidentally chops down like a giant piece of wood that falls down on top of her head. And suddenly I was like, oh, yeah, these monsters are silly. They come out of fucking TVs. Like, everything is so silly about them. They're not real. So you can have fun with them and laugh at them and do silly things with them. Also, the idea of like Sadako trying to come out of a phone nowadays. Like Sadako, you watch the Ring tape on like a mobile screen instead. you get away from all TVs, and then she has to come at you out of a phone, and so she can only reach one hand through. She's like, hey, you, come here. I need to grab you. I need to grab your face. I need to scare you to death. Funko Pop Sadako? Hell yeah. And then you know what happens? She goes in the jar. Anyway, as I mentioned, I like psychological thriller type horror, so a lot of it's kind of grounded, but not all, since some giallo, Italian thriller subgenre, is pretty out there. I also love space horror. Some of my favorite films are Silence of the Lambs. Ooh, Alien? Yeah. Copycat? I don't know Copycat. Deep Red? I don't know either. Profondo Rosso. A Girl Walks Alone at Night. Nope and Event Horizon. I only know a few of those. Silence of the Lambs is great. Alien is fucking amazing. Nope is amazing. And Event Horizon. Yeah, those are all amazing horror movies. I don't know A Girl Walks Alone at Night, Deep Red, or Copycat. So I have some things to look forward to. Nope mentioned? Yeah, Nope's a great movie. Nope is really good in the way it like took alien horror and turned it into like a big like how we treat other creatures kind of thing. Stop the jar. I just said it's cute. What if Sadako came out of your phone really tiny? Yeah, you could just play with her. You could just like give her a strawberry and be like, maybe you don't have to be grumpy anymore. Look, this strawberry is bigger than your entire body. Enjoy the strawberry. Have a fun time. Nope is basically Jaws, and I love that. Is it? I feel like Jaws was more of like an well, maybe like the Jaws original novel, you mean? Because the movie, like, it scared people more about like sharks and stuff. It made them into like a horror thing. Whereas Jaws was supposed to be like about the fear of the unknown and shit. And about like a man overcoming his fear of the water and stuff. I don't know. Nope, to me it feels more, I don't know, maybe it's just a more simple understanding. I also haven't watched Jaws properly since I was like a teenager. I love the parallels between Jean Jacket and the way OG handles horses. Oh. Ah. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. And the whole, like, connecting it to the child star who managed to survive the attack by the monkey, which was just a wild animal that was being exploited by humans and then finally snapped back to its base animalistic nature. And it's a cool take as well for, like, alien life, where it's like, for once, alien life isn't this super hyper-intelligent thing that, like, discovered space travel. It's just a thing that happens to be able to fly around in space and is just still just an animal attacking and consuming and eating. Jordan Peele described Nope as you think you're watching Close Encounters, but it turns out you're watching Jaws. Oh, okay. I clearly need to rewatch Jaws. Jaws the movie isn't really horror, but it's the concept of big scary animal, but it's just an animal. Yeah. It's just like understanding an animal, not fucking around with that. Well, yeah. Learning how to handle them and having a healthy respect. Saw a documentary about Jaws recently for its anniversary this year. I had no idea how much PTSD making that movie gave Steven Spielberg. Wait, really? I didn't know that either. Jaws fit into the same vibe as Subnautica for me. Fear of not knowing what is there, but knowing something is. That's almost thalassophobia. Thalassophobia is really just the fear of like the great unknown big open spaces. But yeah, I think that's what that plays onto as well. It's like, oh my God, it's so empty. There's so nothing. But what if something huge grabs me and pulls me down and there's no way out and like I'm lost in the infinity forever? I love in Nope the theme of how alien is like a wild animal and how we don't know how to handle animals until it's too late. Yeah. And so often as humans, we think we can like master the environment and master everything about us. That's actually similar to where the idea of like Alien comes from as well. Because Alien is a similar thing where it's humans messing around with nature and thinking like we can control it, we can harness it, we can make it exploitable. And then realizing like, oh no, these things are just way more evolved than us. And in the case of Alien as well, it's not something that's necessarily more intelligent. It's just so much better adapted to space with like its acid blood and its stabby stab tail. And yeah, that's fun. Love the Alien in Annihilation too. It just tried to understand reality in its own way. Yeah, that one was fascinating as well. It was just trying to make of the environment what it could, bring like its own understanding into things. And yeah, the ending of the movie is really interesting. Unpopular opinion, I like Deep Blue Sea more than Jaws because it was scary sharks, but the humans were the real monsters. And then LL Cool J was funny in it. I don't remember Deep Blue Sea, so I can't talk about that one, unfortunately. The best things for the fear of the ocean is the movie Underwater, and for gaming it's Subnautica. Is Underwater the one with the girl from Twilight? I can't remember if that's the Underwater one, but I loved that movie. The one where they're like down on a deep sea. Yes, it is. I found my... Yeah, okay, yeah, I love that one. Because that one's like almost eldritch horror as well, because you get like a big giant monster Cthulhu kind of thing going on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love that one. So you have like a whole like race of creatures down there that we don't know about. It also kind of feels very... what's the found footage one? The one with the giant monster that shows up in New York and starts tearing things up, but it's found footage. It is eldritch because it is Cthulhu. Yeah, that's the fun thing, though. I don't think it is actually Cthulhu, but it is just like a giant monster that we fucked around with by accidentally digging too deep down. And the fact that you're completely alone when you're down there. Yeah, Cloverfield, thank you. But yeah, the whole idea that we disturb their environments and mess it up. I love the fact that, like, even Godzilla comes from a whole idea of, like, a nuclear explosion being such a horrible, a terrifying thing where you can just, like, boom, an entire city is fucking gone. And so they turn that shit into Godzilla, and it's like, yeah, here's a manifestation of it. And that's basically what happened with Cloverfield as well. The Cloverfield monster was supposedly woken up by nuclear testing out in the ocean. They got woken up and decided to fuck shit up. So a Balrog? Yeah, Balrog. It's humans fucking with environments they're not supposed to fuck with, waking something up that is old and ancient and way more powerful than them. And in some levels, yeah, it does traipse into the whole methodology of like, oh, you've stepped in a place that mortals aren't supposed to. This is the realm of the gods, and now you will be crushed. Which is what I love in Prometheus as well. Where it's like technically an alien movie, but not really an alien movie. They just go out into space and discover something and try to create the things that it created humans as well. Like waking up a Snorlax. That's more scary. Snorlaxes with a grumpy streak. You don't want to deal with that. Taking a giant monster and wild animals, there are parallels between the Alien and Nope and the third act of King Kong where they bring him back to New York. Yeah. And they try to make that bitch perform in stage shows. They try to make him like dance and perform and make him a sideshow, and he is not happy about that. Especially considering he was like this big respected god in another land. Which is totally what humans would do. Like, let's be honest, if we found something that was basically a god, we would be like, oh, who wants to pay money to come see it? You can pet it, you can ride it. It's like, it was a god in its land, and we have reduced it to nothing. 'Twas beauty killed the beast. Wait, what? Prometheus was so good, I still want the giant facehugger to take me. So wait, you don't mean the facehugger, you mean like the gray thing that like grabs the, I know exactly what you mean, like right near the end, the thing that grabs the engineer, the tentacle monster. Did I stutter? Fair. See, tentacles aren't for me, but I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Basically what P.T. Barnum and Bailey Circus did. Yeah, but they did it to fucking people as well, which... Ugh. Yeah. That's another case where it's like, oh, the fantasy stories are so messed up and good representations. And then you hear about P.T. Barnum and what he did to people with, like, yeah, conditions and how he exploited them. And it's like, oh, yeah, humans are always the true monsters. Veli-chan. Atsu and TY for the stream, Sensei. So many insights and horror game recommendations from here. Homework. Horror as a whole is fascinating for me. Because you can explore many aspects of fear to human, and it's not only from some unknown things, but your own mind can sometimes scare you, and I love them. Yeah, especially when it does come to, like, the more psychological aspects. A lot of it just plays around the idea of, like, we're not going to show you what happens. We're going to give you a general idea of how freaky it can be, and then let your mind fill in the blanks. Good luck with everything. My favorite subgenre of horrors are supernatural, folk horror, and paranormal and psychological. Folk horror is a very interesting one. We didn't talk about that one too much, but yeah, the fact that different cultures have like different stories for like why a child will go missing in the night, or why I don't know, storms can sometimes cause like other natural phenomena that fuck you up. things that we don't understand in the environment and just explain as like ghosts and monsters and gods and stuff. Let the mind construct. Hell yeah. As for my favorite horror movie, they are the Fatal Frame series. I really need to play more of that. I'm so glad they're doing a remake of number 2. The Dread Out series. Hell yeah. The Conjuring universe. Love number 1. 2 and 3 are okay. I'm looking forward to the new one. Nuke's Top 5, a horror YouTube channel. See, that's more comedy to me than anything, but I do like it. Nuke's Top 5, if you don't know what that is, they just collect other people's stories rather than making anything of their own. But they connect like all of the different like paranormal investigation kind of channels that do some very interesting things. And like the different like horror created content. And as far as I know, they like properly ask permission like Daily Dose of Internet does. I'm pretty sure they do. Like they get permission for people to actually share their things. So it's a good way to see things and then be like, oh, this creator's really cool. Let's go explore them. I found some really good like Japanese creators from there that like pretend they're investigating haunted houses. And then it turns into more of like an analog horror kind of thing where there's like a lot of fake stuff and production that goes into it. And it's cool. I wouldn't say Rotten Mango is horror content since it's real life. Yeah, that's true crime. True crime is a slightly different thing from horror. Rotten Mango, of course. Yeah. I didn't even see that at the bottom. I didn't know that was from this comment. But yeah, no, I wouldn't really call Rotten Mango horror. But I mean, yeah, it is true crime. And true crime is horror. It does scratch a similar itch. Like I said, I would look into like all the kind of different like horrible torture methods they used to have. It's a very similar thing of being like, oh, this is what some criminals actually do. Like finding out what some of the horror stories like Silence of the Lambs and so many of the other like horror movies are based around like real serial killers and some of the fucked up shit that they did before they got caught and like making it into a fantasy version. So that's always fun. Love Rotten Mango. I used to listen to it while I was at work. Yeah, it's a very relaxing way to listen to true crime. I love folklore. There's a lot here in the Philippines, especially the ones with the religious ones here. That's the fun thing about folklore. Folklore exists everywhere. It's just a lot of it we consider boring if we like grew up in one section of the world and it's like, oh, we've already heard about all these things. But yeah, not necessarily horror content, but still creepy. The creator, Stephanie Sue, has done a series reading horror books called Baking a Murder that I think would align with the horror topic, but not the true crime podcast she does. Yeah, I only knew about like the true crime stuff she does. She does do a lot of fascinating stories though, and they're very well researched. Truly hate what Ryan Murphy is doing to the Monster series. We're just out here glorifying crime. What's Ryan Murphy been up to? Because he was the one who did Glee and then started doing American Horror Story, right? I don't know what you mean by the Monster series. I don't know what he's been up to. Folklore is amazing. I love learning different folklore from different countries. Yeah, learning like the different mythology and like where it comes from and like the different names for it and like how to appease different spirits and cryptids and stuff is always so fun. Shout out to the Manangal. My mom compared me to that creature whenever I never brushed my hair. Is that the vampire that's just a head that flies around? I'm not sure, but that's funny. Felim. Hi, Sensei. Here's my homework. Love the thrills of horror. I do get scared, but I'm more curious than anything. And the adrenaline from jump scares is exciting. I especially love watching horror or playing horror games with friends and family. I love seeing their reactions, screaming together, and then we end up laughing and teasing each other, which makes it a really fun bonding experience. Yeah, when you all have like different things that you jump at and you laugh at somebody from jumping, but then it gets you later. More like half a body. Oh, but I was right then. Really? Yeah, the half body one. Awesome. Yeah, that one's fun. Mantina Pereira terrified me as a child. Brazilian folklore is no joke. That one I don't know, unfortunately. Half body of a woman. Yeah, with like the intestines dragging along behind it as it flies around. He's doing the Monster series now. It's similar to American Horror Story, but every season is a true crime story. Oh, okay. Wait, is he the one that did like the Ted Bundy? No, I don't think that was him. Okay, yeah, I don't know what Ryan Murphy's up to right now. My mom called me the Bruja because my hair was wild. I saw somebody else say that. Oh, there we go. My mom used to call me a Bruja for not brushing my hair. Meanwhile, that just means witch, doesn't it? So, I mean, you can have some witches with perfectly fine hair. The Bruja. He did the Dharma one. Oh, okay. I did watch that one. The Netflix Dharma one. Yeah, I do remember that one. Okay. I don't really have too much of a problem with that. I don't know if it like romanticizes it too much or what, but yeah. As long as you realize like, creepy, fucked up people, it is what it is. Let people tell stories based off of that. But yeah, you shouldn't like romanticize the real people who did horrific shit. Joke's on her, I leaned into it. Hell yeah. Is a witch, I shaved my head. Even better. You can't have messed up hair at all. My favorite subgenres are horror are paranormal, psychological, supernatural, and found footage. When it comes to... I love found footage. Found footage makes it feel so much more real and connected. When it comes to horror media, I really enjoy games like PT, Madison, Outlast 2, Resident Evil 7, Alien Isolation, Until Dawn, and Visage. Those are pretty much all of my favorites. I never got to play PT, unfortunately. I haven't played the Outlast series. But yeah, Madison, Resident Evil 7, Alien Isolation, Until Dawn. I haven't played Visage yet, but we are playing that very soon. Awesome. And I like what PT did with it. Because one of the best things that horror games can do that other things can't do is like lean into the whole like reality changing aspects. And it's not something that just horror games do. They use it to great effect in a bunch of games. Like with horror games, when you like walk down a corridor and there's absolutely nothing. So you have to walk backwards and then you notice like, oh, something's changed. A door is open or like one of the paintings is different. And then you stare at the painting and it moves. Kind of shit like that you can't really see in reality. And when you see it in a movie, it's not as creepy. But when you see it in a video game and they have to time that shit, it works so well. Where you literally, you're like, I've already checked this whole house. What's going on? And then you walk through and you notice something tiny and you're like, what is that? And you get closer and then you're like, jump scare or like something freaky happens. It's always good. And that's what I like about that one when it actually has a payoff. Whereas, yeah, there is that whole like subset of games where it is just like, spot the difference, but it's spooky. Now there's a ghost hiding in this room. Ooh. But yeah, I love that. When they do it in horror, it's done so well. But they also do it really well in like games that want to fuck with you psychologically. Like Misa, no, not Misao, Miside. Miside did a really good job of that, where they like played with the idea that they knew you were in a video game. They knew you were playing a video game. They knew you were like an anime fan and possibly like a visual novel fan, a dating game fan. And they used that all against you and created the idea of like a fictional character that knows it's like code fucking around with you and trying to get out. Same for like Doki Doki Literature Club, just on a lesser level. So obviously Doki Doki Literature Club did it way the fuck earlier. But the fact that Miside was able to do it with you being in like a 3D environment and exploring a world, and then it's like a 2D like visual novel, and then she like straight up comes out of the computer into the real world, and that was great. That was great. It really makes you think about how you treat like some fictional things. And it is a fun thing to explore, because obviously we do the whole like, well, it's fictional, so it's not real. And at the same time, there is a level where like the escapism goes too far and it starts to affect your real life, which Miside plays around with a lot. And also leans into like what we talked about before with like the me video. But yeah, I love that. For movies, I'd say Final Destination. Final Destination is fun just to see like what the deaths are going to be like. Sometimes it goes too ridiculous though. Like sometimes they're just so over the top. It's like, it goes back to like the 70s and 80s exploitive, like we just want to see blood and violence and graphic gore, and it's like But yeah, when everything plays together into like a big, oh, what's that? Something mechanism, something game, where like everything like works together in the environment to come together to murder someone is so fucking cool. Baby Mita, yeah, baby, all the little like chibi little baby Mitas were so cute, and the sleepy one you just wanted to tuck in, and the really silly one who wore the hat, Cappy was so much fun as well. They were all so cute. They were also daughter coded. And then there was like the succubus one and some other interesting ones. Rube Goldberg machines, thank you. Yeah, every Final Destination death that feels the best is like a Rube Goldberg machine, where it's like you see all the Chekhov's guns lying up. You see like a gun in one area. And a lot of time they play off of that, where it's like, oh, the gun falls over and it goes off, but it doesn't hit anyone. But then it turns out that the gun like hit something in the far distance and a gas explosion happens. Like it's so much fun when they play off of those like very obvious things as well as like red herrings. And it's like, how are they going to die? You'll never see it coming. Raina Noy, thank you so much for donating to the allowance. True crime is interesting. I keep trying to analyze why I like it, and I do realize I tend to watch more of it when I'm stressed. I know it's really popular. I wonder what the reasons are that other people like it. I'd be interested to find out too. Here's something that I'm going to say that may not be correct, but I am going to say I feel like for some people it like lets them release some of their stress to imagine like some of the fucked up things that they can do. Because what you said about like feeling stressed, I know for a fact that there are a lot of people that like true crime because they just like imagining like how they would get away with a murder. What I will say is that some of the most avid true crime watchers are people that do not have a job and that stay home most of the day. Like true crime is well known as being like a housewives thing, especially because like a lot of housewives feel frustrated with the fact that they don't feel particularly seen. They don't feel like they're getting away with something. And let's be honest, a lot of them secretly want to kill their husbands and be free of their children. Not most of them, certainly not all of them, but there is a lot of like inherent frustration that goes into that you can't let out. And so listening to true crime is like, I could do it. I could get away with it. I have so much free time at the house right now and I'm really stressed. I could think about the perfect way to get rid of the body, to do this, to do that. And another part of it is just like fantasizing, having fun with things. Like a lot of people don't like to talk about it, but there is something inherently sexy about a fucking serial killer, which is why a lot of the serial killers tend to be like good looking and get a lot of conjugal visits and like fan mail. A lot of people think like, God, I hate my life. I just want to escape it. Maybe I should just kill someone. Maybe I should just go on the run. It is a good like form of escapism. And, you know, hopefully it's the case where people are just working out like some of their internal issues and just thinking about some of those things. And then other times it is just a fascination thing where it's like I said earlier, wow, the human body can take that much damage. Like, wow, a person can go that wild. And some of the things that you find out about like serial killers are fascinating because it's like when you find out that like Ted Bundy got pulled over by cops multiple times, but was just so charming and suave and just like, hey, how's it going? Like literally had a dead body in his trunk and would just be like, yeah, no, I'm all good. Oh, you want to give me a tow? Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, my car did break down. You end up having somebody like letting him stay over their house for the night or giving him a lift. And it's like, wow, okay. Serial killers live a different fucking life, man. Read Mindhunter, a book by one of the FBI agents who started the behavioral analysis unit. It was interesting to understand why people did things. Yeah. Because that's the thing. When they finally started getting into like why serial killers actually commit crimes, which is what Mindhunter is about. You are correct. Mindhunter is about like one of the first BAU agents, the one who like kicked it off essentially, one of the first two. And he said like, if we analyze why serial killers do this, we could actually track them down. We can start to create a profile, which is profiling, but is psychologically based profiling, which is actually important because it's like, okay, so this person has to be like a good member of society. They have to blend in well, or the opposite for like, oh, this person very clearly cannot have any kind of attachments. They must live alone and be away from everybody else. This person is like an ex-male in their ex years kind of thing. Like, it's always so fascinating. Spencer Reed, my beloved. Yeah, I do love. That was one of my favorite shows growing up. What was that one called? Criminal Minds. Criminal Minds was great. You say Spencer Reed, my beloved? Derek Moore, my beloved. Derek Moore is fine as fuck at everything. I love him as Hondo in his new police show too. I love him in Sonic. But yeah, him in Criminal Minds was amazing. Especially when you find out all the shit that happened with his dad in that one. And he gets kidnapped and has to use like his psychological training to dissociate on purpose. That shit's amazing. But yeah, Mindhunter is fascinating. And the whole idea that like at one point, serial killers were just like so overlooked on things. It was like, well, they just really like killing, I guess. And then you started like looking into why serial killers did a lot of the things. And a lot of the times it is like, they were traumatized as children in one way or another, or they were already kind of fucked up. And then some things happened that decided like their message and their like trophy taking and all of these other things. Like, yeah, it's very interesting to see how that all comes together. And you start to like be able to analyze, oh, this person's a serial killer and how so many of them blend in so well with society and like get away with everything for a long, long time. Penelope was my girl. Penelope was great too. And Aaron Hotchner. Aaron Hotchner was fine as fuck as well. But wasn't he also Greg from Dharma and Greg. I think that's why I couldn't take him seriously. Because I'd seen this man like jumping on top of tables and like rubbing his arms side to side, being like, oh my God. And then he's suddenly Aaron Hotchner, who's basically Batman. And it was like, you're a good actor. You're a good actor. The Mentalist was also a good series. The Mentalist was pretty good. I really liked White Collar as well. White Collar has like one of the sexiest men in the world in it. I forget his name. But the main guy from White Collar is fine as fuck as well. And he's another like career swindler criminal who does really cool fun stuffs. I love watching horror before I go to bed because it makes me feel more Matt Bomer, fine as fuck. Love watching horror before I go to bed because it makes me feel more relaxed for some reason. See, me too. A lot of people don't understand that, but it is comfy, right? You listen to like horror stories, especially if it is like a calm, relaxing horror. Or yeah, like true crime stories. They go with the same kind of voice where it's all like, ah, yes, we're all going to relax today and we'll speak each word syllable by syllable. So it becomes a very calming and relaxing atmosphere. At 9 a.m. on the 14th of September, 2029, the world will end. Anyway, sleep well, my lovelies. Bye-bye. ASMR horror. That's basically what it is. It's just very comfy, and at the same time, you get like a little bit of like the brain triggers. You get a little bit of like the warm fuzzies, and you also get like a little bit of the horror that makes you want to be like cozy and under your blankets and blah. Maybe it comes back to the fact that like when we were kids, we were scared of everything. And so there was some sort of nice feeling of being like, the world is terrifying because I don't understand it, but when I hide under my blankets, the monsters can't get me. The monsters are under my beds and they're at the bottom of the stairs. If I run up the stairs as soon as I turn off the light, I can get up there before they get me. If I get into bed and pull the covers up on top of me, I'm safe. And that becomes like a comfort thing, especially in a world where our actual horrors become so much more mundane, where it's just like death, taxes, work, obligations, responsibilities. Suddenly it's like, man, I wish I was still just afraid of monsters and going into school the next morning. Oh God, those were the days. You ever listen to the Magnus Archives? Yeah, I love the Magnus Archives. They're doing a new season, aren't they? I haven't actually listened to any of the new stuff, but I listened to all the original stuff. Finally, someone who understands. Yeah. The running up the stairs is so real, yeah. You have like, back in the days when you had like only the one light switch at like the bottom of the stairs and you had to be like, okay, lights off, run. It's like, can't catch me. You have to come all the way up from the basement. Good luck. Sensei, I think it's supposed to be intimidating, not relaxing. Yeah, which is why I think like maybe it is connected to the whole like when we were kids. Suddenly we were safe. As long as we were like under our covers, under our blankets, we were safe. The monsters couldn't get us. And so it feels the same when we're adults. We can listen to just about anything and it just feels comfier. Being like a little bit afraid, a little bit like teased, and then under our blankets and sleeping. But if you're under the blanket, you won't see them if they're above you. And that's a very good lesson in psychology. Because a lot of the time, anxiety comes from us overthinking things that are never going to happen. A lot of the times, what we fear isn't actually the thing, but it's the fear of fear itself. It's like us thinking like, oh no, what if an alien kidnaps me? And you're like, that would be horrible. What if they like eat me or kill me? And meanwhile, maybe an alien will kidnap me someday and they'll just be like, hey, we're going to run some MRIs. We're going to do some tests. Cool, we take some blood work. And I'll be like, yeah. You guys got to probe me? Because I was kind of hoping for some probing. And they're like, oh no, you sick fuck. And then they'll dump me and get a different human. And I'll be like, aw, I blew my shot with the blue space dudes. Damn it. And I'm under the blanket with only the monsters I've got to deal with are the voices in my head. But those you get used to, and it's easier silenced by another blanket. Yeah, then you get a weighted blanket, and the weighted blanket fixes everything. The Grudges taught me very early that under the blanket is not safe. Yeah, no, there are actually like horror movies that specifically aim at things like that. Like The Grudge is a great one where the monster can literally appear in that tiny space in the blankets. And there's also Skinamarink, which is like all set in like a house and two kids just like playing house with each other, but there's a demon slowly torturing them. Would you rather have the monster hover over you or be under your bed? Be under my bed. Like out of sight, out of mind. Like I can fall asleep eventually. I've fallen asleep in worse places. I've fallen asleep where there was active danger. Like eventually your mind and your body just gets so tired that you have to pass out. And then you wake up and you're like, oh, I'm alive. I survived that. Weighted blankets. It's so good. Alien. Wait, humans are into probing? Yeah. I like to think that aliens will eventually pick me up and I'll just freak them out so much that they'll never come back. Wait, we got raiders? Who did we get raided by? I'm opening up YouTube now. Sorry, I didn't have that open. I've just been comment grabbing with other things. Who did we get raided by? Hello, raiders! Welcome! Kaniaki Arina channel. Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys are having a lovely day. We're just doing a just chatting thing today. Right now, we're going through our homework from last week, which was everybody commenting what their favorite type of horror was. So we're just like going through some of these and listening to people's favorite like horror movies, favorite horror genres, all getting ready for October where I'm going to be doing nothing but horror games. But thank you guys so much for swinging by. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you guys so much for the raid. What were you guys doing on your stream? What were you guys up to? Sleeping in active dangers? What do you mean, Sensei? When I was younger, there was a time that I did end up homeless. So there was a time that you had to like, you know, you go to sleep somewhere and you don't know if somebody's going to try and set you on fire or just steal your shit or just beat the shit out of you. Because people are horrible to homeless people. But yeah, there are times that you can genuinely like hear sounds around you. You'd fall asleep and you just hope that you wake up untouched, essentially. Sensei, there are pupils lurking under your bed. They will crawl under your skin at night and eat you alive. Come at me. Pupals don't eat me. I eat pupals. Delicious, delicious pupals. London? Yeah, London. During sleep paralysis, it's often said that the sleep paralysis monsters appear above you, sitting on your chest, etc., and making it hard to breathe. See? And also, that's how succubi and incubi got formed. Succubi and incubi are most likely paralysis demons from when people didn't understand it. And so they would see like a monster sitting on their chest and they'd be like, oh no, it's trying to take my innocence. It's trying to molest me and then drain my soul. And meanwhile, I wake up with like a sexy like succubi or incubi on my chest and I'm like, oh no, what are you going to do to me? Like, what do you have in store? Yeah, they do that. Yeah, they do that. We're not takoyaki, Sensei? Then why takoyaki shaped? Why takoyaki designed? So that's how Zanny was born. Zanny's just a sleep paralysis demon. But he's a comfy sleep paralysis demon. People go to Zanny for the sleep paralysis demoning. Pupils in a bucket laid on your stomach. You guys couldn't cut through my stomach. My abs are solid as fuck. Good luck. Never get sleep paralysis. I'll never get to meet a hottie succubi. You just have to make yourself really exhausted, but then also make your mind really active. Make yourself physically exhausted, but then do some like math equations in your brain and keep your eyes open. You'll find one. Don't worry. They come for us all eventually. And then we come for them, because that's kind of their whole thing is... Yeah. Anyway. Thank you for the stream, Sensei. Here's my homework. For me, I used to hate horror growing up. I have a very imaginative brain that helps me visualize things clearly. While it's good for creating stories and characters in my mind, it also makes me perfectly visualize horror stories to a point I can see them in the same room with me, which you definitely don't want a young kid to experience. I came to a point where I refused to bring horror books to my home because my kid brain thought I'll bring evil spirits to my home if I do. That's actually quite adorable. I like that. That's actually... Okay, so side note, because this is something that I find quite funny. When I was a child, I didn't understand the whole, like inner voice thing. And I have, like, a very strong inner voice. Like, I am always, like, monologuing inside my head while I'm just going about life. I'm always thinking about things, but I'm always also having conversations with myself. And when I read things, like, in books, I will read them, like, out loud in my mind and in my own voice. And I remember as a child, like, reading books, and one of the first things I had to get over was the idea of like, oh no, I'm reading all these horrible things that these horrible people are saying. And yeah, I think that's something you should get over while you're a child, to learn the difference between fact and fiction. But I remember like talking to my mother about it when I was a child and being like, I don't know if I can read this book. Like, I hear some of the things that like Voldemort says, and when I read it in my own voice, and then I'm technically having those thoughts, aren't I? Is that going to make me a bad person? And realizing like as a child, like, no, that's just no. What? Is that not how everyone reads? Surprisingly, no. There are people who don't have like an inner voice in their head. they read things and it is just the book pages in front of them. They don't visualize. Like, people have different types of visualizations. Some people visualize like full-on images. Some people visualize like using sounds. They can imagine sounds very well, but not images. Some people can like not imagine anything at all. And then there are people who like have very interesting things where they can like taste colors. They can visualize like certain colors, or that, yeah, there's all kinds of different people. But some people just straight up do not have an inner voice. They never have like an active dialogue going on in their head. They're just like walking around, and it's just a different type of thinking, because they're still conscious. They still have like thoughts. They just don't come word by word. So yeah, it's just different. Synthesasia is great. Yeah, synthesia and aphantasia, those are all different things. Where, yeah, they imagine things in different ways and like experience colors or images in different ways. How do you think without an inner voice? That's the thing. I honestly can't imagine it. It's also one of the most interesting facts that they just realized about human psychology, because they're now able to sometimes reverse blindness, either through artificial, like normally through artificial eyes recently. They've been able to reverse blindness in people who have been blind since they were babies. So have never, ever experienced sight. And they've realized that, like, you know how logically to us, we would feel a cube and we would know, well, that cube has edges. That cube has, like, sharp points. So if we see a cube, we know, oh, that's pointy, that hurty. Whereas if we see a sphere, we're like, that's round, it's soft. It's, like, not necessarily soft. It can be made out of a hard material, but I mean, like, it won't cut you. It doesn't have edges. So in that level, they figured out only very recently that when they have people who have been blind their whole life, when they look at like a cube and a ball, you would think, because of like the way that we think as humans who have had vision all of our lives, you would think like looking at the cube, you would naturally think like, yeah, I felt a cube. Like you felt cube-like objects. So you know what an edge is. You know what like a sharp thing is. So you look at a cube and a ball, they don't know which one would actually be round and which one would have edges. They have to actually see the cube and the sphere and then touch them both to connect in their brain. Like, oh, that's what an edge looks like. Oh, that's what a sphere looks like. To us, it comes so naturally to think like, yeah, obviously a sphere is round and it doesn't have edges because you can go all around it. But they just don't connect that to the visual information until they've actually seen it. So that is one way that like people can have a completely different experience of the environment around them, and then be able to be like, oh, so that's what it is, kind of thing. Like, you would think it would just come naturally, like having, even if you're blind, you'd be able to feel like, oh, an edge should be an edge. But even looking at an edge for the first time, they look at like a sphere and a cube, and they don't know like, well, obviously that one's the pointy one because it has edges, because they just don't know what an edge is. They haven't seen it. They have to touch it to experience it, and then they're like, oh, that's what an edge is. That's what a corner is. So that was fascinating to me. That I learned that the other day. Apparently they've only discovered that in science like recently, because they just always assumed that like, because they're able to describe them, because they've touched them, they felt them, they know what a cube feels like, they know what an edge feels like. But just actually putting it through to be like, oh, that's what it looks like is kind of wild. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, interesting science fact. Over the years, I slowly grew out of that idea, but I still refuse to watch anything horror. The only exception is Markiplier videos where he would play scary games. Fun. Some of the VTubers I watch at the time love anything horror related, from movies to video games. Me being a newcomer and wanting to get to know them more, I decided to watch more horror content. However, I found myself enjoying watching them play horror games because they play them very calming, which makes them less scary. They also make watching horror films less scary too, thanks to the commentary and appreciating how they bring these horror films to life. That got me to enjoy anything horror related to a point I find myself watching them in my free time. So I give my thanks to my Oshis, who are the reason why I'm no longer scared of horror. Yeah, horror can be fascinating. Mark, my beloved, Markiplier is always relaxing, and no matter what he does, so yeah, it's always a good time. As for my favorite horror subgenres, I found myself liking psychological horror because I like psychology and how they delve into the human psyche. Yes. Some of my favorite horror movies in no particular order are Under the Skin. See, I didn't really connect with Under the Skin in too much of a way. It's a fun one, but it didn't really scare me at all. But I imagine it's a much different experience. For one thing, it is a very like female-led film. But also, yeah, it just didn't really freak me out too much, and it didn't really like get under my skin, quote unquote. Alien film franchise, I fucking love, and Alien Isolation. Alien Isolation is still the scariest game I've ever played. mouth-washing is brilliant. Because it makes you feel like it's got to be like a horror, and then the true horror is the people that are on the ship, which is fantastic. And it doesn't just like do one or two things. Like, it has so many different types of people on that ship, just trying to survive in their own way and dealing with each of their own psychological issues, which is great. Silent Hill 2 is fucking peak. One of the most interesting character stories of all time. And I still haven't seen Martyrs, but everybody keeps bringing up Martyrs. So I think at some point I'll have to watch Martyrs. But Silent Hill 2 is lovely. The dive into like James's psyche and like how the whole world torments him for a mistake he made. There's a C-drama called Under the Skin, and it's so good. What's the C-drama about? In Hong Kong, we have a place that lets you live like a blind person for a few hours, basically blacked out zone with environmental simulations. Oh, that is fascinating. If they actually give you like different environmental things to explore. Scientists, give people sight. Okay, point out the cube. The fuck's a cube? No, see, that's the thing, because they know what a cube is, because obviously they've experienced cubes in their life. Like Rubik's Cubes, PCs, anything that's block-shaped. So that's the thing. They know the word, they know the idea, they know what it feels like. They just don't know the vision. So yeah, that's fascinating. But that was just... the only reason I brought that up was because people were saying, like, how do you think if you don't have, like, an active, like, auditory version of your thoughts? Because that is how I think, and I think that's how a lot of people think, is we have, like, an inner monologue running where we'll have it question ourselves and converse with ourselves. And, like, when we read a book, we read the words, and even though it's silent out loud, we're still reading them and hearing the words in our head. And sometimes we give them voices. Like, as I got older, when I was a child, I read everything in my own voice. But nowadays, when I read things, I also like create voices for different characters as I'm reading them as well. But yeah, there was a lot of people just, there's no sound involved in it. It's just a different way of doing it. He was too loud for me early on, but he's evened out and I love him now. Markiplier and Jacksepticeye, I like both of them. Jacksepticeye is another one where, like you said, sometimes he's too loud, sometimes he's too energetic, especially, I mean, you know, as soon as you start a Jacksepticeye video from back in the days with that incredibly loud intro. But yeah, I think both of them are both very introspective and intelligent as well. So like Jacksepticeye has done some really good deep dives on like psychological games. Have been really interesting and like poked them apart. And yeah, I'm just glad that they're both still doing well in their own way as well. And even like PewDiePie. It's interesting that the Let's Players from like early YouTube days, they made a shit ton of money. And they did like have to deal with like a lot of the negatives of like fame and fortune and all of that. But then they just kind of like moved on with their lives and they started to like embrace it in their own way. And yeah, found a healthy way to be able to be with their families, to be able to create some content and work on their passion projects. And then also occasionally come back and like do streams here and there. It's nice. It's nice to see like all those like the old like original YouTube gamers just being able to move on and live their life. Definitely need to watch Martyrs, sir. It's something that makes you think about life. Ooh. I had to make an effort to forget Martyrs because it was too much for me. Okay, now I'm very interested. Mark and Jack are my boys. Yeah, man, I grew up with them boys. Have you watched Eden Lake? I think I have. Let me Google this. Is that the Australian one? No, I think that's Lake Mungo I'm thinking about. Eden Lake, Eden Lake, Eden Lake. 2000. Oh, I hated that one. See, Eden Lake plays on a very rough part of psychology for me. Eden Lake, if you don't know what Eden Lake is, it's just a couple that go out into like the woods in like a, it's more of like a pondy area. So it's more of like a lake kind of area than the woods. But essentially they have some kids, some teenagers, but they're like very, very young teenagers. They're like barely at the age of teenagers, like preteens kind of things. And at first they're just being kind of dicks. They're just being youths. They're being rowdy. They're saying some bad shit about the woman. But then they like, it gets horrific from then on. They start like, it becomes very murdery, very rough. And it's just like the fact of like taking a child that you expect to be like innocent and turning them into like full-on murder monsters. And some of the kids are good kids. Some of them are fucked up. Some lads. Yeah, some lads. And then the fact that when they actually, yeah, I won't spoil it, but let's just say they're kids. So when even things start to come out, it's just like a lot of people are just like, but that's our boys. That's our lovely little boys. They couldn't do something bad like that. Like, yeah, it's a really horrific story, essentially, where it's like Oh, but they're supposed to be cute little cuddly kids and they're little murder horrible things. There's a visual novel I like with an old grandma character, and inside my head I hear her words as Debbie Reynolds. I can't unhear it. For Pupals and maybe Sensei, the visual novel is Our Life Now and Forever. I still want to play Our Life Now and Forever. That looks cute. The one where you go through like 4 different stages of life growing up with a childhood friend. That did look sick. Martyrs is best watched blind. The only thing I recommend is the 2008 version because it's the original. They made a US version? Oh. I never trust a US remake. Even though The Ring as a child, the US remake did scare the shit out of me. In general, US remakes are always just like less interesting. And I don't know why they always try to change things. Like, they always manage to miss out on some of what actually makes like the originals more hard-hitting. Like the American version of Oldboy, the worst thing about that is there's nothing that's even like heavily like needed to be Korean about it, and yet they still managed to fuck up the American version. And like, how do you fuck up Oldboy? Just remake the movie. Like, it was such a good movie. It was like such an interesting and terrifying concept, and yet they managed I don't know. I'm very interested in seeing what they do with the American version of Parasite, because I can only imagine it's going to be absolute shit. And I am surprised that Bong Joon-ho let them go ahead with it, considering his whole thing was like, read the subtitles. It's fine. A Tale of Two Sisters 2. Did they make an American version of A Tale of Two Sisters? Why? There's an American Parasite. They've been working on the American Parasite for like 5 years. Do you guys remember the American versions of like some of the anime films they made? Fucking Death Note. Light Turner. What the fuck did they call Misa? Well, they turned Misa into a fucking cheerleader. Oh, God. They're making an American version of Parasite? Yeah, they are, unfortunately. I actually liked the American version of Ghost. I don't remember the American version of Ghost. That's like remaking so many films for the 80s and 90s. Have you seen the remake of The Crow? And that sucked. Because originally I was like, they're not going to be able to remake The Crow. And then they casted Bill Skarsgård, and I was like, okay, they might be able to remake The Crow. And then it came out, and it was like, yeah, they can't remake The Crow. If they can't remake The Crow even with Bill Skarsgård, yeah, with Willem Dafoe as Ryuk. Okay, that was the one good part of the movie. Willem Dafoe as Ryuk fucking slayed. He had the voice down. That shit was great. Everything else about it was horrible. Everything else. They did that with Cowboy Bebop and One Piece, which makes me really angry. It's like Disney's live-action remakes of its cartoons originals and infected other movie industries. I've heard the live-action One Piece is really good. I've heard some people like Bebop, but a lot of people hate it. I just don't even bother to watch them. I saw like the trailer for Cowboy Bebop, and I heard like the girl who was supposed to be, no, the person who was supposed to be Ed doing like the, like super energetic, and I was like, I just can't take this. It's, a lot of that does come from just like preference though. It's just like, it's the same as like anime dubs. Anime dubs, something's really great on you just because you know the language perfectly. And then like the original can like still hit slightly different, even though it is still very cartoonish and silly. Cowboy Bebop was a thing that exists. And it's a shame, because I really like that actor. The main actor from Bebop is a fucking legend. Foe was the only good point in the Netflix Death Note. So true. One Piece was... Yeah, no, I still hear people loving One Piece. Like, a lot of people are really looking forward. Isn't they already making... Isn't they? Aren't they already making, like, a season 3 of One Piece? I think I heard that. And I heard season 2 was gonna do well. It's a preference thing? Yeah, it's a preference thing. Like, I just prefer to listen to the original language versions of everything. Especially when it comes to, like, Donghua. I see so many people... I hate when they, like, release a Donghua on Crunchyroll. And you click on Crunchyroll and it's, like, Japanese original language. And you're like... It isn't though. Like, why do you list that as the original language? Like, the original language is the Mandarin. What? The One Piece live action is amazing. I love it. I'm glad people like it. Let's go. There also just some... Yeah, they should make a live action Ghost Stories with the dubbed version. That's what I love about dubbed versions, when they just go unhinged. And some of them are just really silly, but they work. Like, some of them, they capture the energy. Like, what was Kaguya, Love is War? where they did like the inner voice, like the narrator, completely different. Like the narrator in the Japanese version was always like very mature and masculine, and they did that for quite a bit of the anime. But then they had bits when like confessions were happening or like big fan servicey parts were happening, and like the narrator would just break down and be like, oh my god, it's happening. Like, just lean into the comedy with it. Make it your own thing if you want to. If you're gonna like localize something, localize the shit out of it and make it your own. Make it like worth watching as a separate thing. And if you're gonna translate it properly. Like, don't localize, don't do like a half-assed job where you just like mess around with things. Oda Sensei is involved in the production of the live action, and that probably helps a lot. Having the original creator involved is always good, which is why I'm very excited for the fact that they're doing some stuff with Fata Morgana. They haven't really announced too much of the production stuff, but Hanada Sensei is overseeing it, so that's the one thing where I'm like, I hope it turns out good. I can't even imagine the stress that that must be. For like a series as fucking amazing as Fata Morgana, something that like is such a cult phenomenon where anybody who plays it is like, this is one of the best things ever. I can't imagine how stressful it is to trust a different creator with making an adaptation of that. Fata Moro live action. I haven't heard any updates. No, other than the fact that it was announced that I think they were just working on the script for now. So I don't know how far along it is, but yeah. Hanada Sensei is involved in it. So I think it will, you know, hopefully be good. But there's also the fact that production companies get involved and everybody like gets their say, essentially. Sometimes even if a creator is involved, things go off the rails, and later on the creator just ends up admitting like, I did my best kind of thing. But I'm hopeful for Fata Morgana. But yeah, I can only imagine how stressful that is as the original creator being like, I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best. The Netflix Kakegurui one, I can't even stomach the trailer. Honestly, I don't think anybody's ever going to be able to do Kakegurui justice other than Japan, because like it's so unhinged, it's so over the fucking top. Like, just enjoy that shit, man. Go nuts with it. And if you can't stick the level of unhinged, just stay the fuck away from it. Thank you, Sensei, for the stream. Took me a while to do the homework, but here it is. Oh, I'm doing a different thing. Whoops, zooming into elsewhere. After thinking about it, I may be the type who's really scared but still chases the thrill out of curiosity. I used to get nightmares and paranoia as a kid, which is why I avoided it. But now that I'm grown up, I can handle it better and view it as a different perspective, even have a better coping mechanism so I won't be scared. And that is something that comes along with growing up. As you grow up, you get like able to deal with things better, able to separate reality from fiction, and also able to just be like, wow, that was scary, but I'm still going to go to sleep, but it's because it's okay. For subgenres of horror, I'm often into real life, urban legends, and folk horror, especially with Asian folklore and superstitions. It's interesting to read about these stories, and I like to listen to real life experience podcasts and videos. Not only do I get educated with my own and other countries' cultures and folklore, but also their perspectives and experiences in scary situations. Horror comedy is also something I can take on well as ghost hunting content. I like horror comedy, and I do like ghost hunting content where they like take it really seriously and then just try to overblow everything. Like, I like both like ghost hunting content where they genuinely seem to think they believe it's real, and ghost hunting content where they like very clearly know it's fake as fuck and they just overplay everything. The whole like, can you feel that? The room just got colder. I think I'm sensing there's a ghost in here that has unfinished business. Oh, I'm feeling it. It's so cold. They must have had such a tragic ending. And meanwhile, it was just like a cold wind that blew through a like unfinished basement, and everybody is just like, keep speaking, funny man. I'm so sorry I typed so many words. Don't worry about it. This was a long one. This wasn't a short one. Like the last bunch of like bits of homework have just been like, just give me like a couple lines. This one has been very much like it's time for an essay. So I'm glad that so many people leaned into it and gave their full. 3, I like watching and listening to lots of YouTubers, podcasts, and TikTok content creators who do horror story content. If I play any horror games, I prefer horror co-op / multiplayer ones like Phasmophobia, Repo, and Devour, as playing with friends makes things less scary. See, that's funny. Because, personally, if I play horror games with people, I am going out of my way to make it more scary for everyone else involved. I am like, how how can I torture people? I hide behind corners and jump out at people. I'll like play with my Go XLR. I'll be like, where's my creepy voice? Is it this one?
Nope.
Nope. There we go. I'll just be like around a corner somewhere going like... Shit like that. Shit like that is always hilarious to me. The bonus monster in the horror game, yeah. I try to make things more threatening. Just like hide in a corner and make sounds like that. Especially if they have like, yeah, the type of voice activation where you can like speak to people through the walls. And so they don't know where it's coming from. They're just like, guys, you hear that? What the fuck is that noise? I haven't heard that monster in this game before. I wonder if they did a patch or something. It's great. It's great. The hidden boss is Sensei, always. The voice proximity, yeah. Voice proximity that can go through walls is the ultimate experience for me in a multiplayer horror game. Sounds like it's about to mutate. Yeah, I was trying to do the grudge noise, but I can't do it with my throat today. Just shit like that. Anyway. Yeah, I try to make those kinds of games more terrifying for everybody. And then laugh along after, obviously. But if I have to play solo, I would have to ask a friend to keep me company so I wouldn't be too scared. So far, there's only one horror game I'd willingly play solo, and it's Exit 8. I'm going to watch the movie soon, too. Yeah, I've heard they made a movie out of that. That was kind of wild. They made a movie out of that one. They've made a movie out of like a couple of those like indie horrors from Japan recently where I was like, damn, those only came out like a year ago. Good for them. Exit 8 is pretty good. Is the Exit 8 movie good? Has anybody seen the movie yet? I know it came out like a couple weeks ago. I haven't ever played the game either. The game didn't look interesting to me since it's just like walking through hallways and seeing things that are unusual. Can't wait for the Exit 8 movie to go international. Yeah. It's pretty solid. Let's go. There's a movie of Exit 8. Yeah, it came out just like a week or two ago. I don't know exactly how long ago. But they made an Exit 8 movie very, very quickly. I think it's airing in Japan, right? Is it Japan? I think so. Sensei, your voice sounds more like my grandpa's when he was on his deathbed. Well, that's kind of what I aim for. I mean, that's, yeah, it's supposed to sound like a death rattle. Like, that's the grudge noise. The grudge noise is supposed to be like somebody with a broken neck. It's just that it's a child with a broken neck, so it's like a high-pitched, like... I can't do it. I can't get the clicking sound right now. I usually can, but tonight my throat is just not throating. Anyway, and Good Boy is something I'm considering watching as well because Doog makes everything better. Doog always makes everything better. The idea of like a horror movie as told from a dog that actually sees the supernatural shit is cool. Sensei, please, I've had enough of The Last of Us. I haven't. You know what I rewatched just the other day, just for comfort? The Last of Us. Season 1, Episode 3. The gay episode. Because they did a cinema therapy episode on it recently where it was like how much those two characters like connect with each other and like find their reason for living. The gay as fuck episode? Yeah. The episode that made HBO's Last of Us fucking worth it. Because like the rest of the HBO show, it's well made. It's very well done. Like a good like adaptation because they tell the story pretty much perfect. But then that one episode where they're like, okay, we kind of hinted in the video game that there was like something going on between these two. And then they turn it into an entire fucking cinematic experience with the fucking actors delivering so well. My sister was just watching someone streaming that yesterday. Oh, the game? The game's amazing too. The Last of Us is an amazing game. And I'm one of the people who will actually defend The Last of Us 2. It was too long. It was too meh. But I like the message it tried to give. And I'm kind of okay with the way they split it. It made people angry, but it was trying to make people angry. I think a lot of it just comes down to like the way that they advertised it was the biggest thing that became the problem. But I do quite like the story, even though it is like it's inherently supposed to be annoying. It's inherently supposed to be you don't get any like payoff for what you're hoping for the entire game. Because that's the whole thing. It feels like it would feel good, but would it feel good in the long run? And would it not just spiral into something worse in time? But I could see how that hurts as a video game experience, but I still enjoyed it. It hurt me. It made me cry my fucking eyes out very early in, which is good. It was fine. Yeah, I quite enjoyed it. But I tell you what, if it just honestly stopped with what happens with Joel, I'm honestly fine with what happened to Joel. With what happened to Joel, I was like, you know what? This was probably going to happen eventually with everything that went on. And they made it as brutal as they fucking could and fucking destroyed you. So, yeah, it was amazing. The only thing is the TV doesn't destroy a PC. What TV? I'm very confused. Nick Offerman, my Oshi, made me genuinely cry. Yeah, Nick Offerman is so good at acting. He was good, and the other man was very good in that one. They were both amazing. And just... how am I forgetting Daddy's name? Who plays Joel? Oh my god, Mr. Fantastic. Way the way back to, like, the Sand Snake. Oh my god. Pedro Pascal. Thank you, Pedro. Oh my god, I couldn't remember Pedro Pascal's name. Pedro Pascal is fucking incredible as well. Like, he makes you feel every single emotion throughout that episode. The fact that you see him in that episode realizing that one of his few people that he respected has passed away. And then also the little tiny hint of a moment where he's starting to treat Ellie like a bit of a daughter and he's starting to be nice to her. And then she mentions the woman that he lost, Tess. And he's immediately back to hard ass and he's like, I'm gonna take you to my brother. He was a firefly. He might be like, he immediately like closes the fuck off, walks away from her. Has this sad moment where he almost cries, but he holds it in. And then he's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna get you to my brother. I'm gonna take you to him. He used to be a firefly and he'll deal with you. The voice acting in the original game was incredible as well. But yeah, so good. So good. Looking forward to the streams this week. So excited for everything you've got lined up, Sensei. Thank you so much. And thank you for that. That was a very nice one. Pedro Pascal has the DILF type casting on lock. He does. He really does. He's always a daddy recently. I think the best thing about Pedro Pascal is just how much of a lovely person he is in general. Because he can play all these hard-ass, scary, serious characters. And he was originally... like, people forget, before the daddy type casting, he was the bad guy type casting. Similar to Mads Mikkelsen. Mads Mikkelsen has also had this transformation where both of them used to play, like, monsters, horrible, evil, like, men that did horrific things. And they've both started being typecast nowadays as, like, daddy characters and just mature, respected individuals who look after other people. But what I love about Pedro Pascal especially, and this is actually true for Mads Mikkelsen as well. So, yeah, they are both, like, very, very fucking daddy. is, like, in both cases, they're, like, very serious, very talented men. And then they also just go nuts doing silly things. Like, every time Pedro Pascal shows up in Saturday Night Live, he goes out of his way to play the campiest, the silliest characters, to do, like, the silliest voices, the most over-the-top, like, things he can. He signs up for, like, so many dancing things. Like, his iPhone commercial where he dances around is amazing. Same for Mads Mikkelsen. When you find out Mads Mikkelsen just knows all these crazy skills, like, he can just juggle out of nowhere. He didn't even learn juggling. At one point, people were, like, recording him and saying, like, oh, here's a card trick we need you to do. And he just learned the card trick by sight and was able to do it for the recording. And same for, like, juggling. And he's, like, an incredible dancer as well. Mads Mikkelsen has done a lot of dark humor Danish movies. He has. It's so good. If you've ever seen Another Round is one of my favorite ones by Mads Mikkelsen. Because that's not dark humor. It has humor in it, but it's more of, like, a tragedy kind of thing. But then he also... I think it was called The Hunt, the one where he gets accused of, like, doing horrible things to a child and none of it's true. But the whole thing is he lives in, like, a small town and so everybody just believes it's true because the child said it and they start, like, essentially trying to murder him. Mads has done acrobacy and drag back in his theater days. Let's fucking go. These men are so fucking talented. Seen so many Pedro Pascal memes on TikTok. Yeah, then everything... I don't know what the whole thing about, like, him with his female co-stars is. Recently, I have a hard time to think of Pedro Pascal as a DILF. He's too adorable for me. That's it. Like, I like that juxtaposition. I like that dichotomy. I like that you see him in some roles and Pedro Pascal is like the hard-assed, serious man who will look after you and take care of you. And then other times he's like being so adorable and dancing around and just being like, oh my God. It's great. Okay, the Konax. We'll do these two more and then we'll wrap it up and we'll do our scrapbooking and then we'll just chat for a bit to the end. The Gap Moe, yeah. You try acting against Pedro and not falling in love. True. True. Sensei, Google Pedro Pascal and Mads when they were younger. You will be shocked. I refuse. I will only think of them as DILFs forever. I've seen them both kind of young. I've seen them in their 30s, and they were still fine as fuck in their 30s, but I'll just remember them as they are. Nicole Nax. Thank you for the stream, Cú-Sensei. Always enjoying yapping with you and the Pupals about anything. It makes a really fun time. So here's my homework for the week. I love horror a lot, but I'm also more of a horror watcher than a horror player. I may be able to take watching horror movies, shows, and games, but never get the balls to play them myself. Even something like FNAF scares the hell out of me. When it comes to subgenres of horror, I love the good old psychological horror, existential horror, lost media, and overall those that explore the horrors and tragedies common in real life. Dude, I didn't even talk about lost media, but lost media is so good. The problem is lost media got like taken in like a really silly direction recently, where it was like lost media used to have like really fun things. Like I think of like the Lost SpongeBob episode where like Squidward hangs himself, and it's like, that was creepy. That was well done. There's things like that. And then there's just silly things where it's like, did you know there was a Rugrats episode that proved that like Angelica was hallucinating everything else and all the other babies were dead? And it was like, yeah, okay. They all just, for some reason, a lot of them come back to the whole trope of like, oh, did you know it's all in one character's head and everybody else is dead or did die or is dying or is in purgatory? And it's like, okay. Lost media is so scary. Lost media can be very good. There are some really good ones. And even just like the slightly twisted ones. Like Creepypasta are some of my favorites, but Lavender Town. Yeah, the creepypastas that spin off of things are really good. Lavender Town was a really good one with the whole like creepy suicide song, and it worked well because Lavender Town was already a creepy ghost town. Nightmind had a whole episode about the artist that did just SpongeBob episodes as a larger story. Yeah, Nightmind does such good content. But yeah, the creepypastas that spin off of things are normally good, but sometimes they take like a basic premise and they end up turning it into a trope that's like so overblown that you just get kind of sick of some of the old ones as well. Kind of like how Winnie the Pooh characters each represent a mental illness / disability, though I don't know how true that is. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Because I've seen the arguments for that, and it is very much like I could see how that would happen, and at the same time it's like, is that true? Like, did the author do that on purpose? Is it more like they did it accidentally without thinking about it? Because that sometimes happens as well. You sometimes have like people that will like create something that's fictional, and then it turns out that you realize how much it lines up with some things, and they're like, I didn't mean to do that, but maybe subconsciously it just kind of worked. But yeah, a lot of the times it's just like silly things that are just invented by other people. I really like the Pokemon theory that Ash died after he got hit by lightning by Pikachu, and that from then on everything, because he never gets older, because he technically ages in some of the later series, but then for like the first like several series he was always a 10-year-old kid. The fact that he never became a Pokemon master, the fact that like Pikachu didn't get in the Pokeball, the idea of him getting hit by lightning and then dying and the rest of it being a fever dream while he was in a coma was amazing. That was a good one. But yeah, there's a lot of things like that that just get too silly and don't really have any basis. He does canonically die several times in the anime and in the movies. But I feel like every children's show has like a coma spin-off nowadays, which is just silly. Like I saw one the other day where it was Finn from Adventure Time, and he was like laying in a bed having a coma. He had like Jake the dog on top of him, but he was just a normal dog, and his mother was there, like a blonde-haired human woman, and just like, oh my god, at least he's having fun adventures in his mind. And it's like, Adventure Time is like its own like mythos thing where it's like after a fucking nuclear fallout. Like why do you need to change that? Its main story is already cool enough. Rugrats and the theory that they're all dead. Yeah, we talked about that one a minute ago, Titus, that Angelica is the only baby that's alive, and they have like a different description for how each baby died, and it was like, man, that's morbid. It works, but it only works because you made it work. Anyway, sorry. That all came from Lost Media. Not sure if something like serial killer documentaries, unsolved mysteries, and all that stuff are considered horror. I think they're kind of horror adjacent, especially when it comes to unsolved mysteries. Unsolved mysteries are very fascinating to me. It's always cool to find out about like some of the things that have gone in the world where they're just still not 100% sure of what they are. Like that place where they're not sure if they got hit by like a nuclear bomb, but like all of the trees fell down overnight, and there was like people up the mountain that died with radiation burns, but were also frozen to death. And that's really cool. All the stuff. But I find it interesting. Video games or movies delve into the stories or psyche and emotions of the people within these stories. I also can handle really severe body horror. Oh, I also can handle really severe body horror and gory images. I'm really basic with my choices, but some horror media I've liked include Still Wakes the Deep, love it. Doki Doki Literature Club, love it. Hardly considered that a horror though, personally. To me, it's a dating game with like some, I guess it had creepy aspects now that I think about it. It was more like a tragedy. Jennifer's Body was fun. Chiller's art series, I can't get into. I don't like the art style. Corpse Party, hell yeah. Gakko Garashi, hell yeah. The Promised Neverland. Did I watch that? Oh, the one with the kids. No, I didn't watch that one. Danganronpa's fun. Lots of unsolved mysteries I watch on YouTube. Rainbot stories from our disturbing world. Okay. So a lot of actual, like, yeah, serious gore in that one. Jennifer's Body is like a teen version of Maneater. I don't think I've ever watched Maneater. But yeah, this is very much just like a, hey, don't fuck around. There's cool stuff to find in the hidden files of DDLC. Oh, I know. Some really fun stuff. They did a really good job of making that game. We talked about that a bit earlier where it was like, I like DDLC. And for its time, it was amazing. And some of the things it did was so cool. Some of them go a bit too deep. But yeah, the way that it plays against the fact that it knows you're a person playing a video game and then uses that against you is amazing. And I love the fact that Me-Side did a similar thing with like an updated style. Still Wakes the Deep has a DLC. I know, Equi. You've told me multiple times. Someday I might play it, but it's not on my horror list for this season. Otsuku. I love this homework question. I used to be such a scaredy cat when it came to horror, but I actually got into it by watching no commentary Silent Hill playthroughs on YouTube in high school. I think because of that, I'm much more of a fan of horror that focuses on atmosphere and tension rather than jump scares or things being more fast-paced. I also adore practical effects in horror movies. I'm going to get this out of the way. Practical effects in horror movies. Although they don't really scare me as much, movies with prosthetic makeup and animatronics use really increases my enjoyment, just because I'm fascinated by the craftsmanship and time that goes into them. I'm so incredibly excited for Spoopy Month. It's going to be so much fun. Yeah, it kicks off properly next time. Because next week we are going to have the 5 streams. They're just going to be shorter streams. And there's also probably going to be one day where we technically do 2 streams. So we're going to do 2 of the short ones. Probably the 2 ones that involve yaoi as well. Because each of those are only like 1 to 2 hours long each. So we'll do 2 of those. And just combine them in a row. But probably in 2 separate streams. So they're easier to digest as well. But yeah. In a row. Read The Promised Neverland. The manga is so good. But season 2 is literally a fanfic of the manga. Not related at all. Oh, I thought the whole story went to shit. I didn't realize it was just the anime that went off on the rails. I thought it was the whole thing. But yeah, I like practical effects can sometimes be so good. I don't know if I have bad eyes, but CGI doesn't really bother me that much. So I like when CGI gets used in creative and interesting ways. CGI horror can be absolutely terrifying, but when they do prosthetics right, that shit sticks with you. That shit haunts you. Like some of like the Cronenberg type of stuff can be... that body horror really gets me. And you think about like the fact that The Fly was made forever ago, so it looks a bit silly, but like some of the Cronenberg stuff that he's still doing nowadays. Well, there's some movie that he came up with like 2 or 3 years ago. It's all about people like being obsessed with surgery. Like they're all essentially masochists. And so they like getting multiple surgeries, not because they actually want them, but because it's become like a fashion thing to be in pain, essentially. Cronenberg is clearly working through a lot of shit. He does some real cool stuff. No, not Repo. Not Repo. I'll look it up in a minute. It's people obsessed with surgery, but like for themselves, they just genuinely like pain. Let me search for it. I think it was Cronenberg. Can't type because this is in the way. 1 minute, I'm going to hide this. Out of my way, tablet. It's keyboard's time to shine. Cronenberg movies. Let's see. Was it The Shrouds? Body horror, drama. Everything he does is body horror. That's so funny. How dark are you willing to go? Inconsolable about the death of his wife, Karsh, a prominent businessman, invents a revolutionary and controversial technology that enables the living to monitor their dear departed. No, okay, not that one. Not that one. Was it Crimes of the Future? Body horror by Cronenberg. Let's see. In an unspecified future. Oh yeah, significant advances in biotechnology have led to the widespread adoption of machines and analog computers that can directly interface with and control bodily functions. Humankind itself has experienced several biological changes of intermediate origin. Most significant among these changes is the disappearance of physical pain and infectious disease for an overwhelming majority, allowing surgeries to be performed on conscious people in ordinary settings. Other humans experience even more radical alterations to their physiology. An 8-year-old boy named Brecken can consume and digest plastics as food. Convinced he is inhuman, Brecken's... Okay, we're going to stop there because that's getting into spoiler stuff. But yeah, it was like a very, very dark movie that was... I think the main character in it, the whole idea was like he got addicted. Like, people basically pay to see him deal with pain because he can still feel pain. And so his job is essentially like getting surgeries while being able to feel pain and being paid essentially for this fucked up shit that happens to him. But yeah, it was called Crimes of the Future. It was very interesting. I need to watch that again. I think I must have been like half asleep during that. That's wild. Yeah. Like I said, Cronenberg does a lot of like serious, and it's obviously it's Cronenberg's like practical effects for everything as well. So everything looks very real. That one was only made like a year ago. It's a very good allegory for the internet now. Yeah. The main allegory for the internet that I like recently was the most recent series of Black Mirror. The one that just really breaks you down. The first episode of the new Black Mirror series, where it's the guy whose wife has a brain condition, so she ends up in a coma, and then she manages to get out of the coma with a revolutionary new technology. But the problem is the new technology basically becomes like a paid subscription-based app. So she's able to stay conscious and live, and he's able to be with his wife again, but they have to pay for it every month, and they keep raising the price of the subscriptions and making things more horrific for her so that she has to actually like speak ads. Like they take control of her mind and make her give ads to other people so she can't even live her life properly. And then she starts having to sleep for like 16 hours a day instead of 8 hours a day because she can't pay the subscription fees. And they also tie it into like a live streaming service where people basically just do like horrific shit to make money. So they will just hurt themselves to get money. So he ends up like hurting himself to pay for her medical bills, which, yeah, it was a big like dive into like healthcare as like a business-based model and like subscription-based services for basic like commodities that we need, and how that's probably the direction we're going in the future. I mean, in America recently, they've done that whole thing where you're allowed to like do adaptive pricing in certain places. And so like if a drought happens, they raise the price of bottled water. If like an emergency happens where everybody needs to buy a specific item, they raise the prices of it like immediately so that people can't afford it and they get more money for it. Basically, yeah, just milking people for like things that they desperately need. Some places are making that illegal, but some people are just letting it happen. Dynamic pricing. Yeah, dynamic pricing. Like Uber when an earthquake. Yeah, exactly. Things like that. Hand sanitizer, toilet paper. Yeah, no, if they... I'm pretty sure, like... this may just be the cynic in me. But I'm like 95% sure the whole reason they decided to start implementing that and making it able to happen with just a very quick flip of the button is because they realized how much money they could have made selling toilet paper during the first breakout of the pandemic. They probably realized like, yo, if we had sold this and like the masks that saved people's lives for like 300% the price because people were willing to pay the price because it was an emergency, we would have made so much money off of everyone suffering. Anyway. That's absolutely disgusting. That's I mean, what's the phrase? Demand and something in demand, product and demand. Yeah. And this is why healthcare is a human right. Yeah, healthcare and water and food should be a human right. So should housing. So should housing, at least basic housing. Demand and supply. Thank you. Supply and demand. Yeah. And that's business folks derogatory. But with that said, let's stop being so real. I blame Good Mythical Morning for this. Does anybody else watch Good Mythical Morning? I watched a very funny episode of Good Mythical Morning the other day. And there was literally... yeah? Good. There's literally... I'm going to spoil like one part from one of the most recent episodes because I found it so fucking funny. There's a point where like Rhett and Link are like trying the healthy versions of fast food acts. And there's a point where I think it was Rhett. Where Rhett is like talking about how, well... we're at the late stage of late capitalism now, and at this point, we're just holding on for dear life. We know we're going to die soon and that everything's coming to an end, but we're just clinging on to what makes us comfortable for now to pass the time. And you just have everyone else in the room being absolutely silent. And then Stevie, who's like the voice in their ear at the time, is just like, most people consider us a comfort show to get away from that kind of feeling. And he's just like, oh, well, we're still having fun. And like everybody just laughs, and it was just like, oh man, that's the most real thing that's been said in a long time. I think that rubbed off on me a little bit. I need to watch some more like happy shit for a while. Like the new season of Amazing World of Gumball. I mean, it kind of like, honestly, it kind of happens in Undertale as well. Like Undertale, that's what I meant about like that type of humor being my favorite. Something that seems like kid-friendly and happy, like a Pagliacci's clown kind of thing. Like you have that little mushroom guy in the Tem Village where he's like, mushroom dance, whatever could it mean? Mushroom dance, I wonder what it means. It symbolizes the fact that I cannot escape. I am trapped here by my healthy. My every moment of my life is suffering and I can't do anything, so I at least dance to pass away the pain. Mushroom dance. Play Bo Burnham's That's How the World Works. Oh, that's rough, man. I should have sung that during karaoke. I wanted to sing that one and Welcome to the Internet, but I didn't remember which one got a bit too real. I think that one is just kind of fucked up, and then Welcome to the Internet mentions a bunch of like political things as well that I don't want to touch. But yeah, That's How the World Works is fantastic. We have the cute little sock puppet being like, that is how the world... And then he straight up grabs it. He makes himself the villain. So good. What's kind of fucked up? Bo Burnham. Some of his songs from the Inside one. Welcome to the Internet is mostly fucked up about like the state of the internet nowadays. And then That's How the World Works is like a cute little sock puppet that he has on his hand that's like trying to teach him about the world. But then it gets like kind of realistic and he starts talking about like colonialism and exploitation of third world countries. And then he starts talking to Bo Burnham about like being a straight white man. Why does everything always have to be about you? And then Bo Burnham like starts to rip him off of his hand. He's like, no, please don't put me back in the box. I can't have it there. It's an existential nightmare where I'm neither living nor dying. And it goes really deep. It goes really good. It's amazing. Definitely watch Bo Burnham's Inside. It's one of the best stand-up comedy specials that was ever made, and was very clearly fueled by the fact that he was dealing with a lot of mental issues during the pandemic where he couldn't go out into the world. How the World Works is also presented in the style of music in a kid's TV show. Yeah, because it's a little sock puppet doing the whole like, that is how the world works. And he's doing like the cartoon voice for it as well. It's so fucking good. Brilliant person? Yeah, he is. Okay, scrapbooking. I love this. Okay. Scrap page. Oh, I also managed to get Drawn Legends page done. So I can actually use that this week. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. I hope you learned your lesson. I did, and it hurts. That's how the world works. Good transition. Hell yeah. Back to happy, comfy times. The amount of times we've talked about like torture and dark media and then bounced back between like cute and fun food though, am I right? Your segues failed you? They never fail me. Also, oh god, I didn't even talk about this. My bad. 1 second. We'll hide this for just a second. Do I have the right thing? I do not. We'll talk about it before I stick it in the scrapbook, because I can finally explain what kind of... Oh my god, it's so big. Don't take that out of context. What type of banana cream pie Feli likes. I finally found the perfect visual example. You see, this is the type of banana cream pie that actually tastes good. This is the type of banana cream pie that's made with like real dairy, real banana, natural ingredients. As you can see, the shit's already getting a little bit runny because I brought it at a nice store and then took it home. It was delicious. It was amazing. It cost me like $6.99, even though it was only a slice. It was fresh made and then chilled. It was so good. It was so delicious. Do you know what Feli thought about it? I don't have a fucking clue. He didn't have a single fucking reaction. This is the type of banana cream flavor I mean that he actually likes. Did Feli like it? No, that's what I mean. This tasted amazing. It was fresh. It was creamy. It was delicious. It was cold. It costed quite a bit of money. It was good. It was worth the money. Everything about it was good. I had a wonderful time with that. This one is what Feli likes. And I don't know where else to get it. But this is like a pie that literally costs 99 pence. This is a pie that costs 99 pence, which comes from not like an actual store. It comes from the off license down the street. Also, I'm going to change the music. We've been on dark music, and we don't need to anymore. Let's go back to the horsey theme, actually. Yeah, we started with this. This is nice and comfy. Feli likes reasonable prices. Feli likes chemicals. Feli's low maintenance. I don't know. I mean, I guess. This is, like I said, this is literally the only time I felt like any pleasure from Feli. He had like a pleasurable reaction anytime I eat this kind of pie, which I am not a huge fan of. It's very sugary. And yeah, it's just like, it's banana cream. But when you look at the ingredients on the background, it says now made with fruit. So there is some banana in there, but there is some banana in there. I don't know how much, because all the rest of the ingredients are like potassium sorbate, banana flavored extract from natural ingredients. Yeah, exactly. Banana flavors. There's some real fruit in there, but it's mostly just like, it's the same like banana taste you get from like banana medicine, where it's like, it's flavored banana-ish. So it's the type of thing you'd like give children to make them be able to accept medicine, where it's like chalky, overly sweet, a bit too much. The crust is kind of mid on it as well. But yeah, that's what Feli likes. This is the banana cream pie that everybody keeps drawing, and I'm like, yeah, I would love that. I love that shit. That shit tastes amazing. That's good. That's delicious. That is what Feli likes. As you can see, I sliced that bitch in half with a knife. The crust did not crumble at all. That is solid AF. Made with banana from Runts Candy. Hell yeah. Feli would totally love America. Do they have these kinds of pies in America too? That's like a 99p pie that you get in like a little cardboard box. It's a weapon. It should be a weapon. You could stab people with it. Ah, thank you for the banana. Maybe I'm a lion. Memory of a banana. The ghost of a banana. That should be an ingredient. The ghost of a banana. The radioactive residue of a banana. If you didn't know, all bananas are radioactive because they're all clones of an original banana that was irradiated. Anyway, now I imagine Feli trying to purr and be comforting, only for him to sound like a radioactive Geiger counter clicking. Perfect. Basically a chemical weapon. Yeah. You can get them at gas stations. Let's go. Okay, I need to stock up. That's something you can get in a little plastic bag at the 7-Eleven. At least they come in... Well, I don't know if plastic's much better than cardboard. It's easier to carry. It's easier to carry. Yeah, the ones I get come from the off-licenses down the street. They're 99p and they come in like a little solid cardboard box. You just tear them open. You can heat them. I didn't heat them. Maybe I should try that. Maybe that would make it taste better. But anyway, yeah, that's what I mean when I say Feli likes like banana cream flavored substances. It's called a banana cream pie, but it is like, yeah, it is It's something. It's something. Feli now contains 50% more chemicals and 20% more radioactive waste. Hell yeah. Downside, you won't know when you're chewing pie and when you're chewing cardboard. Yeah, I've thought about that a few times since I mainly live off of like microwaved meals. They're healthy microwaved meals. Don't get me wrong. I use like a meal subscription service where they deliver me nice, healthy meals. But you do microwave them. But I've often thought about the fact that sometimes if something got mixed in there, there was one time there was a chunk of plastic. I could have sued the shit out of them. But genuinely, like you get like the wrong kind of like lasagna or meat-based product. Sometimes you get like overly cooked cheese that burns in. It can feel kind of cardboardy. It can feel kind of plasticky. And so, yeah, if I ever think that it's actual food and it turns out it's, well, no, not microplastics. At that point, it's full-on plastics. At that point, it's a big old chunk of plastic. Someone teach Ku how to cook? No. I know how to cook. That's not the thing. It's laziness more than anything. Lack of time, but mostly laziness. But no, I know how to cook. I just choose not to. Macroplastic. There we go. Yeah. Not micro. Very large. Very large. We have a brand called Taskik. And they do little pastries. They have a banana pudding cream pie, it seems. There you go. Feli would probably love that. So Feli likes banana flavored things, but not actual banana made things. Yeah, I've tried things like banana cake. Like banana cake, banana loaf he doesn't like, but that he liked. That he liked. I'm still kind of hoping that someday I can get banana medicine and see if he likes that. Because it tastes like what I remember banana medicine tasting like. But I haven't had banana flavor medicine since I was like a baby. So who knows? Oh, Tasty Cake, not Tast. I thought it was like an Eastern European brand. I was reading it like Tastikak. Feli likes extinct banana flavors, confirmed. Yeah. Someday we'll find out why. He hasn't spoken yet, but he'll tell us. He'll tell us. We'll work it out. Anyway, that's going in the scrapbook eventually. But first, back to scrapbooking, and in fact, I don't know if this is going to be safe. Let's find out. Yeah, it's safe. Okay, I'm going to become a hand now. Bye-bye. I love saying the phrase, I'm going to become a hand, because it's technically true. The best kind of true. In fact, I like playing this theme. This theme seems to work best for me when we're doing scrapbooking. It feels like melancholy. It feels right for remembering the week. Yaoi variety? I'm sorry, what? What about yaoi variety? Oh, the yaoi variety of hand. Well, I mean, if it is a hand the size of me, why not? Wait, why isn't it tracking anymore? Uh-oh. Oh, it's going to do the thing where... Uh-oh. I hope it doesn't explode with sound again. I'll stop clicking. Because this means, yeah, things are going to load. And there we go. Now it's loaded. So now I know not to do a bunch of sounds at first. Okay, perfect. Can I have a little dab of white? I did spread a little dab of white there. Silly Ku-chan. Okay. So what are we going to use as an image this week? Handsome. Oh, dear. I think I'll use the image we took from the end of the Pokemon. Cobblemon, actually. That was a good little group picture of all our little Pokemons. Where did I save that? What's the next question? Got so many pictures of British food now. Yeah, there's me dead with all my Pokemons. Perfect. Up to you guys. We can either do that one, or we can do our daughter with bunny ears on. Those are the two things that didn't occur on stream that kind of like sum up the week. Bunny ear daughter or dead Pokemon? What do we think? I won't start a vote. I'll just decide by how much people say one thing. Pokemon? Sophia, Pokemon? Dead Pokemon? Dead boy? Yeah, I thought Pokemon would work better because I actually have myself in here too. Pokemon, daughter, Pokemon. Yeah, okay, we'll go with Pokemon. Pokemon is overwhelmingly winning, and that doesn't make sense. Just wanted to give the option. Okay, so put this here. And what is the date? September 29th. Wanted Sensei and all the Pupals to be proud of me because I finished my Pupal Sona and can finally be one of you. Awesome. Congratulations. Good job. Proud of you. September. Oh, right. I was going to do it. No. Remember, Fu-chan. Different colors each week. I'm going to go with green for Pokemon. Green for grass. A darker green. Okay. Sensei, may I project my cramps onto you? I'm dying. You can try. You can try. Oh, shit. Some people synced up in chat. You may certainly try. I do not believe in projecting cramps, so send them my way. We'll see. If I end up getting sick over the next few days, I will blame you. And that will be hilarious. Because, yeah, that's what I get for chatting shit when I know witches exist. And ghosts. So, come at me. Do it. Also, thank you for donating the allowance, and I hope everything gets better soon. It can be very rough. Play love in deep space. Let Xander tell you how wonderful you are, and that you need to take a break and look after yourself. That always helps me when I pretend that I'm having cramps on love in deep space so that my men will talk gently to me. Okay, September 29th, 2025. Zane? Xander? Zane? Xavier? I think I put like Xavier? Xander? What? Is there no Zane? Look, man, it's been a long day. Wait. Is there a Zane and is there a... Wait. Name all the boys for me. Caleb? Wow, my brain's really not working. Caleb? What the fuck is Sexy Whitehair's name? I don't even play it. I know, right? Zane and Xavier. So Zane and Xavier are two of the boys. And I somehow combined them into Xander. Raphael, Xavier, Caleb, Silas. Silas. I can't believe I couldn't remember Silas's name even. And then I combined two of the names. Oh, that's on me. Fusion Ha, the hot boys. Might as well. Might as well. Thank you. Okay, September the 29th, 2025. How do we feel about this week? What happened this week? Kind of overworked. Did a lot of long streams. Started off Horror Week. Also did Cobblemon. How would I sum it up? Last week was a week of firsts, and we kind of had some firsts this week too. A week where I did too much. I can't write again. Why do I do these things at the end of stream? I should really do them at the beginning. A week where I might. Good enough. Have overworked. A little bit. But had a ton of fun. Which kind of caused it. That's a life lesson right there. Okay. It's okay, your handwriting makes you unique. Yeah, it's legible. Slowly. Sensei, permission to make a spell bottle with your name? Only if it's a nice one. Don't make a bad one. don't make a bad one. I don't fuck with that shit. I wonder if this will capture this. It will. I should probably hide that then. Yeah, we'll do the washi tape offline. Just in case everybody sees all my weird things. Okay. File save. Scrap page 1. It's right? Wait, what's right? Wait, what did I do wrong? I'm confused. Confused. What did I do wrong? I'll mess with that because it would fall back on myself and I like myself too much. Hell. Like a protection charm for Sensei? See, that I'd be fine with. That I'm totally okay with. Okay, back to the original scrap page because now we're going to work on what we did for the week. The tutor, this is far from the worst handwriting I've seen. Aw, thank you. Do you tutor very small kids who are just learning how to write? just in case. Just in case. Okay. We got Monday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we decided we were going to split these into 2 because we won't do more than 3 pages per day anymore. So Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Then next we'll do Friday and Saturday. Right, we did 5 streams. Interesting. Perfect. To be honest, the only spell I know is a healing spell. Sana Sana Colita de Rana. There's a bunch of different spells. A lot of them do involve like spell bottles or like putting things into fridges or freezers in water and stuff. There's a lot of good ones to play with. But only if you actually believe in that stuff. And you should never mess around with it just for the fun of it, because you never know what you're going to end up doing. You never know how you're going to end up hurting yourself instead, or hurting those around you, or inviting things into your life that you don't want in your life. So yeah, be very, very careful. Oh, we're a bit zoomed in again. I forgot it always does that. Okay, so they have to be smaller. Need more room for all these big boys. That looks about right. Why does this one look so small? It's a tiny bit small, okay. Now it's a tiny bit big. This one's a tiny bit big. There we go. Make sure they're all the right size. Otherwise people get angry. Not angry, but more like disappointed. More like, oh no, Ku-chan, what have you done? It's okay to do spells that help cleanse yourself of bad vibes / energies. Yeah, if nothing else, it will definitely be something that helps you on a personal level, on like a psychological level. A lot of the time, a lot of it is just like a placebo effect. Always do research on spells? Yeah, always. Okay, Oshiete yo Cú-Sensei. I'll keep that one green. I like green for Cú-Sensei. We use a blackboard that's green. Why not? So this one, this week of Oshiete yo Cú-Sensei was poorly told stories from you guys and talking about horror. Thought scrapbooking is about the chaos. Sometimes it is. Why is that black again? What the hell? I literally just made it green. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Uh-oh. My headphones got stuck. 1 second. Ah, I'm free. I can move around again. Okay. Actually, let's zoom in. Because I know myself. So. Oshiete yo Cú-Sensei. Cramp projection number 2. Currently plastered up with salampas, but they're not working. I hope they start working, Auntie DeSono. I'm sorry to hear that. God damn it. How many cramps am I going to get projected on me is the question. Oshiete yo Cú-Sensei. But thank you for donating for allowance. Maybe that's what's going to happen. The state's going to come after me. Oshiete yo Cú-Sensei was all about horror. This week in preparation for Spoopy Month. Talked a lot. About genres. And horror itself. Especially cosmic horror. And dread versus bliss. That barely fits. That's good enough. You're lucky my endo cramps ended 2 days ago, but I would not give those to you anyway, so no need to worry. Thank you. Some people want to cause Ku-chan harm today. It's fine. I get it. I deserve it. Push this all the way over here. These thumbnails are so beautiful too. There's so much gorgeous art this week. Okay, Silent Hill F. It's finally here. Is my handwriting getting worse? It is. Let's not try 4 caps. It's finally here. We ended up playing 9 hours. Silent Hill F. Oh wait, it's a little F. Dramatic pose. All the beautiful pupils may give me their cramps. Anything for you, darlings. Finger guns, shimmies. I hope Mafu is ashamed of me. Good luck, Paradox Mint. There you go. Project them all to Paradox Mint. I'm free. I'm free. 1 minute, I'm going to close my window. They're doing construction. What the hell? It's 8 p.m., dudes. PM. What is up with the construction? Wait, Sensei, have you ever played any other Silent Hill games besides F? 1, 2, 3, 4, and Homecoming. I didn't play any of the... Well, actually, and the arcade game. Those ones. Jackhammering outside my window. You don't live in London, do you? This would be a terrifying way to find out that I'm neighbors with one of the pupils. It's like, wait, jackhammering just started outside my window. I'm like, oh god, I've doxed myself. Ended up playing 9 hours of Silent Hill F. Kind of like paying attention, just in case they do say, like, yeah. SE question mark, right? I ended up playing 9 hours of Silent Hill F. And the storyline has been great. I don't know what I started doing E instead of an R. Great. Some of the puzzles kicked my butt low. I found out that's not just me. Scarecrow one. So I found out, apparently when it comes to the Scarecrow puzzle, apparently nobody is able to deal with that very well. Nobody quite understands why some of the answers are the way they are. Apparently it's, for one thing, slightly more understandable in hard mode in the English version. But for one of them, it says something about, like, people all having your eyes on them. And then the actual answer is to just find the 2 male scarecrows that are laying on the ground and pointing in the direction of the correct one. So yeah, very, very confusing. Yeah, I saw people talking about it online and basically being like, I read a guide and it told me like which ones to choose, but then I tried to like figure out why it meant those ones. Like none of the guides have that explanation. And just everybody basically saying like, yeah, no, a couple of them make sense. And then a lot of the other ones just make absolutely 0 sense. I've also seen, there's apparently another puzzle I haven't done yet, which does the same thing, which is near the end of the game. So just, yeah, keep in mind, we're probably going to struggle more later on this week. Can't wait for SHF this week. It's been tough to not watch explanation videos about it. Ooh. I'm looking forward to diving into it. Hope we finally get to learn more about like the family. Since yeah, it started with so much interesting information about the family and then we just focused on the friends for so far. 10-hour stream, let's go. I don't think it'll be 10 hours. Your struggle is my fun, Sensei. I'm glad to hear that. We're definitely going to have more struggle this week, so don't you worry about it. Yeah, blue will be good. Okay. We finished Sophia in Exchange of Lies. Ah! I wish I could control Z my writing in real life. We finished... Oh god, no. I'm starting all over again. And I'm zooming in. Screw it. I'm gonna make it huge. We finished Sophia in Exchange for Lies. And it was incredibly satisfying. We got several sad endings. As well as a simple good ending. And it was very nice to see our daughter accept all her alters and move on to live her life. I just realized. Spoilers. Lol. Just wait a damn second. Anybody who's just looking through the scrapbooks like, man, I'd love to watch that VOD. I haven't had the chance to start Sophia. Oh no! I mean, this is what scrapbooking is all about. So, like, I'm sorry, but like, that's what we had to talk about with Sophia. Shit. I just thought about that when I was writing it. I was like, huh. I did just give away, like, the main ending we got on stream. Tihipeta? You see? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Look away, VOD watchers. Hey, that VOD's been out for a while. If anything, like, at least it doesn't spoil what happens in the true ending. The true ending will be released eventually. It's okay. We'll stick a sticky note over it with a spoiler warning. Nah. Fuck it, we ball. It's the same as us talking about, like, Fata Morgana nowadays. It's like, people had their chance. It's fine. Fuck it, we ball. We ball. We feel the pain. I really wish that didn't make that noise. I'm going to turn my system sounds down. I thought I had them down. Oh, yeah, no, they've come all the way back up. I'll drop them down to 20, so it just won't be as loud. For a while. Hasn't even been 1 week. Look, you got to stop living in the past. We live in the internet age now. Memes die within, like, 2 days. You got to stop living in the past. You got to move on. Oh, yeah, and I'm just saving, because we have to put, like, washi tape and stickers on top of things. Okay. Okay, so back to... What the hell just happened? Did this crash? Nope, it's okay. Everything's fine. I don't know exactly what happened, but we're going to pretend that everything's fine. Lydia's still here. Was busy with work, so I hadn't had a chance to watch, and this was such a fun chat to come back to. Also, sana sana colita da rana means rub the arse of a frog. You say it to kids who get like a scrape or fall down. Does it make them feel better, or is it like supposed to annoy them? Like, rub the ass of a frog. Sana sana colita da rana. That's adorable. Thank you for donating the allowance. Lydia's still here, but also I would love to know. Get good at internet, basically. Yeah. How dare you miss 1 week of streams? I should watch VODs in 3 times speed to catch up. Yeah. Yeah, no. Take it at your time. I just realized after I wrote that one, I was like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have talked about, like, the ending. Maybe I should have just said I was excited for the ending. It's one of the first spells we learn. It's just a saying in Spanish to calm down. Oh, okay. So it's just like a way to, like, cheer a child on. I get you. That's cute then. That's adorable. Okay. You got 2 more. It was funny, don't worry. It was certainly a Ku-chan moment. It was certainly a Ku-chan moment. Okay, so we've got Friday and Saturday. How should I lay these out? I think I just put a sticker in the center, right? Yeah, let's go with that. Cobblemon, yeah. Kind of a spoiler, but it's used as a big healing spell in Maya and the 3. I don't think I've ever heard of Maya and the 3. Which one's Maya and the 3? Undertale's thumbnail is so pretty. Dude, every thumbnail this week was a masterpiece. They were lovely. Let's see, what should I put in the middle of this? I think I have one. Yeah, that's perfect. Sleeping Ku-chan. Oh yeah. If you like these stickers that I use, they're already released digitally for the membership. So if you guys want to use them for yourself in your own projects, feel free to grab them from the membership if you want them digitally. But Chris is also releasing these on her store very soon. So yeah, you can grab them like physically soon if you'd like to. I'm going to be getting some too, as well as a bunch of other things. Chris has done a lot of like cool merchandise that's coming out in the store. I think it comes out later today. It's either later today or it's tomorrow. We managed to get Tem into college. Yeah, we did. It's so cute. Stop. I know, right? The art style is so cute. Okay. Undertale, I'd say, is like a light blue. It could technically be a gray, but I'll go with light blue. Maybe even like a turquoisey. Like this. That's too light. You know what? I'll just copy that shade of blue. Yeah, that looks doable. Your pals are so talented. They really are. We get so much beautiful artwork in our art tags. and nail art. Did you guys see the scrapbook pages from this week? My wallet, man. Your IQ. Ouch. Rude. Just like, wow. My wallet, my IQ. Need more cyan? Hell yeah. Undertale. I loved the nail art. The nail art was gorgeous. One of them looked so 3D. They had like the big metal chonky chonks on it. The other one had like really realistic like gems, the opals and the different things. All of them were gorgeous though. Wallets are going to die because of acrylic standees. Hell yeah. They look beautiful. Okay. Undertale. Undertale. Let's see. This week was Metaton and also Alphys. Oh, the ship. The ship has sailed. We were joking last week. Undyne. Alphys. But as it turned out, they really are gay as heck. Good for them. Honestly, it's so damn cute. God, this is just all going to be about Alphys and Undyne. Honestly, it's so cute. That they both so desperately pine for each other. Also sent Tem to colleague through scamming. Yeah. Really love Undertale, and all it still is nowadays, even after 10 years. I heard they did like a really big like 10-year anniversary thing where you could play through like an online game that had like a bunch of behind the scenes kind of stories. That sounded sick. The way you did Tem's voice made me so happy. I loved Tem in that game. Tem was great. And the whole like, yeah, or no, oi. It's so funny. Getting to them and the knights. Oh, I forgot about the knights. I'm so sad that was spoiled for me. That would have been amazing. As it was, the knights were really cool. But man, if we'd gone into that completely blind and just been like, hey, wait, why is that guy so flustered? And then slowly got into it. Oh, it would have been so nice. But yeah, the whole like, bruh, I think I might like you. Want to go get ice cream? Bruh. We made the scrapbooking stickers again. This current one that's on screen was made by Chris Hakuku, who also does the webtoon, the official webtoon. There are other ones that we use. The Pupal stickers are made by False Beta. But the link to everything that I ever use on the channel, if you go into the description of any video and click the link that says full credits, you'll be able to find it there. It lists like everybody whose content I've used other than thumbnails, because if I tried to collect every thumbnail we ever used, it would be a problem. But like every asset that I've ever like chosen to keep using again in the future, yeah, they all get added to the list and it will continue to expand in time. So if you ever want to look up like scrapbook stickers, just Control F that and you'll find it. Same for like assets, things like that. Those Diane Doris Garcia, darn it. Tricky Tony. I don't know what that is, but that sounds confusing. Okay. SCRP2 champions. What color would I say Pokemon? Pokemon kind of red, but we've used red. Pokemon like red and black. Yeah, I guess we'll have to use red again. That's fine. Or we could use blue because of Poplio. The red pops out against the blue we've already used anyway. Red or yellow? Actually, yeah, orange. Orange pretty good, actually. We haven't used orange, I don't think, in the entire scrapbook so far. So that makes sense. And yeah, orange, yellow, red. These all work for Pokemons. Tricky Tony is one of the names we call Tiny Fox in the fandom. Don't worry about it. You mean Tony Fox? That's even funnier. Tiny Fox? Or wait, is Tiny Fox actually the name of like the fox that represents Toby Fox? Wait, no. Okay, it was supposed to be Toby Fox. I thought people actually call him Tiny Fox, which would be adorable. Poplio, I love Poplio. So do I now. Damn. I didn't have a favorite Pokemon before this. Poplio. I choose you. You got to have a great time. On Sirens. Cobblemon server. Basically played it in our own way. Collected a party. Of Pupals. Party of Pupals. Poplio is amazing. But riding fell ugly. Was probably the highlight. Along with whatever Papa Mutt was up to. No, that's a smiley face. I was trying to do like a... Yeah, there we go. Such a fun stream. Fell ugly will be missed. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't have more time for it. Honestly, if it had happened like a week ago, we probably would have done a few streams on there. Or if it had happened in November instead. The one Pokemon that got Sensei dead a lot of times in the boss battle of Itachi's. Oh, Onyx? Onyx sucked ass. I hated Onyx. Or do you mean Hitmontop? Onyx annoyed me because Onyx laid down those stones that hurt us every time we changed a damn Pokemon. And then there was Hitmontop, which was also a pain in the butt because he just like kept one-shotting us. New nickname unlocked. Yeah, Tiny Fox is adorable. Not even Incineroar, the obviously best character in Smash, my beloved. I know what you are, Lydia. I know why you like Incineroar. I'm kidding, but it will be funny if that's true. The one dog you met every time, Sensei, the one who got your ancient artifact in that one room, that was an annoying dog, aka Toby Fox. I figured that was Toby Fox's, like, yeah, incarnation in the game. Does that little baby doggy show up everywhere? Isn't he also technically lesser dog? Because it's the same dog. It's not incorrect. Fair enough. Yeah, he's a luchador. That's his whole thing. His whole thing is like grabbing people, slamming them around, holding them down. What's not to like? I get it. You don't need to be shamed here. He spent a lot of time with Itachi, I assume. Not a lot. We only fought him like 4 times. He beat us once and we beat him 3 times. But he gave us a lot of good like experience candy. So he was fun. It's just... what? Oh god, Eevee. I forgot about Eevee too. You know what? Yeah, no, fuck Itachi. All my homies hate Itachi. That bitch messed with us on so many levels. I remembered the Onyx sprinkling his stupid stones around, and then I vaguely remembered like Hitmontop kicking the shit out of us. Now I only just remembered the Eevee. Every other round was a freaking protect, and it didn't fail a single damn time. Sensei experiencing stealth rocks for the first time. They suck. I now get why, like, that's a very good tactic, though, considering now I know that competitive Pokemon is all about choosing the right Pokemon and switching them in and out, even though you know you're going to take, like, 1 hit from each thing. Like, yeah, if you put the stealth rocks on at the beginning of a battle and then just let that happen, that did so much damage. Like, it's one thing if it takes down, like, 5 to 10% of your health per attack. But that shit, some of my Pokemon were getting hit by, like, 30 to 50% for 1 switch. And it was just like, ugh. Welcome to the Stealth Rock, Iron Spikes, and Toxic Spikes experience. And Stall Tactics. And you know that's what the Eevee was about. Ah. If I ever play Pokemon like versus real people in the future, that's the shit I'm going to do. I'm going to do that shit just to make people go like, I hate Pokemon. I'm going to make people hate Pokemon. I'm sure there's already enough people that do that anyway, so I don't really need to. Anyway. That is our scrap page 3. Okay, so the next one is like real life stuff. So we're going to do the pies. Will you play it again, Sensei? No, unfortunately. If I get invited to the next one, I will join the next one. But I do not have time to jump back onto SCRP2. I'd already told Siren that I was probably only going to be able to do the 1 day. Just because we've got so many horror games to play and other things that I want to do. Like wrapping up Undertale and stuff. If we started playing more SCRP2, then we'd end up like not being able to do some of the other stuff that I want to accomplish throughout October. And it didn't help that we didn't end up finishing Undertale in time. Kuchan becoming a toxic trainer and not because he's using poison types. Yeah, but if we do manage to get invited to the next one, I would love to do that again. I'd love to start again and actually know a bit about Pokemon and make my way through it and just explore the whole world. Because the gym leaders were cool too. And it was very nice of that one gym leader that we actually saw to take us down to level 5, give us a chance. And like he probably could have crushed me if he was thinking about it properly. So it was sweet of him to actually just like let me get a few kills. Okay. So pie. The lion doesn't concern himself with time zones. The lion should. Sleep is important, even for a lion. Come to think of it, I don't have anything else this week. I just have a bunch of fan art. At least I collected the fan art on time this time. But yeah, all I've got... Oh my god, why is the pie so big? Damn. That was a chunky image I took. Bum, bum. I think I'll actually... Yeah, no, I'll use a piece of fan art here because that's actually useful. Big cream pie? Yeah. Someone got cream pied in a large way. There we go. Use a piece of fan art here too. Specifically this one, because this one's really cute. Bum, 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 bum. Which means I do need washi tape. Chat, look away. Hide your eyes. Come to think of it, I have the classroom in here, don't I? Yeah! Stare at the blackboard for a moment. Get me my washi tapes. There we go. Which color will I go with for this one? I like pink. And now I can bring you guys back. Perfect. There we go. Let's Cool, Kuchan. Undertale fits the coming season as you play. Oh, does it get spookier as it goes? Let's go. That's beautiful. Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous. Maybe that's why Feli doesn't care for the pie. He's top-coded. Oh, that's why you guys were laughing. Should actually be interested in actual playing Pokemon. I think you might like Arceus. Yeah, we might play one of the Legends ones. We might play one of the Legends ones so I can get a feel for like real Pokemon. See what it's like. Okay, so we've got that there. Let me grab the name of who this was by. I have all these listed out. Bum, bum, bum. Do, do, do. Okay, so this one's by... That banana cream pie? Hell yeah, it is! This is number 5. So this one's by Nekobaga. Let me grab the app properly. Can confirm Undertale gets nightmare fueling. Oh, hell yeah. It's gonna be a fun spoopy season. Even when we don't necessarily want it to be spoopy season. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Da, da, da. Okay, black text. Good, it didn't turn green for once. Art. Boom, 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 boom. Control V. Ah, there we go. And I dropped my thing. Thank you, Sensei, for being a streamer with glasses so I can cosplay without needing to hunt down very specific prescription lenses. No problem. Very excited to see the cosplay. There's been a lot of cool cosplays already. They've been lovely. CSP changing font color is so annoying. I forget how to fix it. Yeah, I just end up like re-clicking it a bunch of times. I'm pretty sure it just like depends on which layer you're on, but I just roll with it. I just roll with it. Thank you, Santa. I'm a wee bit shy to cosplay considering I'm short. Don't worry about it. Nothing wrong with being a slightly different height. Besides, when you're in a picture by yourself, it looks fine. It looks more... Actually looks more interesting if you have like a character that's canonically tall standing next to people and at a different height. Yeah, as long as you can pull off the proportions well, you're perfect. You have to set it before you click on the page. Ah. There we go. Finally. I can explain. The nasty banana cream pies. Ellie loves. That bad boy on the right. Scrumptious. It ain't what he's into. At least it makes him a cheap date. It's very good for me. Since it's dusk butterfly time. Time to deal. To meet Hannah Anderson. Also, yeah, this fan art is gorgeous. Fell in love with this one. Look at that. The lips are so beautiful. Nekobaga did such a good job. Everything looks so like soft and pastel. You got the tiny little bit of colors on the dusk butterfly. You got like the little bits of opal color in the eye. The lips look so realistic. It's such a soft expression. And the little bit of shock at noticing the dust butterfly. Nekobaga did such a good job. Teacher, there's no height we pupils cannot reach. True. If you hold each other's hands, you can stack up as many of you guys as you want. Guess I'm only insecure when my tall friends use me as an armrest. Oof. I'm sure they're doing it lovingly, though. Seeing cosplayers makes me so happy, regardless if their build or appearance matches the original. Don't stress and have fun. It's even better when they completely take their own spin on things. Like when they take their own spins and they're just like, you know what? I'm gonna make like a steampunk version. I'm gonna make like a fantasy version. I'm gonna make like one that represents my culture as well as doing the version. It's so good. Hey, we're fun size? Hell yeah. It's more fun to cosplay the character even if you don't match in exactly that image. Yeah, no. Whether you do like just make it as much as direct as you want to, or you just decide like, I like this character. I want to take like my own spin on them. That's always fascinating to see. Plus we get things like Brazilian Miku. Thinking of making Sensei's cardigan for his cosplay for myself, and I'm short and curvy too. I hope you enjoy it. The cardigan's very, very comfy, so it should be good. Cosplayed Silas from Lads, and I'm way shorter than him, and many cosplays are built different from what they cause. Just have fun. Yeah, it's tough with those kinds of ones, because like a lot of the characters from like Love and Deep Space, or like the Final Fantasy series, some of those ones have like very, very, very long legs and stuff. But yeah, part of the fun of cosplay should be like making it suit you, making it more exciting to you. If you just want to get it as close to canon as possible, that's fantastic and that's awesome. But you should never be like turned away from cosplay just because something doesn't exactly suit the image that you have. You should be able to just do whatever you want, make it as close as you want, or go nuts on it. Just cosplay it in whatever way feels natural to you. I've been really interested in like some of the things people have done in the past, and especially when it's like VTubers, because VTubers, especially like corpo VTubers, get like so many different outfits and things and so many different spins on things. People doing like cosplay, like cozy versions can sometimes lead VTubers to even be interested in making that kind of look an official design. Like I've seen a lot of people do like comfy things and then a VTuber ends up falling in love with it and being like, that fashion is badass. And it works with like my hair and my style. And so then they want something similar. So they have something similar designed. I said that right, Sensei? Just because you don't fit the requirements doesn't mean you can't pursue it. Yeah, that's not what cosplay is about. Cosplay is about just having fun, becoming the character. Of the cosplay where the character has a different hair type, like they have textured hair or use clothes to style them like hair too. Those ones can be so freaking cool. Oh my god. Yeah, like completely different hairstyles and then just capturing like the feel of the character but with a different style can be so badass. It brings all the fans together. Save as. So this will be scrap page 5. 5? 4? 4? 5? This is 4. This is 4. I can count. My IQ isn't that low. This is fine. Last cosplay I did was Luffy, and there's no way I was running around with my shirt open. Do what you're comfortable with. Yeah, there are also that kind of level of cosplays where it's like, how would I survive this? Counting is hard. Yeah, counting can be hard, especially when you're trying to remember a number from 5 minutes ago. Okay. New scrap page. In fact, I'll use this one. I finally get to use the Drawn Legends page. Okay. I prepared it beforehand. Okay. So I should have used this one in an actual writing one. I'm silly, but that's okay. Let's add some fan art. Oh, I know exactly what I'm going to put on this page. I was so happy the artist gave me permission to use this one. Did you... Where'd the other one go? Wait. There we go. Oh, do I need a black background? I think I need a black background. Okay. I can make a black background. I can make you a black background. I'm just gonna... Well, first, I'm gonna size it properly. Gorgeous. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, this one is so cool. So the artist who made this one, let me grab their name as well. Nade. Yeah, Nade 00727. So this one is used with the idea that depending on whether you're using light mode or dark mode on Twitter, it looks completely different. So what I actually had to do was take a picture of it on my phone. I took a picture of it on my phone in light mode and then got like the proper PNG version. And so now I need to paint black behind this version. Like this. Oh yeah, it should be a proper pen. There we go. Oh my god, bring it to life, baby. So cool. It's so cool. And now it just looks like I've spilled ink on the paper, which I kind of fucks with. I kind of like that. There we go. That's pretty. Jaw-dropping beauty. Yeah, that's so sick. So it's like a PNG, and because of like all these bits being white, when you open it on light mode, you can't see any of the white, so it just looks like this. But then when you open it in like dark mode, you see like the additional bits of hair and the butterfly wings. Oh, it's such a cool design. So sick. Textured pen. Perfect. Okay, which color should I write on this one? Drawn Legend, thank you for donating with allowance. Thank you for using my letter page. It saves my day after a very scary doctor's appointment. Aw, I hope everything's going okay, Drawn Legend. But yeah, no, these are beautiful. I was really sad last week when I couldn't figure out how to actually trim down just the one page out of the 3. So I had to do it offline. Offline, I figured out how to actually rotate canvas rather than just rotating the thing itself. So yeah, I figured out how to get the one page. So I've got all 3 pages as separate things now that I can use. But yeah, this is so cute. The little chibi kuchan, the little adorable Pupal holding on. It's so adorable. Trim it for you next time. Thank you. As it is, these were so adorable. So I'm so glad I can use them. Okay, so Drawn Legend did the page. So yeah, I'll do that in typed version. Boom, boom, boom. Nade 0727. Oh, and I need to grab the washi tape again. 1 second. Goodbye, CSP. Hello, washi tape. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, good enough. Washi tapes. So many washi tapes. Whatever could they mean? Which color will I go with? That's text. That doesn't help anything. I'm thinking red, actually. Red suits. Put some washi tape right there. And then turquoise for down here. Actually, this turquoise. The light blue, light blue. Yeah. Delete that one. This is going to take a while. Delete. 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 Okay. Boy. Nade 0727. Washi tapes makes me want a Pupal washi tape. Somebody actually made one of those, but I unfortunately was not able to download it. Why did that size that weird? Because I am silly. That's why, Kuchan. You failed. Oh. And then drawn legend. Should start doing this with all the doodles of my characters I have saved on my laptop. It's very relaxing. It's a very good way to like chill at the end of a day. Drawn legend. Oh, my Twitter stuff's getting in the way. Ugh. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Doing my uni readings while listening to Sensei? Yeah. Oh, I mean like doing your own scrapbooking is very relaxing. I'm glad if you're finding the stream relaxing too, but yeah, I just meant like doing scrapbooking for yourself. It's like a nice way to wind down and chill. For me, this is really just more of an excuse. Like it gives me a reason to do this and a reason to never skip it every week. It's like, it becomes part of this. Your character is fine like your soul? Aw, that's sweet. Like your soul. I don't know if I have a soul some days. But that is adorable to hear. I do my best, as we all should. Okay. Get to catch the end while I get ready for the second job. Ooh. What's up, Ami Shaw? Hope you're having a good day. Okay. So we don't have much space to... Uh-oh. Maybe I should have done that the other way. Fuck. Now I realize. Maybe I should have these both together. Or maybe I should do them back to back. Wait, that's kind of cool. I'll do that, and then I'll like get rid of the white bits. No, that's too much of a hassle. And it cuts off the pupil. Damn it. I just make him smaller. Sure. Perfect. My day gets better when I'm here, Teach. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, that means I have to rasterize it too. Rasterize. Now it looks like I've like torn it out before sticking it into the scrapbook. That's silly. Don't ever talk to me or my son ever again. For some reason I had Frozone in my head again. I don't know why, but I was hearing like, honey, where is my super suit? Where is my pupa? Yeah, this'll work. That's like a reddish image, I feel. Yeah. I don't know, man. Maybe I just need to rewatch The Incredibles. It keeps coming into my head. But thank you for donating to the Feileacan. Martini? Yeah, that's a good color. I like that color. Like an orangey red. You tell me where my pupil is, woman. Where did they go? They only ate a couple of my shoelaces. And honestly, I trip over them. So maybe that was trying to help me. Pupils, where is your homework? We fed it to Metuso. Metuso? Who's Metuso? Wait a damn minute. Okay. The words. Stumbled across. It's incredible. Work of art. Do so is my pupil Sona. Ah, gotcha. Such a nice, relaxing stream to watch after a work day. Aw, I'm glad to hear it. Work of art by Nade. Looks different. Depending on the background. Blew my mind. Seeing it on Twitter. App. Love. How well it works. The idea. Belly. Usually being unseen. But always there. It also plays into the whole idea of like metamorphosis as well. I think the shoelace eaters were trying to save you, yes. Yeah, I want to believe. I want to believe. It's not that they're just trying to steal my shoelaces and cause harm. No, they're trying to help. They're trying to help. Okay, back to light blue. And this scrapbook page. Is so adorable. I'm gonna print bunch on the school computers. Making a full version very soon too. Oh, it's adorable and perfect timing. Oh god, it's scary to think it's fall already. I mean, it's heavily into fall. It's actually, no shit, it's heading towards winter, huh? It's been fall for like a month now. Oh man, this year's flying by. It's about to be the 10th month. 2 months left. Oh, and then we have to deal with fucking Christmas. I hate Christmas. No. Do they trick or treat in London? No, you would get stabbed. In London, I think it's more of a like, if you have like friends living in the local area, you might do it. Otherwise, you get murdered. Fall just started, sir. I thought fall started at the beginning of September. Been fall for only a little bit. I thought it's been like a month. Wait, really? My brain hurts. Time is an illusion. Time is what you make of it. Save as. This will be page. Uh-oh. Oh, that's because I did export, not save. Boom, 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 bum, 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 bum. So that'll be scrap page 5. Okay, new one. Fall starts on September 22nd. Fall equinox happened around the 22nd and 23rd. No. Wait, really? Oh, that hurts me. I was so wrong about when fall is. Wait, no, that's last week's one. My bad. My bad. My bad. Wanted a blank one. There we go. I'm Googling this. I'm Googling this right now. When does fall start? Oh yeah, September 22nd. Shit, last week, really? Well, meteorological fall began on September 1st. Okay, okay. Astronomical fall is determined by Earth's position relative to the sun, leading to the equinox with an equal day and night hours. Meteorological fall, on the other hand, is a 3-month period based on annual temperature cycles. Ah. So I was thinking about meteorological. Interesting. You clearly didn't remember the 21st night of September. We were too busy singing Epic the Musical. We sung a little bit of that. It's okay. Oh, we learn things new every day. We do. We do. I had no idea. Huh. Then there's the Aussie fall in March to May. Yeah, we don't talk about Australia. Australia isn't real. We've discussed that enough in the past. Australia is just a figment of our imagination, and if we don't think about it, it can't hurt us. So we're safe. Okay, I wanted these two. The dichotomy of Ku-chan. We got this creepy one. This one was very cute. So Sam was like, check it out. Spooky Ku-chan. Because we're going into October. We're going into spoopy month. And then we had this one. Let me grab the name. This one's so cute. This one was for... I didn't realize it was Teacher's Day in Taiwan yesterday. So yeah, it was Teacher's Day. And they drew this adorable art of me with the pupils. Dressed up as a pupil. Oh, yeah. It was DTSO. DTSO. So this one was DTSO. Did I get the other one right? It was... Yeah, Sorasian. Sorasian. And sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Would you dress up like that? Sure, I'd dress up in a kigurumi. That'd be cute. Kigurumi version of like a pupil. That's adorable. Why would I be ashamed of becoming pupil? I love takoyaki. To become takoyaki is the ultimate love of takoyaki. Also, October in the Philippines is Teacher's Day. Aww. The image, but the room is on fire instead. Yo. Yeah, no, that's the after part. That's when everything's said and done. That's once the pupils have been having their fun for a little bit too long. Boom, bum, 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 bum. Dum, dum, dum. I kind of want like a dichotomy. Yeah, I kind of want to put them a bit smaller so I can get some stickers in here too. I want like a me and Felly sticker. Comfy and cute? Hell yeah. I bet that's super warm too. Scrapbook project, Felly Cú room. Feileacan. No, not the room actually. Felly Cú chibis. Felly, yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Do I have a glare with him? More of like a, well... Not like an aggressive glare. More of a simple one. Yeah, I guess I'll go with this one. That one. He looks like he's judging us. I like that. Where'd the takoyaki part come from? Don't worry about it. It's totally not that Pupals are designed to look like takoyaki so that they're delicious, nutritious treats. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Love the bottom lashes on the chibi. Yeah, Chris does such a good job. And then Cú. Yeah, I think this one. Yeah, just pure happy one. This version of me, jumping in the air with my butterfly wings. Alright, Sensei. Hey, I was being nice. I was being respectful. I could be right on top of him, too. It's like, yeah, he exists back there. Don't worry about it. No, he can be on top of me. Let's be honest here. I'm supposed to be smaller, too. There we go. That's cannon height. There we go. Perfect. Silly Ku-chan? Yeah, we got so many silly Ku-chans. There are very few serious Ku-chans, let's be honest here. That's so Q-coded? Yeah, it is, man. I just flap my wings and flap right away. I can't wait for that cardigan to be fully rigged, man. So glad Ria has time to work on it now. Bum, bum, bum. Excited for hanging out in those streams. Don't worry, we love... I'm going to pretend I didn't see that, Muff. I can't even deny it. I make those jokes too much myself. This is fine. Okay, teacher day. Using a lot of blue today. Maybe... No, purple will be the next one. We'll go with like a bluey, greeny, turquoisey. How about this? The blue is kind of on the banner. Frick it. We ball back to blue. Even deeper blue. There we go. Yeah, we'll match the banner. Caught a glimpse of Ria's stream. Ku-chan has some crazy stuff in store. I told you, Chewy. I told you. Yeah, we've got some crazy stuff in store. I was very shocked Rio was working on that one right away. I'm not sure if that counts as a new outfit or just a new toggle, but it's got to be interesting. I need to grab me some washi tapes. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. Okay, so if we try to match colors again, you know what? I'm gonna go with yellow for Teacher's Day. I like yellow. I'll have to free transform this baby. Transform. Retransform. Shorter and longer. There we go. Maybe rotate a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Can we eat the washi tapes? Yes. But you cannot eat the spicy lasagna. You can eat the washi tapes, but you cannot eat the wires. No more eating wires and cables, okay? Okay. Get a tummy ache? Exactly. That's a no. I love using this hand to do silly things. Yes, Sensei. Oh my god, I feel like I'm back in primary school right now. Yes, you may eat the washi tapes. No, you may not eat electric cables. You will die, and then I'll get in trouble, and I don't want your parents complaining to me, because yeah. You're on your own, Pupals. You're on your own. That's some key stage 1 stuff right there. Sorry, it's a force of habit for a lot of us to eat the wires. I'll get my Catholic mother on your case. You told me your Catholic mother was very entertained last time, so I think she's cool. I think I'm fine. I think having the Catholic upbringing, I can say the Lord's Prayer. I can say my Mother Mary's, full of grace. I think I'm fine. I think I'll slide through okay. I'm pretty good at dealing with Catholics. Electric cable munching might make a few of the sleepy pupils wake up. Yeah, but we don't want them to wake up. When I teach pupils that are sleeping, it's kind of just like, you know, free. Like, if my students fall asleep in class, I don't wake them up. I'm like, yo, that's like I'm teaching one less student for the day. It's free money. It's free real estate. Fall asleep all you guys want. That works too. I'm Catholic too. Nothing wrong here if you ask me. Thinking about some of the things that you've said today. Yep. It's okay. You can apologize for sins and then you get forgiven. You just have to eat the little wafer and then you're good. Just eat some of Christ's body. Just a little tiny bit of capitalism. Just a little tiny bit of capitalism and you're okay. Cannibalism, not capitalism. Whoops. What happens when we tell our parents that you said we could eat the tape? Oh, don't worry. This tape is fine. This tape is made out of pupal stomach lining. So it is actually technically meat. So it's okay. Jesus would join in. Yeah, J-Dog's on our side. We're good. Sky Daddy is all over that. We're fine. We're fine. My mother thinks you're Australian. I have not corrected her. That works. I can be Australian. I was talking to somebody else about that. Because, yeah, a lot of people now that I'm back in London are like, where are you from? And I'm like, I mean, I'm from down the road, actually. I came right back to where I started. It's just, I traveled a little bit. And, yeah, some of the accent faded. And it had always been a little bit weird because I had some Americanisms and some Irishanisms. And now it's all over the place. Sensei said, Sky Daddy, we're winning. Oh, yeah. And we're back to horror because what? Wait, what horror? Well, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I think you're making it up. You must have been imagining things. Silly pupils. Silly pupils. Why are you skinning our stomach lining? I don't skin your stomach lining. It just happens to show up when people eat too many electrical wires. Look, if a pupil decides to eat an electrical wire and I have a surplus of pupil meat, why would I waste the pupil meat? We use every part of the carcass around here. Just you know, that's how you keep things safe. You got to keep things renewable. You don't want to waste things. So, there we go. There we go. Sensei will be under your bed tonight, and then I'll be getting more free washi tape. I forgot that was still on the creepy, slightly lower voice one. That's like a 1980s horror movie villain voice. We're totally being gaslit. Yep. Pupils are recyclable. Exactly. Washi tape, he says kindly. Fuck, that killed me. I already have pupils on my leaves. That's enough. True. Cannibalism is real with that one. Okay. Adorable art. Let's get back into happy mode. We'll go back into spoopy mode in a second. But for now, happy mode. Look. His happy little teacher day art is adorable. Look, I'm wearing a big old kigurumi. It's so cute. Your pupils are so happy. They're so comfy. Ditya Shaw, thank you so much for this adorable art. 1-1. I also did see that. There's somebody who did a cute piece of art. Unfortunately, it didn't have the curated tag on it. But it was mentioning the fact that if I wanted to say it in Japanese, I could call everyone Minawan. Konnichiwa, Minawan. Pupals. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. This lovely art was made in celebration of Teacher's Day. I guess it would be plural, actually. Teachers' Day. Taiwan. It's so freaking cute. So glad this had the curator tag on it. Ah. I always feel awkward about asking people if I'm allowed to use things. So freaking cute. I have become one with the Pupals. Cute, totally blind and fooled with a gaslit? Exactly, there we go. Distracted by adorable Pupals, as it should be. Pupals. I shall gain their trust. And they shall never see the ruse coming. Call me dances with Pupals. There we go. Talking about eating us is making my head hurt. No, that's not talking about eating you this time. Don't worry about it. What, ruse? Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Come on with the Pupal stomach lining. That sounds like I would need to be eaten, and that's kind of rude. I mean, if I joke about eating you guys, it's okay, because you guys choose to be here. If you guys joke about eating me, it just sounds kind of scary, honestly. Like, it's kind of a little bit scary. Looks like you guys are trapped in the TV in this one. Don't worry about it, he says. All the amazing art that the pupils produce has inspired me to take a drawing class. I'm terrible and definitely at the bottom of the class, but I'll be determined to make something for you someday. Aw, that's so sweet, Tally. Take your time. As long as you're having fun with it, that's all that matters. That's the most important thing. Just draw for yourself, and yeah, I'm sure I'll love whatever you create in the future too. You also choose to be here? This is very true. This is very true. With Sadako? Are you Sadako, or are you... oh, wait, no. He's kind of coming out of it. Sorry, Sensei. Saying it with a menacing tone. Alright. Sorry, Sensei. Everything will be okay, Sensei. Kudako. Kudako. Or did I seal you guys in the TV? It's kind of like putting a Pupal in a jar. Okay, we go on purple for this one. I would never put a Pupal in a jar. You guys are too cute. Pupals get tucked into bed and given forehead kisses. They do not get put in jars. Okay, let's see. Spoopy season is upon us. We better. They don't know. They don't know that's all part of the ruse. Spoopy season is upon us. We already kind of kicked it off. King? What the fuck? We already kind... kicked it off with Silent Hill F. But now we can play all the horror games we want. this lovely art. Captures the creepy atmosphere. I'm expecting the next month. Along with the poor captured Pupal. How do I do a screaming face for a Pupal? Those ears did not turn out good. That's fine. It begins. That's not really a screaming mouth, but we'll pretend it is. It kind of looks strange, is what I'll say. Good enough for me. Looking forward to a cosmic horror game. I don't know if we have any. Oh, we do have one cosmic horror game actually. I forget the name of it, but there's like an eldritch horror game that's like supposed to be cosmic horror that we're going to be playing. I could see the vision for the drawing. Yeah, the vision was there, but the face wasn't. Let me see if I can fix that face just a tiny bit. Did you guys notice I went back and corrected the Tehepedo voice, the Tehepedo face the other week? Yeah, I got a little bit focused on that one. Let's tone down the size. See if we can find a way to make him scream in a more natural way. We want like an attractive scream. We want like a scream queen scream. Kind of looks like an alien mouth, Sensei. I like that. But we can do better. We can do better. What if we do the similar thing? Because it's supposed to be like a cross-shaped mouth. So we'll keep in this thing. But we'll just make it so that it's not joined. And then a little tongue, I guess. Yeah. Now it just looks like a sad... Oh, God, that looks horrific, actually. I'm keeping that. I like that. It went from an alien mouth to a predator mouth. That's even better. Yeah, that looks like that. The predator mouth that, like, opens up. Yeah, like, oh, my God. I like that. I like that. It was supposed to be a terrified scream, but now it looks like he's the monster. He'll become the monster. We're going to bite you? Yeah. That doesn't look scared at all anymore. That looks like... looks like he could bite someone's arm off. I'm glad to hear it. Let's go. Okay. I do have 2 more bits of fan art to share, but I think I'll leave those for offline. Because I'm starting to reach the end of my endurance. So we're going to go back to the classroom. Doop. Doop. I realized that would happen, and yet I did it anyway. That's fine. Back to me. Correct positioning. There we go. That's how I was. In fact, we're going to go to the bedroom. What am I talking about? Why would we be here? That's silly. This is the just chatting section. Time to eat Sensei. What the heck? When a Pupal wasn't fed in time. You guys are gonna eat me? I'm sorry. We can get you more shoestrings. We can... You know what? I need more widows. I need widows to defend me. I need like 6 widows. An army of little baby widows. It was Xenomorph Pupal? I thought it was a Predator Pupal, but the first one might have been a Xenomorph Pupal. I'm also going to put more chill music on. Let's go with this one. There we go. Looks like gnashing teeth. Hell yeah. Looks like it could bite somebody's arm off. Good. Stealing my heart, one doodle at a time, sir. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Ankle biter. You guys are pretty big. We talked about this on one of the past streams. Like, if you consider the size that Pupals actually are, they could easily get up to, like, the booty. You could bite a booty. You could bite a thigh. You guys are more thigh biters than ankle biters. Now we've become the monster like none they've ever known. Because of the mouth. Munches on hair. Hey, I need that hair. More shoestrings, please. There we go. So this is why you got Widow? Yeah, Widow controls the population of Pupals. Widow assures that there's never too many Pupals in the wild population, because otherwise there would be no Marfus. If there were no Marfus, where would we be? In a group of Widow called a murder or a mischief? Probably a mischief. Probably a tomfoolery. A tomfoolery of widows. Sensei's socks are about to be misplaced. And he will never have matching socks again. No, that's going to make it even worse when I fall over on my shoes. Why? I have fine cake, I'll have you know. His arms were made to be bitten. True. They do have a lot of meat. More Widow implying Feli gets a new wife per universe and they somehow outlive him. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. The only problem is that had me thrown through a loop for a really long time, because at first I was like, but Widow's his daughter, not his wife. And then I realized you meant like the widow who like gets a husband and then murders the husband. And then I was like, oh. Because what I was figuring was him getting a new wife every universe, impregnating them, having a new child, and then leaving it. It's like, you can't do that more than once, surely. Don't mind me, I'll help myself to the pancakes. My pancakes. Actual dog size? Yeah, pretty big dog size. Especially when they're fully grown. Sensei's hair tasty like candy floss? It could be. It is very pretty and shiny. So big, really. Finally, I'm not tiny anymore. Nah, you guys aren't bug-sized. You can be if you want to. Stop trying to eat myself. Mafu's just like... Hi. What's being said? In fact, let me... Mafu just pulling a... Huh? What? I'm just gonna walk away. Just gonna... This is as far as I can go, actually. Shit. I have to do this instead. Huh? Perfect. Perfect. As it should be. Time to make coleslaw. Oh, you can't say that. A lament of widows. Lament is actually a sick term if it was the other type of widow. Sensei, did you know that caterpillars have over 200 muscles in their heads? More than 1/3 of the number of muscles in the entire human body. No freaking way is that true. How many muscles does a caterpillar have? Caterpillars have approximately 4,000 muscles. This is significantly more than humans, who have around 650 muscles. The large number of muscles allows caterpillars to move and crawl efficiently despite their small size. Shit, you guys are strong as fuck! How many muscles does a caterpillar have in its head? 248 muscles, roughly. Oh. Ah. So you guys have about half the amount of muscles that a human has in their full body in just your head. That's rough. Those would be some strong headbutts. Does a buff Pupal exist yet? There have been a couple of buff Pupals. It's been kind of terrifying. This symbolizes how I can never get away. Forbidden spaghetti? No eating my hair. My hair is the actually forbidden spaghetti. I fear going bald, so please no. Pupals, I'm risking it. I'm going for the butt. Nope. How did they find that out? How did they discern muscle groups? I don't think you want to know the answer to that, because normally with science, it means they just like tore one off one by one. They tore one off and they were like, can it still move? Yep. Okay, let's do another. Can it still move? Okay, let's do another. You ever watch like Tokyo Ghoul? You know how my man like makes Kaneki Ken count backwards? That's what they were doing to the poor little caterpillars. They were like, okay, let's count backwards from 4,000. 3,099. 3,098. 3,097. What the? Get ready to fight Sensei. We're gonna win. Just because you guys have buff heads doesn't mean that you can fight me. It just means that you guys think really good. I would defend my son. Stop eating Mafu. Fine. Fine. Mafu started it. Mafu started it. Just wanted to say happy autumn. Hope you're having a wonderful day or evening thus far. Best wishes and regards to you. Thank you, John Metcalf. I hope you're having a lovely day too. Whatever time zone it is for you, I hope you have a wonderful one. Pupals, in my redacted, it's more likely than you think. In my hair? Oh, I hope not. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine like dozens of little tinily wriggling bugs inside your hair, crawling along your scalp, heading towards your earlobes, moving their way inside. Linguini? No linguini? Okay. But that guy deserved it. The little science bugs did not. You thought Kaneki Ken deserved... Wait, why... Wait, what do you mean he deserved it? He did... The bad guy deserved it, but Ken didn't... Wait, what? That's horrible. That's horrible. You don't want to know? You don't want to know? As someone that came from these fields, just know. Yeah, I've heard about like the bug milking that scientists get up to. Scientists do some interesting things. So glad I shaved my head. All we need is one well-timed headbutt, Sensei. That's all we need. That's going to be a powerful headbutt. So you're just describing lice. Okay, now I'm grossed out. You guys win. I hate lice. I hate fleas. I've had fleas too many times in my life. Let me explain, because I have like cats and dogs throughout my life. There have been many times that I've ended up with lice in my house that I've had to like use the special shampoo and like get them off the dogs and the cats and stuff. And it's never fun. It's never fun when you see the little buggers like jumping around. Working with children makes it a constant threat too. Every time one child has lice, suddenly every child has lice. You have to get those tiny little combs and ugh. Pupals in your head will give you a good massage, remembering how muscly we are. True! And you guys have 6 legs apiece. Why is Kaneki Ken catching strays? I know, right? Oh, wait, the wrong person. The bad guy. The bad guy. It's been a while since I've watched it. That's fair. The guy who deserved it was a big guy. He's the one who kind of taught it to Kaneki Ken by using it on Ken first. So that was the problem. Kaneki got tortured that way first. And that's why when you said, yeah, well, he deserved it. The little guy, I was like, the little guy? Kaneki Ken, poor little baby just in university trying to be a good boy ghoul, gets every bone in his body broken? Kaneki didn't deserve what he went through. Bro went out for a day and got Tokyo God. To be fair, he did get to go on a date with her, so worth it? Worth it? I mean, sure, he maybe got hit by a falling plank of thing after that, but worth it? Probably worth it. Probably worth it. So Sensei, this is why we're munching on your hair, to get the lices off. At least it's extra protein for you guys. We've got to take Sensei to Petco for grooming. I bet after hours they do get up to some freaky shit in Petco. They have all those restraint things. The restraint things that are like raised up, that you can raise and lower for bigger and smaller animals. Yeah, yeah. The Ghoul Cafe was such a cool concept though. Yeah, it was. What you're saying is Sensei consistently has his hair shaved, so he'll be less likely. No, this is not a wig. Not a wig. Although I wonder if I can just keep growing it out when every time I cut it. If I ever get a bad haircut, if I ever want to, I can just be like, yeah. I just be like, okay, Felly, I'm borrowing your hair for the next 3 months until it grows back in. The reason my mom always tied my hair in braids in school, my hair was too long, thick and curly. And I thought of a bug hiding in there. Yeah. I don't mind bugs for the most part, but I mind bugs when they're like crawling on me. My outfit prediction was right. Pupals live like lice and... Hey, whoa! What did I just see? Too far, too far. I got a linguini. I got a linguini. The whispering itself is Tascadu. I'm distracted. I've not been whispering. Leela, that wasn't me. Those were the voices in your head. Okay, now I'm scared to click on the Kusami one. I'm fine with that. You guys can be hentai monsters. That's up to you. That's up to each individual pupil. That's not going to be part of the official law, but if you want to have like the slime monster girl kind of thing where you can melt clothes off, go nuts. That's up to your individual pupil sona. But that is individual law. That is not like... I did mention the fact that you guys could possibly have like saliva that did that. Because some bugs do the whole thing where they kind of just like throw up their stomach onto a thing and then it digests it and then they eat that. So you could do that. I'm very pure today. Don't do this. How was that pure? What part of that was pure? You did during journaling. Did I? What happens in journaling stays in journaling. That's where the intrusive thoughts go. The intrusive thoughts go there to get out of my head so that I don't act on them. So it's okay. If it came out during the journaling, we forget about it. We put it in the past. We put it in the past. It's a symbolic relationship. We get uppies. We eat. Oh, God. Oh, God. Symbiotic relationship, not symbolic. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. You could be like those little birds that, like, pick off the bits of food between an alligator's teeth. And then occasionally the alligator will just be like, and decide he wants some bird for lunch too. A linguini from Sensei and it wasn't from Kusami. I know. Shocking. Acid saliva. I'm going to be a motherfucking xenomorph pupil. No one can stop me. Go for it, Paradox, man. That'd be badass. We did just accidentally draw a predator pupil, so... A predapal. A predapal. Predapal. What you just described is honey, Sensei? That is honey. Okay, now I'm confused. Is honey like stomach acid? Honey. Honey. A sweet viscous substance made by several species of bees. Oh yeah. This refinement takes both within individual bees through regurgitation and enzymatic activity. And during storage? Oh, wow. I never knew that honey was bee vomit. Huh. I didn't know that. I thought they made it like outside of their bodies since they store so much of it in the hives and stuff. It's bee throw up. Yeah. And yet people get disgusted when I talk about like eating the bird vomit soup. So what I'm hearing is that we can go full xenomorph if we want. Yeah. You guys have tails too. They can be spiky. They can be stabby stab. The messed up part is that he got tortured on his birthday. My friend told me that. I liked Tokyo Ghoul. Tokyo Ghoul was fun. Also, good for him eventually losing his virginity. That's one of the few manga that handled that in an actual adult way. They had like a good relationship in the Rude. Every Oshiete, Oshiete is just pupils sharing curse knowledge. And now you know why we use the Tokyo Ghoul song. I actually hate honey. It all makes sense now. But it's delicious. And it's much more healthy than refined sugar. It's something. There's also cat poop coffee. Kopiloak? I'd heard the one that goes through like elephant stomachs. Oh yeah. Kopiloak, also known as civet coffee, is a coffee that consists of partially digestive coffee cherries, which have been eaten and digested by the Asian palm civet. that really a cat? No, it's more of like a... It looks more like a weasel. Palm civet, toddy cat, and musang is a vivarid native to South and Southeast Asia. Huh. Today I learned. I learned that in detail from Beastars. Are we still talking about the bee vomit? Do they have insects in Beastars? Like, I thought Beastars, it was all like beast people, like mammal people. But wait, are you telling me they have insect people? Because that would be very interesting, having like a... Oh, is it a civet? Oh, the cat poop. Oh, so it was what I thought. It is fucked up fetish shit. Oh, no! In Beastars, the civet sells coffee that it... No fucking way is that a real thing. That is a fetish that somebody worked. Come on. Beastars, civet. Deshiko. No, wait, no. This can't be the right one. They look so adorable. Beastars is a fever dream, apparently. This doesn't feel real. 1 week's worth of my poop. Oh my god, it's fucking real. You know what? He's on that grind. Good for him. Good for him. I literally see a manga paddle where it's him just pointing at a big bag and being like, 1 month worth of my poop. It's a really cool design, though. It's a very cute-looking kid, which makes it so much worse. All I know is they still eat eggs from chickens. Beastars is a real weird world, man. They have reptiles like a Komodo dragon. That's cool, at least. Again, you can consume everything if you're not a coward and a fan of a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It makes you wonder, who saw a civet, like, poop out some beans and then was like, I think these will be extra tasty coffee. Ferment it in the civet's stomach. They poop it, clean it, roast it, grind it, and drink it. At least they clean it. The dad of the author also made Baki? Wait, whoa, hold the fuck up. The original author of Baki is the author of Beastars' father? Is that real? They're a manga? Wait, that's fucking sick. That's sick. Legacy mangaka. Oh, I never knew that before. That's actually incredible. It runs in the family. Makes sense. One of them likes huge muscly men beating the crap out of each other. The other one likes a bunny rabbit who does interesting things. The author of Beastar's dad is the author of Baki. That's wild. I had no idea. It's also crazy to think that Baki is still getting anime adaptations after all these years. Oh, we got a raider? Hello, raiders. Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry about what we were just talking about. We're going to immediately move on. I didn't get the pop-up for the raider, but thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a lovely day. We are not going to talk about what we were talking about. We'll just say that it was about Beastars. And now we just found out that the author of Beastars' father is the author of Baki, which is kind of wild. Kind of interesting. To be fair, Sensei, human is a creature of wonders. Who sees sea urchins and decide, yep, that looks edible? I've seen some people have some weirder ideas about sea urchins, so honestly thinking it's food is not the worst thing I've heard. Especially with the weird thing they do where they kind of like throw those like giant white tendrils out and just kind of try to digest you. Wait, for real? The son of the Baki author likes furries. I mean, that's fine. I don't think Beastars is actually that heavily strange anywhere. They use it to tell like a lot of like socio-psychological things. It's kind of like, even though, what's that? What's the Disney? Is it Disney? What's the one called in the West where it's like a bunny rabbit and a fox teaming up together? Beastars' author is a woman. Oh, thank you. Wait. So is the sun a different one and that's a well-known fact? Now I'm more confused. Zootopia? Yeah, like Zootopia. Zootopia actually uses the idea of them being like different animals in a very good direction. Even though I've heard number 2 completely ruins that and goes off in a completely different direction because it brings in all kinds of other animals and weird things. But yeah, but just because the fans of it made some very interesting art doesn't mean anything super weird. Yeah, it is Disney. Oh, it is Disney. Interesting. Sounds typical for Mouseman Studios. That's what I mean. That one wasn't like fetishy at all. But then the fans made it very fetishy. Whereas Beastars is actually for sure like a very mature story. I haven't fully gotten into it. But yeah, no, I definitely remember a lot of the characters being just like mature human feeling. Just added with the whole like predator and prey kind of thing. Oh, I don't even know about that comic. Holy shit. My God. Fair enough. I didn't know about the rabbit, so I almost said the Fox and the Hound. The Fox and the Hound was adorable too. That's an old school one. Beastars is definitely for adults, and Zootopia's fans were definitely something. Yeah. When there's a will, there's a way. People always are craving like bunny girls for some reason. Ever since like that basketball one. Was that? I think that actually was. That wasn't Disney, but that was like fuck, what was the basketball one with the live action? Space Jam, yeah. Ever since the Bunny Rabbit in Space Jam. Lola Bunny, there we go. Ever since Lola Bunny came into like the real 3D world and hung out with humans, people were like, I want a Lola Bunny. And we've never gone backwards. We have bunny girls when bunny boys exist. They exist in Final Fantasy XIV and they're way finer. Other people, I guess it depends on how much you're into furries. The Cadbury Caramel Bunny caused us... Wait, what? I'm Googling this because I'm sure that's like... If it's the Cadbury thing that I'm thinking of. Cadbury Caramel Bunny. It's the thing I'm thinking of. There's... Oh, no. Oh, no. Why does she have bedroom eyes? Yeah, no, okay. That one's a problem. That's like Nala in Lion King. You know that one scene in Lion King where Nala and Simba are already like, she's laying down on top of him and she like gives him the upward angle and bats her eyelids, and it's like, yeah, okay, Disney, we know what you're up to. She gives the bedroom eyes. Yeah, so does this bunny rabbit. Why would they do that? You know why? Yeah, you're not wrong. Pump up the jam. Pump it up while the beat is thumping. They also exist in Fire Emblem Awakening, Sensei. Yeah. I did a lot of the Final Fantasy series. They've had bunny boys and bunny girls in a lot of things. Bunnies, man. Remember going to a stream and the streamer who was an ongoing joke about lusting for Lola Bunny? He was yelling at his chat because someone sent him a link to a Lola Bunny doll. See, that's the problem when you get recognized too much for something like that. It's like, oh, God, you wouldn't want that to become, like, part of your personality. Not Nala and Can You Feel the Love Tonight? Why do they give animals bedroom eyes? I think a lot of the time it is actual accidental, which is even funnier. I just looked her up. Oh, my God. Yeah, no, that bunny is sexualized as fuck. Like, it looks like she's wearing mascara and eyeshadow. Lol Punny flashbacks to SCRP. He made her put on the leggings, man. He made her put on the leggings. Oh, God. Not sure if the author of Baki had a son or daughter who made Beastars. Yeah, no worries about it. It's okay. It was just people correcting and saying that, yeah, the author of Beastars was a woman. I thought it meant that like the Beastars sibling. That's what was confusing me. For me, it was a moment like, oh, so Baki author had 2 children. One of them is a guy, one of them is a girl, went on to do Beastars, and then like the guy was a furry as well. That would be a complicated family thing. If you're a known furry and your sibling makes like Beastars, there has to be some questions raised about that child's upbringing. What he did is called Mega Evolution. Oh no, I know. He made him put on the tattered leggings. To be fair, we can talk a lot about the fact that the Pokemon Company decided that Lol Punny needed what basically looked like tattered leggings for a Mega Evolution, because Lopunny was already enough as was. Like, they could have made her like more bestial, more like aggressive, but no, they were like, no, you know what this Pokemon needs? Clothing that looks like it's already halfway off. Fun fact about Lion King, IRL, a pride has one lion, multiple lionesses. There's a big possibly Nala and Simba are half siblings. Oh yeah, that's been a well-known fact forever. And a whole bunch of cannibalism goes on in the Lion Kingdom as well. People pointed out the fact that when Scar killed Mufasa, he would have probably actually gone down and eaten the corpse as well. So that's fun. The thigh highs on that rabbit, but Nintendo, I said thigh highs. Nintendo know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Does that imply that most animals have bedroom eyes then? No. That just means that when we anthropomorphize animals, sometimes horny animators get to have some fun. Good for them. Good for them. Come to think of it, wasn't there a thing where like Disney animators slipped little bits of porn in The Great Adventurers or something? 1 minute. Let me Google this. Disney. I don't want to search Disney porn. That's got to go bad. Disney Rescuers. Accidental porn? Yeah. It's true. Topless woman in Disney's The Rescuers. The photographic image of a topless woman can be seen at the window of a building in the background in 2 different non-consecutive frames. So yeah, animators hid little tiny bits of porn inside The Rescuers, just in little windows right back in the background so that nobody would see them, but they would be there. And now that we have a digital age and you can see like much higher quality versions of things, and you could probably see them like in the cinema as well. Think I remember that? Yeah. There's also like some of those other things that you're not sure if they are quite true, where it's like the SFX. That was it. It was supposed to spell SFX. It's actually The Lion King. In a bit where like the stars are twinkling in the night sky, they specifically tried to make some of the stars spell out SFX to basically say like, ooh, look at our cool SFX team. But because they spell SFX in the sky and the human brain does what it does, people recognized it a little bit, but just saw it as sex instead of SFX. So people were like, oh, there's the horny Disney animators again. People said it spelled sex. Yeah, exactly. People were just like, the stars, they say sex. What can I say? Let me see this other one. Disney movie facts that sound fake but are actually real. Oh, I can't open. Oh, it's a video. Nope, no, thank you. That's fine. That ended up on the news. Yeah. Top 10 Disney facts that'll ruin your childhood. In a few covers of Ariel, the castle has shapes of things before it was recalled and fixed. Wait, shapes of what? Wait. Wait, no, I'm curious about this one now. Little Mermaid Castle Record. The original 1989 VHS cover for The Little Mermaid was recalled and replaced due to public controversy surrounding a castle spire on the artwork, which was lightly interpreted as a dick. Oh. Let me see this one. Oh, that is incredibly phallic. Wow. It's subtle, but it's like, yeah, no. I could see that being an accident, though. I could see somebody slipping that in there. I could see somebody slipping that in there, but I could also see that just being somebody like drawing that and not thinking about it, and then somebody else noticing it later and being like, wait a damn minute. It's like how they just had to remove the Peacemaker emote because people pointed out that it could technically be a swastika that they're making because of like the stuff that's going on in Peacemaker. It could have been like symbolism in the dance, and now they're like, maybe we don't want that in here. Why do I hate to know it? And not, I like to know these things. These are interesting. The Rescuers thing still blows my mind. The fact that that was like in the theatrical release and for a long time is wild. Someone didn't get enough sleep as they drew. It is 10,000% an accident. I'd like to think so. But like I said, some animators specifically went out of their way to put a topless woman in the little cartoon mouse movie, so you never know. There are some animators out there doing silly things just for the fun of it. There's a humorous musical twisted by Star Kid, and one of the songs actually calls out some of those hidden messages. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I think I remember reading someone said the castle thing was done by an artist who was quitting or getting fired. Ariel was the last work. Don't know if it was true. There you go. You might have just been giving one final middle finger to Disney on the way out. Okay, I'm going to read the Streamlabs because it's been a while. I'm going to read today's and the last few days. Stripe Princess, thank you so much for donating this allowance. No message, but I hope you're having a lovely day and thank you for being here. Sophie, thank you so much. Can't wait for spoopy season. I hope this month starts in good spirits for all of you in the Pupals. Oh, it will. I love spoopy season. I'm loving that we're going to be playing so many horror games because I tend to try and stay away from them for most of the year so that I can go nuts and just play nothing but them over the Halloween period. So we've got some great ones on the list this time, especially next week. There's a brand new one called Goodbye Carol. Goodbye So Long Carol? Something like that. But it's animated as if it is like an old school Disney 2D movie. So that's going to be a fun time. Animators are a whole special breed. Yeah, they are. You may hire. Sensei, I had to miss a few streams because life got crazy. And I feel a little sad about it. But I enjoyed catching up on the VODs, so I just wanted to say thank you for being a comforting space for me. It's nice to know I can always pop in and chill, even with a VOD. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, you may hire. I'm glad you enjoy them. Yeah, the VODs are pretty nice, especially since we do so many long streams. So sometimes it is worth, like, just, yeah, saving them up and just when you're sick, just getting to watch a bunch and just pass out. Or using them as sleep aids, since a lot of them are, like, very relaxing and chill compared to, like, super loud ones. So, yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Thank you so much for donating this allowance, and I hope you feel better soon. And don't worry about missing the streams. Like, yeah, the VODs will always be there. And we are going to have, like, edited VODs in the future. So that's good. Remember, Disney animators made everything by hand first, then used computer animation for the rest. Yeah, some of the stuff they did was absolutely incredible, too. Like, Beauty and the Beast. What year was Beauty and the Beast made? Because that was some of the best combination of 2D and 3D stuff there was. Beauty and the Beast. Not the 2017 one, go away. 1991, yeah. So they were doing like some pretty believable combinations of 3D and 2D back then, which was honestly amazing. Behind the scenes animated jokes are insane. The SpongeBob crew did some wild shit. The Ren and Stimpy crew stuck in so much. Bye Sweet Carol, it's looking super promising. Yeah, it looks really good. I'm really excited for Bye Sweet Carol. The animation looks really good, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it was 91 after all. Good year. Hi Kutan, I just got here after a day of school. How's everything gone so far? It's been good. We just chilled. Mufasa's ghost was added in the end as an afterthought. Ah. Mufasa. I can't even... Do you mean like the one in the sky? The one where he's like talking down to him from the clouds? That was an afterthought? That's wild. Treasure Planet had such good use for 3D, my favorite movie. I loved Treasure Planet. And nobody liked it. The people who made Treasure Planet really, really wanted to make it as well. Like, they were begging for permission to make that for ages. They finally gave them permission, and it didn't do well. And then, yeah, they just... It's a shame. That got shafted. I loved the whole idea of, like, the solar surfing thing. The spaceships were great. The song by John Rzeznik, so good. Beauty and the Beast is super impressive. I miss the older 2D animation. Me too. I get why they had to do away with it because it's way too expensive, but it's nice when we see 2D animation. It's nice when we see animators get to go ham in general. Like, even though it's 3D, like Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse and then the K-pop Demon Hunters, where they blend like 2D animation and like so many other different art styles in them. That shit's just nice, rather than... Even the 3D stuff can be like really lovable and like cute and adorable and have a lot of attention in it, but there are so many 3D movies that you can tell they just kind of phoned in and they were made in 3D because they were lazy. Where it's just like, well, the models, we made them and now it's easy to just make more and more and more in the future. But yeah, Disney, they definitely take a lot of attention when it comes to 3D stuff. And like, oh my god, 2B Hero X, the stuff that is doing with different art styles, combining them all, the 3D and the 2D intertwining, so fucking good. Between Bye Sweet Carol and Knights of Guinevere, I'm eating up all these horror recreations of fairy tales and myths this month. I still haven't watched Knights of Guinevere yet. It looks so good though. I'm gonna lie, I tried to put Reagan and Mob in the storyboard and they got replaced with normal extras. Oh, that happens sometimes, because that That's the problem. Sometimes trying to sneak things in like that, it's like, oh, it'll be a cute little Easter egg, but then you can actually get your company into trouble, unfortunately. My favorite, Sleeping Beauty and Snow White. Sleeping Beauty I'm good with. Snow White I wasn't really a fan of. Sleeping Beauty is fun though. Maleficent is just amazing. An underrated movie is the movie Klaus. I love the Paperman look and the style of that movie. Oh. Paperman was that like short that Disney did, right? Where it was like 2D but 3D at the same time. That one was cool. I never actually watched Klaus. That was the one about like Santa Claus, right? I think so. Thank you for being one of the lights when I feel that the world is dark, Sensei and Pupals. Aw, Sarah, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for everything that you do as well. Yeah, I saw your post the other day, so I do hope you're feeling better. Just don't worry about it. Take each day as it comes. 2D imposed onto 3D models. Yeah. Kind of like rotoscoping, right? Question mark? When the animators have fun with what they make, you get some amazing results, and I love to see it. Yeah, and the experimental things that come out of them and then end up going like really wild. 7 hours. My God, it's been 7 hours. It was me saying I was going to do short streams all week. Tuber Hero X mentioned. Yeah, I finally finished it. It's so damn good. And where it dropped off hurt me. They dropped off on such a nice cliffhanger where it wasn't really like, it felt like nothing happened because you got a lot of good revelations and they teased so much. We still don't know what X's powers actually are. I mean, we know he blends universes, but we see like that girl he has in the flashbacks, which it probably isn't a daughter. Like, my original theory was that like he had a daughter who believes that he's the strongest superhero ever, so he always wins. But now I just think he comes from a different dimension and that he's accidentally ended up in the wrong dimension. But maybe he was like the X of his dimension, or maybe just because like he knows he's from a different dimension, he knows he can't lose to people in this dimension. Like he comes from a third dimension and this world is like a 2D dimension kind of thing. And so when he snaps his fingers, it like makes it third dimension, but maybe he's technically like a fourth dimensional being. So that's it. He just realizes like, I already know exactly what's going to happen because like I'm a dimension above this kind of thing. I've just somehow transported myself into this one. But yeah, maybe that's why he can change things between 2D and 3D and like different art styles and stuff. Even technically 1D, considering he can turn the 2D into then flat images as well. Maybe not a daughter, but a dead sister who really believed in him. So now he has to believe in himself to keep himself alive. I think it may just be like self-belief at this point. I think it may just be like, I literally transported through different dimensions. And now he's in a dimension where that woman doesn't exist, whether it was like a younger coworker, a wife, a romantic thing. She doesn't look too much younger than him, so I don't think it's a daughter, but it could just be like a sister, a friend, or like a co-worker who always trusted him to get shit done. Maybe even like a boss, honestly. Considering his whole thing is just being like a businessman most of the time. X has the power of animation with no budget. Yeah, pretty much. He's just like, hey, check this out. I've got Billy money. We got that Tianguan Sifu money. We can do what we want now. We'll just make a season 3 when we feel like, and then the budget will fill itself. And now that everybody's seen what they can do with Tuber Hero X, man, they are just printing money. So you're telling me he's his own Homura? Pretty much. That's what I'm thinking. His own Homura? Yeah, exactly. I think he's just trying to get that girl back into existence or get back into his own reality. I love X even more now that we've seen a bit of his personality. Yeah. I do prefer Ghostblade, though. Ghostblade is still my number 1. That storyline was so amazing. I did love that. It's a shame that he retired. But he'll still probably be around in season 2. He retired, but he didn't die. So that's something. The Bad Guys has some really great animation. I still haven't watched The Bad Guys. I've heard it's pretty good. He says short stream. It's fine. It's fine. We're only doing 4 streams this week, so I can do long streams. His power is just aura farming. Aura farming works in that universe, though, because that universe, the whole thing is, like, if you look like a badass who can do whatever they want, then you win. Like, if you aura farm on your enemies, like, honestly, Mysterio would crush in that world. If you just, like, set up something that's, like, virtual, make people, like, honestly, magicians in that world will become the number 1 hero. You just manage to convince enough people that you are able to do things, and boom, people believe it, you have the trust, and then you win. Superhero X and Lord of Mysteries blowing my socks off with animation this year. I still haven't touched Lord of the Mysteries either. I really should. I've heard that's amazing. Like space orcs believing things enough for them to turn true. I love that. That's what's it called? Warhammer, isn't it? Oh, it's all about perception. If your enemies believe you're a badass, you're a badass. Yeah, you can get away with a lot if you just freak out people. If you make people believe that you're a badass, they won't fuck with you. If you make people believe you're crazy, like, that's the best way to deal with a fight, honestly. If you try to avoid a fight and it doesn't work out, just go absolutely batshit, bounce off the walls a little bit, and then people will be like, I'm not dealing with that. Like, nah, that's more than I can handle. Axis Extreme Salaryman aura farming? Yeah. I can't believe they threw everything at him and he just like casually like rolled his way through everything. Showed up and brought fucking nice with him. It was like, by the way, I have the real nice. Have fun, kiddos. Billy, please give me TGCF season 3. I'm sure they're working on it. Like, with how well the first 2 seasons did, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You're a hero, all right? Just not a super one. What's the difference? Presentation. You need a cape. You need a nice cape. Also, I can't not say nice, just like nice when he showed up evil mode in the cave now anymore. Every time I say nice when I'm just like saying something was good, I'm like, nice, nice, nice. Because that's such a cool moment when he comes floating down and the girl's like, wait, you're that hero. And he's just like, nice. And then he immediately tries to murder them. It's like, wow. That's badass. How I survived living in Northern Philly. I just acted like I was talking to the voices in my head. There you go. Nice. Finger guns. The end of 2B Hero X, I was confused. Is Nice really dead? The timeline is near the end. Is a bit too weird to me. What I think is I think X saved him. I think Nice tried to kill himself. Probably because of his guilt, and X is trying to like reveal some of the shit that the superhero situation is doing. Because you notice that in those first few episodes, there's a lot of 3D happening. And even when like Ling Ling is doing his defending and stuff, you hear like the every time it changes from 2D to 3D. So I think X was watching what was happening and knew exactly what was going on, that this wasn't actual Nice, and that Nice had just stepped off a building and he just saved a Nice as he fell and was like, oh no. You're not done yet. You've done some horrific, evil shit. And you've done it because of these people. So I'm going to make you expose all of them at the next tournament. Because, yeah, I think he's getting tired of shit. And it's like, hey, let's tear down the whole system now. Maybe they need a god. Maybe that's X's whole thing. Maybe X's whole thing is he needs to become literally believed as being like god level by everyone in the world so that he can get back to his own reality. Or just bring back the girl. Maybe he's not even from a different reality. I keep saying that. That's my main theory. But maybe it's just that the girl actually died a biological death. And he's like, wait. But if I become God level X like Zero was, then I can just bring her back. I can just literally snap her back into life. So where's the dudes with no light in their eyes? I do like Nice though. Like Nice, his whole thing of just like being so scared of losing, being forced to do some absolutely horrific, evil things, accidentally killing his childhood idol when he didn't want to. He wanted to take out Dragon Kid. Like, still, he was doing evil, but he was doing, like, evil light at that point. He was doing, like, evil, but, you know, personalized evil. But then it actually accidentally got flip reversed and put onto his idol, and, oh, Smiley Boy died. I hated that. I loved Smiley Boy. And that's actually a thing as well. They fucked up one of my man's actual friends. One of the few people who knew X's identity. Sugar-free evil? Yeah, that's why he had such a nice smile. I honestly like OG Nice more than Lin Ling. I wouldn't say that. I love Lin Ling. I like Lin Ling as Nice. I like that outfit. I like that hair. I like the white and gold aesthetic. But I like Lin Ling's story. Lin Ling is like the traditional like Spider-Man type hero where it's like, knock me down as much as you want. I will keep getting back up. I will keep fighting. Like, that's a traditional thing, but I still love it. And I love that that managed to make him such a powerful hero. He's more complex. He is. It's kind of like Esol. Esol is a very interesting character as well, where he was able to just, like, do horrific shit. Like, it all started with the fact of, like, I could have saved this guy and then choosing not to save him because he wanted to get the girl. But then instantly realizing, like, oh, I let my friend die. because I wanted him out of the way so that I could be with the girl, which sucked because the girl liked him as well. And if he just fucking talked to her and not been such a pussy, they would have been together and happy and everything would have been good. And it angers me. It angers me so much. But just because of that, just because he made that slightly bad mistake, now he blames himself for absolutely everything. He'll never actually be with the girl because there's too much regret and guilt in that. And now he's being controlled by all the other evil guys who are like, hey, how about you put a bullet in that girl's head? A nice little innocent girl's head over there. When X showed up and crumpled Dragon Boy like a piece of paper, now that was aura farming. Yeah, it was. He knocked Dragon Boy way, way down below the top 10 in that one move. And it was like nothing to him. That's what I love as well. Like he knew that that dickhead had just killed one of his closest friends. And he was still just like, you're not worth my deal. Like I crumpled you. I throwed you in the water. I'm done. I throwed you in. Yeah, it's been too long of a stream. I can't even speak English anymore. Love not knowing this show and being like, I don't know what he's saying, but girl, I am living. You should really watch To Be Hero X. It's a hell of a fun time. It's great animation. It's great stories. Fata Morgana levels of communication. Yeah. Everybody gets messed up and it's just for such silly reasons. That crushed him. Yeah, it did. If they only talked, but the drama. Yeah, the brain frogs are set again. Okay, Kaya, I'm just going to say thank you so much for the donation. Oh. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for letting me know that. Thank you for donating to the Feileacan. Sunny baby kitty. Oh, another one. Don't read out loud. Okay. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a lovely day. Chat Summer. Otsuku. It was fun watching you play Pokemon since I love the Pokemon series. My personal favorites are X and Y, Sword and Shield because of the story and characters within it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, Ku-chan. By the way, I wonder what Feli would have said at your grave, sir. Worst thing is, I probably think he still wouldn't have said anything. I think it still would have just been a case of like... Probably, yeah, something like along the lines of, I guess I have to find a new vessel. That'd probably be about it. We'll wear him down, though. We'll wear him down. Saw a scene on my timeline a few months ago, and I still haven't watched it. Dude, some of them are amazing. Throwed you in the water sounds like a very British version of English. Get in the water. Throwed in the water. Found out my Bilibili doesn't work in the UK and I'm devastated. Gotta get the VPN. Sorry to tell you. It sucks. Thank you for donating, Sharon. No message, but I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for donating the allowance. Fata Morgana tomorrow. Yeah, honestly, we should just accept it's going to be long streams this week. We got Silent Hill F. We got Fata Morgana. Those two are probably also going to be like 6 to 7 hours. So it's a good thing that I balanced it with like a 4-day stream session this week because, yeah, Fata Morgana is probably going to go forever. Really hope Legends ZA fills out the XY story. The implications of that game live rent-free in my head. Ooh. So it didn't even like live up to like its full implications? Interesting. Not to mention Undertale. See, Undertale I can take breaks on though. Undertale, there's very much like choreographed bits where you're like, okay, we've defeated one monster. It's time to break. Whereas like with Fata Morgana, unless you get to the end of a chapter, and a chapter takes like, well, I don't know actually, since we're playing the prequel now, it's like a spin-off. But the actual chapters themselves were taking like 12 hours per chapter, so yeah, you kind of have to lock in. Excited for Fata Morgana tomorrow? Me too. It's been too long. Try Princess, thank you so much for donating to the allowance. No message. Also, Brotome, thank you so much for the huge donation. No message, but thank you so much, Brotome, and I hope you're having a lovely day. And Def Kuzusada. Frosting Dumpling. Hi, Sensei. End of week 4 as a teacher pupil. Next week, the leadership team will conduct a classroom observation. Preparing for it. I know I'm silly, but I brought some oxygen online to reduce stress. Wait, really? Does that work? Like pure oxygen? I thought that made you like kind of loopy. I didn't know that like reduced stress. Lurking now and waiting for the upcoming holidays. Hope you have a wonderful time, Frosting Dumpling. Good luck. Good luck. Teaching be hard. You got this. Just do what you normally do during the classroom observation, and it'll be fine. Okay, and final one. Chat-sama. Otsuku, man my heart after seeing the bad ending. However, it's such an amazing story, and the team behind it did such a great job on their research with DID. Not gonna lie, it's funny how the game needs you to be very specific with some words. Yeah, that hurt me. I used a bit of a guide to find the 100% text box thing. I just literally looked up an image of like the full keyword thing, and then you could just put it in. Daisy, I know, the Gabara, that hurt my soul. I also found out why I could never do the Psycho Purge thing properly. You needed the hyphen. You couldn't do Psycho Purge as one word, and you couldn't do Psycho Purge with a space. You had to put the hyphen between them. Yeah, that was painful. The Daisy never made sense. And you can only give the bunny ears to the main version of Sophia. And it didn't let me do it the one time, so I don't know why it let me do it later. I don't know. There's shenanigans in XY is all I'll say, and mass murder and immortality. Ooh. Pokemon goes crazy. Selfishly, I love it when you do more than a few hours, but please do take care, Sensei. I'll be fine. Don't worry. We're going to wrap it up now anyway. Like I said, we're doing 4 days this week just to make sure I can catch up on all of like the communications and work I have to do. So after that, we'll be fine. And next week, I'm going to try going back to 5, but making sure I limit myself to 5 hours at a time. Except for maybe Oshiete or Cú-Sensei. Because, I mean, this is the chat show. It's nice to have a bit of extra time for this one anyway. Because this is kind of like the roundup and the collection of everything. I'll never forget the kidnapper, kidnapping, kidnapped debacle. Assassin and trained killer. Like, you literally have to write trained killer even though they use the word assassin. So finicky. It was so finicky. It was worth it, though. Like, when I just looked up the guide, it wasn't hard at all, and the true ending is very beautiful. So if anybody wants to watch it, like, properly, rather than see my reaction to it, definitely buy the game and run through it. It's worth it, but the true ending is nice. I think some people might be against it, though, which is all I'll say, because I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, my reaction to that and the discussion that I have because of that, and to wrap up, like, the whole VOD should be, like, nice. Goes in a different direction. Searcher, thank you so much for donating for allowance. Thank you for the stream, Kuchan. I'm looking forward to Fata Morgana tomorrow. I've actually never played or seen a gameplay of it. Oh, no. Searcher, I'm very happy to hear that. Unfortunately, we're not doing the main game. It was homework from, like, the time I debuted to try and finish the main game by people's selves. So we are doing, like, the post-game content. We're going to be starting at the prequel called Requiem for Innocence. So it might be a little out of place for you if you jump into that one. You can if you want, because it's technically, I mean, it's a prequel. It'll just spoil some of the things that happen later in the original game. It fleshes out things from, like, the past. So I hope you'll enjoy it, but yeah, we ballin'. Also, charm and friendship bracelet, Sensei. I know, right? And they didn't just let you use bracelet, which was more confusing. Like, if they let you just use bracelet, it could be like, okay, charm bracelet, friendship bracelet. We got the general idea. But the fact that you couldn't do friendship bracelet, you had to specifically use charm. It was weird. And I ask how the Fata Morgana tomorrow relates to the original game. Yes. So the original game was released as the house in Fata Morgana a long time ago, just for PC. And then they released, like, several updates to it, like several spin-offs. The one we're playing tomorrow is the first spin-off after the main original story of the game, called Requiem for Innocence. So it is a prequel, but it's a prequel that gets slightly covered in the main story. In the main story, you go through this timeline, but it's just a part of the storyline, and it's kind of glossed over and told in, like, recap from Morgana herself. So this time we're going to go into the actual story without, like, any embellishments, without, like, Morgana hiding things. It's just like a deeper dive into one of the timelines from the story. And then we're also going to do the other ones. We're going to do Reincarnation and the short stories afterwards, but we're starting with Requiem for Innocence. It should be good. I'm very excited. I really loved Fata Morgana, so I'm excited. In that case, I'll do research before watching. Thank you for letting me know. No problem, Searcher. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much for today's stream. I had so much fun yapping you with your pupils today. Pretty please get some good food afterwards, and don't eat us. But delicious Pupals. Roses, tulips, daisies, wisteria, orchid. Yeah, no. We did so many flowers. I just literally ran through every flower I knew, and then I was just taking flower suggestions from chat. The worst thing is, I'm so sure that chat had said Gabera Daisy at some point, and we put in Gabera Daisy. But it didn't work, because you just needed Gabera. But Gabera is the type of daisy. Fata Morgana is a lovely story. It gets heavy at times, but it's worth it. Yeah. Is the prequel purely Morgana's story? No. So it's everyone from behind the doors. The prequel, from what I know, it's Morgana's story, but Morgana interacted with the souls of every other character other than 2 of them. We can talk about it. We've already said spoilers are free on this channel. Yeah, she interacts with everybody except for Michelle and Giselle in that timeline. So yeah, all of like Jacopo, Bestia, Pauline, Mel, Nelly, all of them should be in it on some level, just in different lives. Come to think of it. No, we did see Mel and Nelly in her original timeline. But yeah, they all came from that original timeline, so that's what we're going to be doing. I didn't finish Fata Morgana. Will there be spoilers? Almost assuredly. Like I said, we've been talking about the main story all day, and yeah, this is a prequel that will like tie into like everything else that happens in the rest of the story. So yeah. Michelle and Giselle have their own plot going on, basically. They just got tangled up in Morgana's shenanigans. I know, right? It sucks for them, but it's good for Morgana. She just happened to find a fucking angel of a man, luckily. An angel of a man and the woman who loved him, so that was cute. Good for them. Maria, my love, my woman, my life. Oh yeah, Maria will be in it too. I forgot about that. I kind of see her as like a separate thing from Jacopo, but yeah, she was in that timeline. It got very like anime tropey at that point, actually, now that I think about it. When we ran into like Maria and Nelly and Pauline all teasing Michelle. Giselle and Maria have my heart. Giselle has my heart. So does Michelle. Giselle and Michelle are such like goals. It's weird that Javi never seems to appear. Which one was Javi? Javi. Fata Morgana. Oh, yeah. I thought he was going to be important when we dealt with him in Door 2. Like, he seemed so important to the whole, like, Bestia and Pauline storyline, right? I wonder if he will be in Requiem for Innocence. But I doubt it. I doubt he was actually part of the curse. I think he just, you know, happened to be there a little bit. It was just an NPC to get traumatized. Yeah. I had to Google it and see an image of him. And then as soon as I saw him, I was like, oh, that kid. Your baby. The little boy Paula was sweet with. Yeah. And he was very sweet with Paula too until everything went bad. Everyone loved teasing Michelle. Yeah, they did. With that said, we are going to head out for the day. Let's see if I can raid anybody on the way out. Kid got traumatized. Well, kid was a little bit creepy too. I didn't trust that kid the whole way through, and then it was like, oh, okay. You're not like a bad guy. You just like kind of have some bad luck. Oh, yeah, there's no one to raid. It doesn't look like. Checking my subscriptions. Yeah, nobody's streaming live right now. That's cool. We'll wrap it up. We'll just head out. So nowhere to go. Just I hope you guys have a lovely day. We'll be back tomorrow at the normal time for Fata Morgana. I'm very excited. Whole new story. It's been a long time since I played Fata Morgana. Quick question, not related. What's the line between babying someone and caring? That is a very unrelated thing. I'd say the line is like, you got to treat somebody like an adult. Otherwise, it becomes babying. If you start to like infantilize someone, you make it seem like they can't take care of themselves. Then it becomes babying. But some people like to be babied. It just depends on your relationship with them. I don't know like what the reference is, like if it's about streamers or anything else. If it's about a relationship, like, yeah, some people like to be babied. Some people, they get really offended when they get babied. Some people get defensive when you go goo goo gaga. Yeah, that too. When you play goo goo babies. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. Everybody have a lovely day. As always, burn bright, my pupils, and I will catch you guys next time. Bye bye. Oh shit, we did get homework. Oh no. Homework. Yeah, no, I think you guys are free from homework this week. You guys are free. No homework this time. Wasn't it comfort food? Sure, we'll go with that. I'll leave it in the comment section. Tell me your favorite comfort food. It'll be a very short one. And in fact, if you have an image of it, share it on hashtag Oshiete or Cú-Sensei. All the paths they point to you. It took me time, but then I knew that I could not go back. Won't be the same as before. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me. If I rest my head upon your shoulder, let the tears fall down and hide away inside your open arms, to stay like this forever, to grasp at one more day, find a way to go beyond the unknown. Let it all just fade away until there's nothing more to say. That I'm not holding back, just falling down to be where you are. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me. On the road, I don't wanna go alone. No, through the changing weather, we stay so warm. Is it really true? Then again, you always knew. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me. Sweet dreams, everyone. Catch you guys next time. And thank you for reminding me about the homework.